Introduction asterisk. My name is Gao Xiaohan, and I have unexpectedly reincarnated into a world where everyone can change their profession, transformed into a dragon egg. A determined girl, unwilling to stay at home, is devoted to protecting me, and I have also bound myself to a devouring system, with a hidden bloodline that continuously awakens. Ancient sun-fire dragon bloodline asterisk indestructible scales, dragon flames that scorch the heavens, capable of evolving into humanoid form, and upon growth, can incinerate cities in anger. Devouring power asterisk consume all things to transform them into personal energy. Each act of consumption enhances attributes, and even evolves skills. Solar dragon breath asterisk a fiery breath as scorching as the sun. Its power multiplies with level increases, capable of incinerating all foes in the future. Dragon race evolution asterisk can transcend the limits of the ancient dragon race to become the legendary dragon god. Chapter 1. Reborn as a dragon egg, cast out at the start? Ugh. Gao Xiaohan groggily opened his eyes, surrounded by darkness. What on earth is happening? Transmigration? Ha ha ha. I have actually been reborn. Wait, why does something feel amiss? Gao Xiaohan appeared bewildered. Am I inside an egg? Suddenly, a sharp pain flared in his head, and Gao Xiaohan instantly understood. Indeed, he had been reborn into a world where everyone could change their profession, and now he was nestled within a dragon egg. Regardless of the circumstances, being reborn is a blessing better than being dead. However, if that's the case, does it mean I must wait for a beast master to bond with me? At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful reincarnation. The devouring system has been automatically bound to you. Through consumption, you can increase your vitality, attribute points, and acquire skills. Wow, the system has arrived, and it's the devouring system. So, consuming things will enhance my abilities? Detected that you are currently inside the eggshell. You may consume the nutrient liquid inside the eggshell. Would you like to proceed with the consumption? Consume. I must consume. A slight smile graced Gao Xiaohan's lips. In my past life, I was renowned across 10 villages as a fortunate one. Let's see what rewards I can gain this time. Ding! Congratulations on your successful consumption. Gained 100 basic vitality, 1 strength, 1 agility. Consumed special nutrients, acquired skill, dragon breath, beginner. Seeing the results of his consumption, Gao Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction. No need for shock or surprise. The luck of the fortunate one has never failed. The dragon breath skill, though merely at the beginner level, it certainly holds great potential for development. Now, all that remains is to break free from this shell and create a stir in this world. Meanwhile, outside the eggshell, Xue'er, why haven't you finished tidying up the kitchen? If you don't complete your chores, don't expect to eat tonight. A harsh voice echoed from outside. Gao Xiaohan furrowed his brows as a scene gradually materialized in his mind. It felt as if he could peer through the eggshell into the world beyond. He observed a girl, around 16 or 17, busily working in the kitchen. To be honest, she was indeed a beauty, with delicate features and a slender figure. Though her attire was somewhat tattered, at that moment, she was crouched on the floor, using a worn-out rag to wipe the ground. Behind her stood a heavily made-up middle-aged woman, appearing somewhat plump, seemingly the mistress of the household. You lazy girl, always dawdling. You're a burden. No wonder your mother was also useless. She died after giving birth to you. The middle-aged woman sneered, turning towards the dining room. At that moment, Xue'er clenched her fists, remaining silent. Haitian, you have struck gold this time. I heard that dragon egg was brought back by your daughter from Snow Mountain. Humph. That girl found a treasure and wanted to keep it for herself. Luckily, I discovered it in time. A dragon egg. If it truly hatches a dragon, we will be prosperous. Laughter erupted from the dining room. Gao Xiaohan, upon hearing their conversation, grasped the situation. He had been brought back by Xue'er from the Snow Mountain. Yet now her family was attempting to forcibly take him away. Just then, Xue'er finished tidying the kitchen and entered the dining room with a tea tray. Xue'er, come here. Haitian suddenly called out to her. Father. Xue'er set down the teapot. That call of father startled Gao Xiaohan. So this girl is Haitian's biological daughter? Who treats their daughter in such a manner? Family meals, and the daughter is cleaning the kitchen. This treatment is worse than that of a servant. I heard you've been sneaking into the study to look at that dragon egg lately? Haitian frowned. Father, I found that dragon egg while gathering herbs on the Snow Mountain last month. I just wanted to see it. Xue'er lowered her head. Nonsense. That egg does not belong to you. The plump woman interjected loudly. Enough. That dragon egg has already been promised to Mingxian. I will compensate you later. Xue'er said, frowning. Why? That was clearly my discovery. You are unworthy of being my father. Ever since mother passed away, you only have eyes for this woman. Usually, you turn a blind eye to her humiliating your daughter. Xue'er, you are truly pathetic. You do not deserve to be my father. At this moment, Xue'er glared coldly at her father. Her words rendered Xue'er speechless for a long while. Huh? Gao Xiaohan, watching from the side, felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he thought he'd been picked up by a meek girl who would be easily manipulated. But now, he found himself admiring this girl. She has spirit. Rest assured, once I break free from this egg, I will protect you. A smile played on Gao Xiaohan's lips. Though he said that, it depended on whether the girl could keep him. Watch your tone. You are merely a servant. At that moment, the plump woman halted mid-sentence. Servant? I am Xue'er's biological daughter. Xue'er replied coldly. Then she cast a glance at Xue'er, who was sitting silently. Huh, this woman calls me a servant, and you remain indifferent. You coward. As she spoke, Xue'er even managed a smile. It was hard to say why. Perhaps it was a bitter smile, or perhaps mockery directed at her cowardly father. After her mother passed away, her father married this woman. Since this woman bore Xue'er a son, he had become utterly submissive to her. Even witnessing his daughter being bullied daily, he remained unperturbed. He lacked even the courage to stand up for her. After saying this, Xue'er turned and dashed out of the dining room, heading straight for the study. She's going to seize the dragon egg. Stop her! The plump woman exclaimed in surprise. Xue'er also hurried after her. At that moment, Xue'er held the dragon egg, standing by the window. Xue'er, put down the dragon egg, Xue'er coldly uttered. If you dare to seize it, I shall smash it today. Xue'er shouted, raising the dragon egg high. At this moment, both sides remained locked in a standoff. The atmosphere became instantly tense. You must make a choice. Either surrender the dragon egg or leave the Xu family. Xue'er was now thoroughly enraged. Choose. The plump woman stood with her hands on her hips, clearly reveling in her triumph. I choose this dragon egg. Xue'er bit her lip and managed to squeeze out a few words. You, how can my Xu family raise such an ingrate? Xue'er's face turned ashen. I have long ceased to regard this place as home. Since mother passed away, I have had no home. Xue'er's eyes instantly reddened. Take your wretched egg and get out. The plump woman pointed towards the doorway and shouted. Chapter 2. Take your wretched egg and leave. Very well, I shall take my leave. Xue'er clutched the dragon egg tightly and strode towards the door. Indeed, this had long ceased to be her home. Since her mother's demise, she felt utterly homeless. Xue'er was unworthy of being her father. Merely because this woman bore him a son, he stood by as his daughter was bullied. Such a weakling, this man, she wished never to see again. Wait, are you leaving just like that? The plump woman suddenly chuckled coldly, blocking the doorway. Step aside. Xue'er glared at her coldly. Didn't you claim to have principles? Then repay everything you owe to the Xu family. The plump woman wore a smug expression. Vong Mei. Xue'er coolly pronounced the name. A mere junior dares to call me by my name. Truly a wretched breed, lacking even the basic courtesy toward elders. After all, I am your stepmother. Wang Mei said coldly. Gao Xiaohan, within the dragon egg, listened intently. This despicable woman was beyond comprehension. Seeing Xue'er standing idly by, showing no intent to intervene, Gao Xiaohan felt a surge of anger. This was what they called a man? This cowardly wretch made him want to break free from the egg and punch him. Let us calculate properly. The food and lodging will be considered your wages for working as a servant. The clothes you wear were bought with the Xu family's money, right? And the shoes on your feet, the hairpin on your head, all of it belongs to the Xu family. The plump woman pointed at Xue'er's attire. Xue'er frowned and glanced at Xue'er. Fine, I shall return them to you. Saying this, Xue'er slowly removed the hairpin from her hair and placed it on the nearby table. This hairpin had been a birthday gift from Xue'er before her mother's passing. Now, along with this estranged father-daughter bond, it was time to let go. Returning just this is insufficient. Take off your clothes and shoes. Since you no longer acknowledge this family, do not wear a single stitch from the Xu family. Have the courage to go out naked. Wang Mei declared triumphantly. Xue'er could hardly believe the depths of this woman's shamelessness. What? Are you afraid now? You were so bold just a moment ago. In the end, you are nothing but a worthless creature, just like your deceased mother. Wang Mei continued mercilessly. Enough. Leave. Xue'er suddenly interrupted Wang Mei's tirade. Huh, it's good to settle accounts clearly. Xue'er scoffed, stowing the dragon egg into her spatial ring. She then began to unfasten her outer garment. Her fair skin and slender figure were revealed. However, a few scars marred her back. Goodness, this sight was rather inappropriate. Gao Xiaohan felt a wave of embarrassment from within the dragon egg. Xue'er turned and opened the wardrobe. This is the only keepsake my mother left me. This is her clothing, not the Su family's belongings. She then retrieved a light blue long dress and slipped it on. Xue'er was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the dress. Now, I possess nothing belonging to the Su family. Xue'er stated. Enough. Wang Mei, you have gone too far. Finally, Xue'er could no longer tolerate it and spoke up. Huh, seeing this man so spineless. Only now, upon witnessing his daughter being bullied, did he utter a word. Xue'er was nearly driven to laughter by her anger. Being his daughter was indeed a disgrace. Gone too far? Look at her stealing our dragon egg. Why do you not say she's gone too far? Wang Mei sneered. Xue'er, barefoot and clad in her mother's old dress, lifted the dragon egg from the ground and headed for the door. Xue'er, stop right there. Wang Mei attempted to block her again. Let her go. From this day forth, she is no longer a member of the Su family. Xue'er restrained Wang Mei. Gao Xiaohan watched the entire scene unfold from within the dragon egg, feeling both amused and furious. If one day he were to encounter this family, he would surely give them a beating. With people like this, only a fist could teach them a lesson. Xue'er reached the doorway. By now, the sky had darkened, and a light rain began to fall. The icy raindrops struck Xue'er's bare feet. For some reason, at that moment, she felt a sense of relief. Her heart lightened. These years in this household had been stifling. Now that she was leaving, there was no sense of loss. Rather, it felt like liberation. Gao Xiaohan, watching from within the dragon egg, felt both anger and pity for Xue'er. This girl appeared so delicate, yet she possessed an indescribable spirit. This was something Gao Xiaohan greatly admired. Rest assured, dear girl, once I break free from this shell, I will surely protect you well. The rain intensified, soaking Xue'er's long dress. Now, she felt somewhat lost. Having lived in the Su family for years, she had little exposure to the outside world. At this moment, she did not even know where to go. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at Xue'er. In such heavy rain, a young girl walking barefoot on the street was quite a sight. After about an hour of walking, Xue'er found herself standing before a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city. Unknowingly, she had arrived here. The last time she visited this place was on her 10th birthday. This was her maternal grandfather's home, which had become her uncle's after his passing. After her mother's death, her uncle was the only relative who had ever cared for her. However, later, due to conflicts with Xue'er, the two families had cut ties. Recalling the joyful times spent with her family, tears welled up uncontrollably. Xue'er knelt down at the entrance of the courtyard. Who is it? Perhaps hearing the sobs, voices erupted from within the room. Just then, the door swung open and a middle-aged man stood at the doorway, his face awash with shock as he gazed upon Xue'er, who knelt in the rain. Xue'er, is it truly you, Xue'er? What has happened? Come inside quickly. Without the time to grab an umbrella, Uncle Lin Chi rushed out in his slippers. Uncle! At that moment, Xue'er could no longer contain her tears, breaking down in sorrow. Oh dear child, what on earth has transpired? Do not linger in the rain. Come inside at once. Uncle Lin Chi hurriedly supported Xue'er, but she was on the verge of collapse and fainted. Her frail body, soaked by the rain and weary from her long journey, could only withstand so much. It was a miracle she had managed to hold on until now. Lin Chi swiftly carried Xue'er indoors and gently laid her upon the bed. What has happened to this child? Quickly, Lin Chi furrowed his brow, instructing his wife, Li Qingwan, to prepare hot water and ginger soup. It must be that scoundrel Xue'er's doing. If it weren't for him back then, my sister would not have. Lin Chi's anger flared as he slammed his hand on the table. Enough. What good does it do to dwell on this now? This child is exhausted. Keep your voice down. Li Qingwan murmured from the side. Gao Xiaohan, hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Evidently, Uncle Lin Chi's family still possessed a semblance of humanity. Chapter 3. The Su family's lack of insight. The ancient fiery sun dragon. After a brief moment, Xue'er gradually regained her composure. Lying on the bed, she felt her body warmed considerably. Xue'er, you're awake? Don't rush to speak. First, have some ginger soup. Lin Chi said as he hurriedly approached her with a bowl of steaming ginger soup. Xue'er accepted the soup, her eyes brimming with tears. How long had it been since someone cared for her like this? Ever since her mother passed away, it felt as though she had been forsaken by the entire world. What has transpired? Lin Chi finally inquired. Uncle, I ran away from home, Xue'er murmured, her head bowed. That Wang Mei has bullied you again, hasn't he? That wretched woman. And that scoundrel Xue'er. Lin Chi erupted in anger. Xue'er recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her story, Lin Chi was so enraged that he nearly crushed the walnut he had been holding for years. What an insufferable wretch. If it weren't for your grandfather recognizing his talent for cultivation, Xue'er would amount to nothing. He is merely a poor boy from a slum who owes his current status to clinging to our Lin family. Rest assured, now that you have left, there is no need to return. Stay here with your uncle. Lin Chi's frustration was palpable. Old Lin, calm down. Xue'er is famished. Let the child eat something first. Li Qingwan interjected, bringing a bowl of steaming chicken noodle soup and placing it before Xue'er. Alas, I opposed your mother's marriage to him from the start. A pauper with no background, daring to seek our Lin family's favor just because of a bit of cultivation talent. Back then, this scoundrel was constantly begging your grandfather for pity. How many resources did our Lin family provide him? Without that, where would he be today? Lin Chi sighed deeply and took a seat. Old Lin, it has been so many years. Let it rest, Li Qingwan interrupted again. Without a formidable background and family support, how could he thrive? Do you know how many resources were given to Xue'er? 100,000 gold coins. A full 100,000. At that time, it was sufficient to support a family for 3 generations. Lin Chi scoffed. Xue'er was taken aback. She had never realized the extent of her grandfather's family's power. The last time she had any contact with her grandfather's family, she was too young to comprehend such matters. 100,000 gold coins. What a staggering concept. Even now, it would be enough to exchange for billions in currency. Since your mother's passing, the Su family has gradually distanced themselves from the Lin family, even forbidding you from contacting us. They are truly ingrates. And that wretched woman will surely face retribution one day. Lin Chi continued to fume. It was no wonder her father had never mentioned matters related to her grandfather's family over the years. It seemed the past was far more complicated than she had realized. Uncle, murmured Xue'er. In that moment, she began to sense some underlying truths. When her mother passed away, she was still quite young, and over the years, Xue'er had never mentioned her mother. Could it be that your mother was the most gifted individual in the Lin family? At the tender age of 15, she successfully transitioned to a 5th-level mage. A rare prodigy in the Lin family's century-long history. Just as Lin Chi was about to continue, he suddenly halted. What were you about to say? Xue'er furrowed her brow. It's nothing. In any case, you are the sole bloodline of my sister. From now on, this shall be your home. Lin Chi shook his head. Suddenly, a thought struck Xue'er, and she hurriedly rose to retrieve the dragon egg from her spatial ring. Finally, I remembered about you. Little lord, it's stifling in this ring, Hai Xiaohan grumbled. Is this the dragon egg you found on the snow-capped mountain? Lin Chi leaned in for a closer look. The next moment, he was utterly stunned. This is Lin Chi hastily and carefully took the dragon egg, examining it intently. What is wrong, old Lin? Li Qingwan inquired as she approached. You have no idea. This is not an ordinary dragon egg. Lin Chi's excitement was palpable. Hai Xiaohan inside the egg could hear everything clearly. Haha, how could this little lord be ordinary? It must be a child of destiny, or rather, a dragon of destiny. Hai Xiaohan thought to himself, a slight smile gracing his lips. You may not know, but I am a renowned eye master in the empire, Lin Chi chuckled. Xue'er paused, having some understanding of eye masters. In this world where everyone could change professions, eye masters were an exceptionally rare vocation. Since the moment they transitioned to eye masters, they would read vast amounts of ancient texts daily, accumulating knowledge. My innate ability is true sight, which allows me to see through the essence of any treasure. Over the years, I have encountered countless rare dragon eggs, Lin Chi said, his words becoming somewhat disjointed with excitement. Cradling the dragon egg in his hands, Lin Chi gently caressed its surface, observing it meticulously. If I am not mistaken, this is an egg of the ancient Sunfire Dragon. Ancient Sunfire Dragon. Xue'er looked perplexed. Indeed. Ha ha ha, that brute Xue'er lacks discernment. Had he known it was an ancient Sunfire Dragon, the Su family would never have let you leave. Lin Chi laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Hai Xiaohan inside the egg furrowed his brow. What is happening? Am I truly that extraordinary? Rest assured, once I emerge, I shall surely restore the Lin family's glory. Hai Xiaohan thought confidently. The ancient Sunfire Dragon was one of the most powerful dragons from ancient times, said to have gone extinct millennia ago. They possessed the ultimate power of the blazing sun, capable of effortlessly incinerating an entire city upon reaching adulthood. Moreover, although the authenticity remains uncertain, Ancient texts record that they can even assume human form and wield advanced magic. My dear girl, your fate is indeed fortunate. Lin Shi chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Xue'er's hair. This dragon egg is exceedingly valuable. No wonder Wang Mei covets it so intensely. Xue'er furrowed her brow at that moment. Valuable? The worth of this dragon egg transcends the realm of mere currency. Should the four great families become aware of its existence, it would undoubtedly spark a fierce and bloody struggle for possession. Lin Shi nearly burst into laughter. That much is true. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The power of a family is entirely reliant on the prowess of its strongest members. If a top-tier beast master were to emerge within a family, accompanied by an ancient dragon, it would grant that family unparalleled dominance within the empire. This matter must remain confidential. Rest assured, this dragon egg is yours. Your uncle and aunt will not claim it. However, the Su family must never learn of this. With the developments over the years, Su Hai Tian has strengthened the Su family's influence significantly. Now is not the time to sever ties. The humiliation you endured today, Lin Shi, shall help you reclaim in the future. Lin Shi clenched his fist. Chapter 4. Principles, better left unspoken. In just a few days, Xue'er's condition improved considerably. Over the years, she had certainly endured her share of grievances within the Su family. At her age, she should be cultivating her vocational abilities and attending a martial arts academy. However, several years prior, the Su family forced her to drop out of school and serve as a maid daily. It is worth noting that her uncle and aunt, despite their age, have yet to bear children, which has led to their particular fondness for Xue'er. The following day, Xue'er suddenly noticed that the dragon egg at her bedside was faintly glowing. Uncle! Xue'er was momentarily taken aback. What is it? What happened? Lin Shi, having heard her call from the living room, hurried over. Xue'er pointed towards the dragon egg in the room. Wonderful! This dragon egg is about to hatch. Lin Shi exclaimed with a smile. Xue'er breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. Don't worry, I will summon a veterinarian. Lin Shi said cheerfully as he turned to leave the room. At that moment, within the dragon egg, ding! Detecting that the host is about to break free from the shell, system rewards. Essence of the eggshell devoured, gaining 500 vitality, 5 strength, 5 agility, skill evolution, blazing dragon breath, intermediate. Gao Xiaohan was momentarily stunned. It seems that devouring not only provides attribute bonuses, but also grants skill rewards. Old Xiao. This is the dragon egg. Shortly thereafter, sounds emanated from the eggshell, prompting Gao Xiaohan to look outside, assuring, rest easy. After decades of practicing veterinary medicine, Old Xiao furrowed his brow and waved his hand, signaling everyone to exit. A crisp sound echoed from within after a while. Come in, Old Xiao's voice resonated. Xue'er and Lin Shi hurriedly entered. In the center of the shattered eggshell stood a small dragon, its body a deep crimson, shaking its little head. Well, I've never encountered such a dragon in my entire life. Old Xiao mused, stroking his chin as he examined it. It appears to be an ordinary dragon, albeit with a unique appearance. Lin Shi quickly replied, fully aware that if the Su family or any other factions discovered the dragon's origins, it would jeopardize Xue'er's safety in the future. All right, my responsibility is merely to assist in the birth. I shall concern myself with nothing else. However, this dragon does seem rather endearing. When it hatched, it did not emit the fierce cries typical of other dragons. Perhaps it is simply a bit naive. Old Xiao remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Is this old man actually speaking sensibly? If it weren't for the fact that Gao Xiaohan had just hatched and couldn't yet speak, a debate with this mediocre physician would have ensued. Trying to stretch its limbs and tail, the little dragon relished the sensation of freedom. Let us bond with it now. Lin Shi smiled at Xue'er, causing her to pause. Although her uncle had previously mentioned that the dragon rightfully belonged to her, Xue'er understood well that, according to her uncle, the dragoness value could significantly influence a family. Moreover, each beast tamer could only forge a contract with a beast once. Attempting to bond again would be exceedingly difficult. A warmth enveloped Xue'er's heart. Her uncle was 100, even 1,000 times more supportive than her timid father. Cautiously approaching the little dragon, she squatted down and extended her right hand. I am unsure if you can comprehend my words, but from this moment onwards, I will take good care of you. Xue'er smiled gently. Gao Xiaohan leaned its head against her palm, feeling grateful for her willingness to sever ties with her family for its sake. After several days of observation, it recognized her beauty and kind heart, preferring not to bond with anyone else. A golden light enveloped the two, signifying the success of their contract. Xue'er immediately scooped Gao Xiaohan into her arms. Once Old Xiao departed, Lin Shi exhaled in relief. Indeed, this is the ancient Sunfire Dragon. The red scales, the patterns along its spine, exactly as described in ancient texts. The ancient Sunfire Dragon is a pinnacle existence among dragons. With this dragon, the Su family shall no longer intimidate us. However, until it matures, we must maintain a low profile, Lin Qi excitedly continued. Let us name you Little Yen, Su Xue'er remarked, resting her chin on her hand. Little Yen? At this moment, Gao Xiaohan wore a perplexed expression. After all, he was a member of the ancient dragon clan, a name that carried a certain gravitas. Xiao Yan, it's time for a bath, Su Xue'er said with a smile, effortlessly lifting Gao Xiaohan into her arms and turning towards the bathroom. In truth, she had researched the matter prior to his hatching. After the emergence of a dragon, remnants of a viscous substance linger on their scales, necessitating a thorough cleansing. Moreover, frequent baths are beneficial for a dragon's growth. Gao Xiaohan was taken aback. What was happening? Bathing with a beautiful lady? A beautiful lady scrubbing his back? No. As a dragon of integrity, he felt something was amiss. Yet, as a newly hatched young dragon, it was only natural to be filled with curiosity about the world. Besides, he was still small. Perhaps it was acceptable. Gao Xiaohan pondered internally. At that moment, Su Xue'er was swift, removing her clothing, her outerwear, tank top, and undergarments. What a delightful transformation it was to be reborn as a dragon. With long legs and a petite figure, she was captivating. Gao Xiaohan quickly submerged himself in the water, blowing bubbles. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Is the water too hot? Su Xue'er inquired as she joined him in the bath. This was unacceptable. He was a dragon with principles. Gao Xiaohan retorted. Haha, where are you trying to touch? You little lecherous dragon. Su Xue'er chuckled at Gao Xiaohan's antics. There he lay, comfortably nestled in her embrace. Principles could be cast aside. Gao Xiaohan surrendered to the moment. Su Xue'er diligently cleaned his scales, wishing for him to grow quickly and assist her uncle and the Su family. Rest assured, mother, leaving the Su family and that man, Xue'er will thrive. My uncle's family treats me well. You can find peace in the afterlife. At this thought, Su Xue'er lowered her head, a look of melancholy crossing her features. After their bath, Su Xue'er hesitated for a moment. Tonight, will you sleep in your little nest, or? In fact, she had prepared a cozy nook for Gao Xiaohan long ago. However, to have a member of the ancient dragon clan reside in a nest, that was preposterous. With a lady to soothe him to sleep, why would he settle for a mere nest? Without a second thought, Gao Xiaohan jumped onto Su Xue'er's bed, finding a comfortable spot. Good night, Xiaoyan, Su Xue'er said, gently stroking his head. Don't worry, dear. Once I grow up, I will repay you well. With me around, nothing from the Su family or any clan can hold us back. I shall ensure your ascension. Chapter 5, Arrival at the Academy. In the Lin family's courtyard, morning light streamed in. Xue'er, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Lin Qi approached Su Xue'er early in the day. Uncle, what is it? Please, just speak plainly. What is there to deliberate? At this moment, Su Xue'er was momentarily taken aback. Without her uncle's assistance, she feared she might have found herself sleeping on the streets. Naturally, all she felt for her uncle's family was gratitude. Therefore, there was no need for discussion. She would certainly heed her uncle's words. I believe you should attend school, Lin Qi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Xue'er was stunned. School? Over the years at the Su family, her right to an education had been stripped away. I haven't attended school for several years, she frowned. At this point in her life, such aspirations felt distant. It was precisely for this reason that she ought to go. Those years spent under Su Haitian's tyrannical rule had turned her into little more than a servant, hindering her progress and education. Lin Qi resolutely declared, I cannot stand by and watch my niece squander her potential any longer. Moreover, your mother became a level 5 mage at the age of 15. Your talent is surely no less than hers. You must go. He emphatically slammed the table. Gao Xiaohan lay on a nearby cushion, munching on meat while listening to their conversation. School? It seemed the time for his own return was drawing near. It wasn't just Xue'er who had fallen into despair during their time at home. He felt like he was becoming a complete waste of a dragon. Gao Xiaohan patted his belly, realizing he had gained weight in recent days. Perhaps some exercise would do him good. However, the enrollment period for the Empire's vocational schools had long since passed, hadn't it? Su Xue'er mumbled softly, her prolonged stay at home making her socially anxious. She found herself hesitating. Although I may not possess the same prominence as your grandfather during his lifetime, I still hold some renown within the Empire. Lin Qi chuckled with pride. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaohan nearly spat out his food in surprise. Who would have thought this uncle was quite influential? Moreover, this was hardly a discussion. It seemed the decision had already been made. But what about tuition? Su Xue'er asked, her head lowered. Do not concern yourself with that. Lin Qi waved his hand dismissively. That would be an insult to me. The Lin family is a prominent household. Tuition is but a trifling matter. I could easily support you for a lifetime. No, 10 lifetimes. He chuckled wryly. Gao Xiaohan, nearly bursting with laughter, couldn't help but interject. In such a grand family, why worry about a small sum of money? Once he helped her soar to great heights, she would repay him 1,000-fold. Thus, the matter of school is settled. We shall await the notification, Lin Qi declared. In the meantime, I will have Xiao Yan intensify your training. Your contract has only just been established, and you will need to adapt. Lin Qi smiled. Gao Xiaohan was taken aback by this. Training? Adapting? So, while she attended school, it would be him undergoing the training? Sigh. Oh well, who could resist the debt of gratitude owed to this girl? In the ensuing days, Lin Qi personally devised a training regimen for Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan. Each dawn, under Lin Qi's guidance, Xue'er engaged in fundamental magical exercises. In truth, this world is replete with a myriad of professions, each accompanied by an array of abilities. Magic, naturally, pertains to the spells wielded by sorcerers. However, it is pertinent to note that beast tamers can employ a select few rudimentary survival spells to aid in their combat with beasts, albeit their capabilities pale in comparison to those of genuine magicians. Xiao Yan unleashed the sun dragon breath once more. In the courtyard, Xue'er was quite spirited. Gao Xiaohan inhaled deeply, channeling a surge of searing energy. With a whoosh, a dark red flame erupted forth, striking the distant target. Yet, the intensity of the flame was evidently lacking. TSK, why is this flame so feeble? Gao Xiaohan lamented, feeling disheartened. After all, he was the ancient sun dragon. What could be amiss? Beep. Host is currently in the juvenile dragon stage. Skill efficacy is restricted. It is advised to enhance skill levels through consumption. Consumption, indeed. Gao Xiaohan surveyed his surroundings. There were plenty of items to devour, but one could not simply eat indiscriminately, could they? Xiao Yan, do not fret. You are still young. Xue'er knelt down, gently stroking Gao Xiaohan's head. The days of training passed swiftly, and before long, it was the eve of enrollment. Xue'er, tomorrow you shall report to the Royal Beast Taming Academy, Lin Qi remarked while seated in the living room. One could discern from his expression that he harbored some concerns. However, there was no alternative. If Xue'er were to remain sheltered at home, she would surely succumb to despondency. There is something I must inform you in advance. The young master of the Su family, your half-brother Su Mingxian, is also attending the Royal Beast Taming Academy this year. Moreover, the Su family has rapidly developed over the years, wielding considerable influence within the academy. Su Mingxian is exceptionally gifted, and it is said that he has already gained the recognition of a 6th-tier phantom beast. Lin Qi furrowed his brow. Xue'er frowned as well. Her brother was also there, and he was indeed a beast tamer. Initially, the family had intended to cultivate him as a sorcerer. However, upon Xue'er acquiring the dragon egg, they contemplated seizing it from her to bestow upon him, leading to his training as a beast tamer. Little did she expect to encounter him at school. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaohan scoffed. A 6th-tier phantom beast? Merely that. The ancient sun dragon was a paragon among dragons, capable of effortlessly incinerating an entire city upon reaching maturity. Just grant me some time, and I shall teach him a thing or two about beasts. Nonetheless, since the decision had been made, they would have to face the situation head-on. At the break of dawn the following day, Xue'er set off for school, with Gao Xiaohan being summoned into the spatial ring. Well then, are we all prepared? Lin Qi conducted a thorough check of the luggage. Here are the study resources and some pocket money I have prepared for you. Remember to exercise caution at the academy and refrain from revealing the true identity of Xiao Yan too readily. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me, understood? Lin Qi handed Xue'er a storage ring. Rest assured, Uncle, Xue'er replied earnestly with a nod. Upon arriving at the school, she observed that, apart from its size, there was nothing particularly special about it. She had expected a prestigious academy to be adorned with gilded edges. Instead, it appeared rather unremarkable. Gao Xiaohan pursed his lips at that moment. Miss Lin, welcome to the Royal Beast Academy. Please follow the guide to the new student registration area. A teacher on duty remarked after examining Xue'er's admission notice. Xue'er looked at the teacher in astonishment. Indeed, her uncle held considerable influence. The teachers were exceedingly courteous. Look, that's the new transfer student. I heard she hails from the Lin family. The Lin family? That fallen clan. It said she was cast out by her own family and is now living under someone else's roof. The surrounding whispers continued. Xue'er had anticipated such reactions. Isn't that Xue'er? A familiar voice reached her ears. She looked up to see a familiar figure. Chapter 6. The Provocation of Su Mingxian. Wang Mei's niece, Wang Yun, stood nearby, surrounded by several girls who clearly did not have good intentions. They appeared to be the school as troublemakers. Xue'er had no desire to engage with such individuals. I thought you'd never dare to show your face again. I heard you were expelled from the Su family and are now living with that so-called beastmaster uncle of yours. What? Hoping to leverage that connection to gild your way into the Royal Beast Academy? Wang Yin approached with a cold smirk. Xue'er chose not to respond. What was there to discuss with such a person? Hey, did you know? She even picked up her own beast, a mixed-breed dragon of unknown lineage. My cousin Mingxian said that the midterm assessment is coming up soon. Just wait and see what happens to her. Without the Su family's protection. Let's see how far she gets. Wang Yin proclaimed to her companions. It seemed that the Su family had spoken ill of Xue'er, and the rumors had spread to the academy. Gao Xiaohan was incensed at that moment. Mixed-breed dragon? You think she's a mutt? Your entire family is a bunch of mutts. What are you doing? A girl with a ponytail approached. The vice-class monitor? Wang Yin froze awkwardly. This is the entrance of the academy, not a place for idle chatter. Additionally, new students are protected by the academy's regulations. If you wish to cause trouble, perhaps you should first inquire whether the discipline committee would approve. The ponytailed girl said coldly. Wang Yun pouted and reluctantly stepped aside. My name is Lin Yu, and I am the vice-class monitor in your class. Are you not the niece of Uncle Lynch? He reached out to me in advance and requested that I take care of you. Lin Yu cast a glance at Xue'er. Thank you, Senior Lin. Xue'er nodded appreciatively. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, the midterm assessment is in half a month. The assessment involves entering a dungeon known as the Demon Hunting Forest, where you will hunt magical creatures to earn points. Your performance will not only affect your academy ranking, but also determine the resources available to you. Since you have just arrived, this is a perfect opportunity for you to acclimatize in the coming days, Lin Yu remarked as they walked. Assessment? Dungeon? These concepts were entirely foreign to her. However, Gao Xiaohan was brimming with excitement, eager to test his skills. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, with Lin Yu's assistance, Xue'er gradually adapted to life at the Royal Beast Taming Academy. Although many whispered behind her back, Xue'er paid no heed to their petty gossip. Classmates, silence. The midterm assessment is about to commence. The assessment will take place in the Demon Hunting Forest dungeon and will last for 3 hours. Each magical creature you slay will earn you corresponding academic credits, which will determine your rankings. The top 3 will receive additional rewards, a high-grade beast contract stone, a rare skill scroll, and a set of top-tier cultivation resources. The chief examiner announced from the center of the square. The square erupted into a frenzy. A contract stone? A skill scroll? They must be mine. Upon hearing of the rewards, Gao Xiaohan was filled with enthusiasm. Furthermore, all students will enter the dungeon individually, and your performances will be recorded by magical imaging and projected onto the academy square for all faculty and students to witness. The chief examiner continued. At this revelation, Xue'er tightened her grip on her beast-taming pouch nervously. Don't be anxious. The lower regions of the Demon Hunting Forest are quite safe. The primary magical creatures pose no life-threatening danger to students with tamed beasts. Remember to act within your limits. Accumulating enough credits is sufficient, so there's no need to take unnecessary risks, Lin Yu reassured her. Xue'er nodded in response. Before she could respond further, a sudden commotion erupted in the square. A group of students approached, and the one in the middle was all too familiar to Xue'er, Su Mingxian. Look, there's the waste that was cast out by the Su family. I heard she picked up a little mixed dragon. It's truly laughable. Wang Yin remarked slyly beside Su Mingxian. Laughter erupted around them. Sister, good luck on the assessment. If you perform poorly, you'll truly have no face left to show. Su Mingxian shot a glance at Xue'er. You insolent wretch. Such a brazen little ingrate deserves a slap. Let me out. I'll scorch your arrogant self with a breath of dragon fire. Gao Xiaohan fumed at that moment. At this moment, Xue'er could only utter a couple of words, a simple mockery devoid of any intention to engage in further conversation. Having distanced herself from the Su family, she no longer felt compelled to grant this individual any semblance of respect. Time's up. All students, please enter the teleportation array in order of your numbers. The chief examiner's voice interrupted the gathering. In a flash, Xue'er was transported to a dense forest. This was the Demon Hunting Forest. After ensuring her surroundings were safe, she released Gao Xiaohan from her spatial ring. Finally out, Gao Xiaohan stretched languidly. Xiaoyan, we must be cautious. There are magical beasts everywhere. Xue'er affectionately patted Gao Xiaohan's head. Do not worry, I am here. With that, Gao Xiaohan led the way forward. Although he was still a young dragon and could not articulate human speech, a certain understanding existed between them. A chuckle escaped Xue'er's lips as she observed Gao Xiaohan's proud demeanor. However, their journey was abruptly interrupted by a rustling sound from the bushes. Be careful. Xue'er quickly grasped Gao Xiaohan's arm. In the next instant, Dozens of fist-sized black ants surged forth from all directions. Ant-eating beasts. Watch out for their acidic liquid. Xue'er recalled the information from her studies and shouted urgently. She had diligently prepared herself for this moment. Xiaoyan, use your dragon breath skill. Xue'er commanded. Unfazed, Gao Xiaohan, being an ancient dragon, was determined not to be intimidated by these small ants. With a fierce breath, a dark red flame erupted, instantly incinerating several ant-eating beasts. Hiss hiss. A significant number of the beasts fell, but this only provoked more to swarm in from every direction. The sheer volume was overwhelming. In a panic, Xue'er retreated a few steps, her back pressed against a sturdy tree. It was her first real battle, and it was impossible not to feel anxious. The other students had already undergone several practical training sessions, putting Xue'er at a disadvantage as she had only recently enrolled. Gao Xiaohan continued to unleash his dragon breath while using his claws to shred the advancing ant-eating beasts. Ding! Host has slain an ant-eating beast, can absorb its attributes. Do you wish to absorb? Absorb? Gao Xiaohan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and devoured the carcass of the fallen beast. Ding! Absorption of ant-eating beast successful. Gained 5 experience, 8 defense, 2 attack, 3 health. What a delightful sensation. Gao Xiaohan felt invigorated. His speed and strength in wielding his dragon claws significantly enhanced. Xiaoyan, are you alright? Xue'er was momentarily taken aback as she witnessed Gao Xiaohan's growing prowess in battle. At this moment, Gao Xiaohan's prowess far surpassed that of his private training sessions. No worries. These creatures are indeed a tremendous boon. Gao Xiaohan, filled with excitement, continued to engage in battle, swiftly devouring each ant beast he defeated. Ding! Successfully devoured ant beast. Gained experience 5, defense 8, attack 2, health 3. Ding! Successfully devoured ant beast. Gained experience 5, defense 8, attack 2, health 3. After consuming over a dozen ant beasts, Gao Xiaohan felt a surge of strength, even noticing a slight increase in his physique. Current attributes: health 250, attack 32, defense 96, experience 85,100. To amass such experience points so swiftly, Gao Xiaohan felt a wave of satisfaction. It seemed this dungeon was tailor-made for him. As Gao Xiaohan's power escalated, the remaining ant beasts were swiftly eradicated. Remarkable, Xiaoyan. We just earned 20 credits. Xue'er gazed at Gao Xiaohan in astonishment, unable to believe his extraordinary might. Gao Xiaohan, brimming with pride, playfully nudged Xue'er's cheek. Sister, how did I perform? I seek your affectionate praise. The duo ventured deeper into the forest, encountering numerous magical creatures along the way: feathered serpents, armored beetles, and earth elementals. With each creature Gao Xiaohan vanquished, he immediately consumed their remains to bolster his attributes. Ding! Successfully devoured feathered serpent. Gained experience 8, defense 5, attack 4, health 2. Ding! Successfully devoured armored beetle. Gained experience 10, defense 12, attack 3, health 4. As the battles raged on, Gao Xiaohan's experience points soared. Current experience 98,100, one more kill, and he would level up. Gao Xiaohan felt a thrill of anticipation. Typically, leveling up comes with rewards. With rewards, this fortunate soul's abilities would undoubtedly become increasingly extraordinary. A roar echoed through the forest. Xiaoyan, be cautious. That is a shadow leopard, incredibly swift. Xue'er warned urgently. Gao Xiaohan refrained from a reckless assault, instead maneuvering to the side of the shadow leopard, unleashing a fiery breath of the sun dragon. Roar! The shadow leopard was scorched by the flames, letting out an enraged roar as it lunged towards Gao Xiaohan with lightning speed. However, having consumed a multitude of magical beasts, Gao Xiaohan's speed and reflexes had significantly enhanced. He adeptly dodged the attack and seized the opportunity to pounce, his sharp dragon claws piercing the creature's throat. It could be said that he grew bolder with each encounter, almost becoming bloodthirsty. The shadow leopard struggled for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Ding! Killed shadow leopard. Earned 15 credits. Ding! Successfully devoured shadow leopard. Gained experience 15. Defense 10, attack 8, health 5. Ding! Experience points are full, level up successful. Congratulations, host has leveled up to 2, acquiring the skill Dragon Scale Shield, beginner. Alas. A new skill, Dragon Scale Shield? It must be a defensive skill. Xiaoyan, you seem to have grown stronger. Xue'er also noticed that Gao Xiaohan's physique appeared to have expanded significantly, and the color of his scales seemed to darken somewhat. Naturally, I am the ancient Sunfire Dragon. If I could articulate my thoughts, Gao Xiaohan would likely be expressing his affection at this very moment. Dragon Scale Shield, beginner upon activation, forms a dragon scale shield, enhancing defense by 50 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. This new skill appears to be exceedingly practical. In truth, those magical beasts had not inflicted any damage upon me previously. With a further increase of 50% in defense, I would be virtually indestructible. Moreover, the higher my defense, the greater my rewards will be. This skill is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps I can become even stronger through the system in the future. With a defensive skill now at my disposal, Gao Xiaohan felt liberated. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What could that be? Xue'er inquired anxiously. Let us investigate. Gao Xiaohan, filled with curiosity, dashed toward the source of the sound, with Xue'er trailing closely behind. Navigating through a thicket, the two arrived at a clearing where several students were engaged in fierce combat with a colossal lizard-like creature. That is a third-tier magical beast, the Rock Lizard King. We must leave quickly. It is far too dangerous. Xue'er was not inclined to take any risks at this moment. After all, Gao Xiaohan was still young and needed time to grow. Besides, those students often spoke ill of him. He held no fondness for them. Cooperation was best avoided. However, Gao Xiaohan did not move, but instead observed intently. A warrior clad in light armor wielding a longsword, a mage clutching a staff, who was continuously chanting spells, and even an agile assassin wielding dual daggers were present. Each of these professions was rare and possessed unique characteristics. This intrigued Gao Xiaohan immensely. So many different career paths exist. He was captivated. The vocational system in this world was far more intricate than he had anticipated. The warrior charged ahead. The mage provided ranged support, and the assassin sought opportunities to exploit weaknesses. Their perfect synergy caused the Rock Lizard King to retreat steadily. Let us go find other magical beasts. We have accumulated 60 credits. Just a bit more, and we can pass the assessment. Xue'er tugged at Gao Xiaohan. Just then, the ground began to quake, and a tremendous roar erupted from the woods ahead. Roar! A massive beast, its entire body encased in a brown shell, burst forth from the forest. The beast showed no hesitation, charging directly towards Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan. The Dororo beast. A fourth-tier monster. Run! Xue'er turned pale. What did it mean to face a fourth-tier creature? Only those who had undergone professional advancement within the Imperial Army could contend with such a foe. Yet, at this moment, there was no time to spare. The Dororo beast's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the two, its massive forepaw descending upon Xue'er. Be careful. Gao Xiaohan sprang forward. Dragon scale armor. A layer of dark crimson scales enveloped him, absorbing the beast's blow. Bang! The tremendous force sent Gao Xiaohan flying. But the dragon scale shield mitigated most of the damage, allowing him to land unsteadily. Damage taken. Health 30 Xiaoyan. Xue'er, terrified, hurriedly embraced Gao Xiaohan. He quickly regained his footing, glaring fiercely at the Dororo beast. Compared to himself, this girl should be more concerned about her own safety. After all, he was of the dragon lineage, not so easily harmed. Yet, her fragility made Gao Xiaohan even more anxious. You dare to seek death. Gao Xiaohan was furious now. This was utterly humiliating. Chapter 8. Evolution. Everyone was stunned. Could it be an aberrant dragon? After all, he was a dragon. How could he allow a mere beetle to bully him? This indignity was unbearable for Gao Xiaohan. Fiery dragon breath. A flame even more intense and massive than before erupted, striking the Dororo beast squarely in the face. Roar! The Dororo beast recoiled in pain, but soon charged again. Its tough shell seemed to possess a commendable resistance to flames. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether the Dororo beast possessed any intelligence at all. In any case, it seemed to regard Gao Xiaohan with disdain. At this moment, Gao Xiaohan could hardly swallow his pride. Even as Xue'er urged him to flee, he felt compelled to reclaim his honor. Xiaoyan, attack its abdomen. That part has the weakest shell. Xue'er appeared to have discerned Gao Xiaohan's determination. Calmly, she observed the Dororo beast before her, recalling the descriptions in her books, and quickly began to direct him. Gao Xiaohan nodded. Seizing the moment when the beast's attack missed, he rolled beneath its abdomen. Little beetle, spill your gold for me. Gao Xiaohan's dragon claws surged with power, piercing fiercely into the soft underbelly of the Dororo beast while unleashing a concentrated dragon breath. The Dororo beast howled in agony, thrashing wildly to dislodge Gao Xiaohan. Yet, he held on tenaciously. His claws and breath relentlessly assaulted the same spot, ultimately tearing open a wound. Now's the chance. Gao Xiaohan took advantage of the moment to unleash his dragon breath within the Dororo beast's body. Boom! The abdomen of the Dororo beast erupted from within. A notification chimed, announcing the defeat of the Dororo beast and awarding 50 credits. Another notification followed, indicating the successful devouring of the beast, granting 50 experience points, 30 defense, 25 attack, and 20 health. Yet another alert proclaimed that experience points were now full, resulting in a successful level up. The system detected that the host had met the conditions for evolution and inquired whether to proceed immediately. Evolution. There was no room for hesitation. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Gao Xiaohan. However, this was not in the depths of the forest, but within Gao Xiaohan's consciousness. Gao Xiaohan's body floated slowly into the air, rapidly enlarging as scales fell away and regenerated, transforming into a deeper shade of dark red. Moreover, the scales had indeed become significantly thicker, acquiring a hint of metallic texture. The dragon horns elongated slightly. Xue'er was left speechless in astonishment. She understood all too well that Gao Xiaohan would grow increasingly powerful, yet she was unaware of the existence of the system. Was the metamorphosis of this ancient dragon lineage truly instantaneous? She had assumed it to be a gradual process. It seemed that the text she had read could not be entirely trusted. As she gazed at the transformed Gao Xiaohan, her worldview nearly shattered. The literature clearly stated that it would take at least 5 years to observe Gao Xiaohan's gradual growth. Given the current pace, one could only imagine what extraordinary form he would take in 5 years. Xiaoyan, you are simply magnificent, Xue'er murmured. Congratulations, host, on completing your first evolution. Now transformed into a juvenile ancient sunfire dragon, announced the system. You have acquired a new skill, solar impact, intermediate, and all attributes have increased by 30. A new skill? An overall boost in attributes? This time, the dungeon run had indeed proved immensely rewarding. The announcement echoed, warning that the midterm assessment would conclude in 3 hours. Xiaoyan, we have already amassed 110 credits. That should be sufficient to pass the assessment. Xue'er smiled. Initially, she had feared she would struggle to pass. With 110 credits, she was confident of placing within the top 30. However, Gao Xiaohan now comprehended that this was merely the novice village, a treasure trove for leveling up. There would be no opportunity to gain experience and level up like this upon returning to school. How could he bear to leave? Let us go and continue hunting monsters. Gao Xiaohan roared. Naturally, Xue'er understood Gao Xiaohan's intent. Although she had been quite anxious moments ago, witnessing his extraordinary prowess had instilled her with newfound confidence. At that moment, in the square, everyone was astounded by the scene projected before them. What kind of dragon is that? Did it just evolve? It single-handedly defeated a 4th-tier Dororo beast. The students buzzed with excitement, and even the instructors were left in awe. At this moment, Su Mingxian stood amidst the crowd, wearing an expression of disdain. He had yet to participate in this trial. It is worth noting that, thanks to the resources provided by the Su family, he had been a top student in school over the past few years and could bypass the assessment entirely. On the other side, a voice called out, Su Mimi. Turning around, Xue'er was taken aback to see an unfamiliar boy who was rather decent-looking. However, the way he addressed her as Su Mimi was somewhat off-putting. May I inquire what the matter is? Xue'er asked. I am Lu Tianyang from the Lu family. I have been studying abroad and recently returned to the country. I was truly impressed by your performance in the dungeon today, Lu Tianyang remarked with a smile. Your dragon is indeed remarkable. But I am aware of your circumstances, cast out by the Su family and now residing with a branch of the Lin family, correct? Lu Tianyang smirked. Damn it. P.S. looking for trouble. Gao Xiaohan seethed at this moment. My affairs are of no concern to you, Xue'er retorted coldly. Don't be too hasty in dismissing me. I am here to assist you. I truly admire your talent, and you are quite striking as well. If you would consent to serve me and become Lu Tianyang's woman, I can provide you with top-tier cultivation resources, including this. He produced a small vial from his pocket containing a dark golden liquid. Do you know what this is? This is the essence of a 7th-tier golden-winged dragon. It is incredibly valuable. Just a single drop can elevate your little dragon's abilities significantly, and it may even awaken the bloodline talent of the golden-winged dragon. Lu Tianyang boasted, shaking the vial with an air of arrogance. Looking at Xue'er as if to say, be my dog. At that moment, Xue'er nearly retched. The surrounding students, having just slain a magical beast, gathered around to witness the spectacle, each donning expressions of intrigue. Before Xue'er could respond, Gao Xiaohan was thoroughly enraged. With a thunderous roar, Gao Xiaohan unleashed a formidable pressure. A wave of terrifying killing intent enveloped the area within several dozen meters. As a job changer, he was naturally more sensitive to such malevolent forces than ordinary individuals. Lu Tianyang nearly dropped his vial, and his companions were left utterly paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. What is this? A golden-winged dragon? No, it seems different. Retreat. The crowd was left in stunned silence. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. While a beast tamer's dragon was indeed precious, a young dragon should not exert such oppressive force. It was not merely a young dragon. Even an adult dragon should not instill such fear in so many job changers. This was not a golden-winged dragon. It seemed to be some sort of aberrant creature. Enough. Aberrant dragons are exceedingly rare among the Academy's past students. Furthermore, there exists the legendary ancient dragon clan, of which only 2 remain in the entire empire. If that is indeed the case, how could they be expelled from the Su family? The murmurs continued. Chapter 9. Has Lu Tianyong lost all semblance of dignity? A light chuckle pierced the surrounding atmosphere. Young Master Lu, do you truly have the audacity to flaunt that bottle of dragon blood? That mere essence of dragon blood is likely worth less than a single hair from that dragon. Just look at it, clearly a rare breed. A 7th-tier golden-winged dragon? In the presence of this dragon, it holds no value whatsoever. A few schools had begun to stir trouble at that moment. Lu Tianyong's face darkened considerably. As a prominent heir of one of the 4 great families, how could he swallow such humiliation, especially with so many witnesses present? It was particularly difficult for him to save face. Silence. Lu Tianyong suddenly bellowed in anger, clearly exasperated. You dare to oppose the Lu family? I am the future heir of the Lu clan. Are you certain you want to proceed down this path? Lu Tianyong cast a glance around him, and the surrounding voices immediately hushed. The Lu family is indeed one of the 4 great families of the empire, possessing considerable influence even within the Royal Beastmaster Academy. To confront the Lu family would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Xue'er, today I shall make you realize that strength is all that matters here. What does your beast's mere roar signify? I challenge you to a Beastmaster duel. If you lose, you will obediently become my woman. And if you win, ha ha ha. That is impossible. You cannot win. Lu Tianyong let out a laugh. At this moment, Gao Xiaohan felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He never imagined he would encounter such a quintessential villainous buffoon in reality. The ancient dragon clan would effortlessly teach you a lesson. You are not even worthy of being human, Lu Tianyong. I have no interest in competing with you. Xue'er, focused on her assessment scores, was disinclined to engage with such a shameless individual. Moreover, entangling herself too deeply with someone like him would inevitably lead to trouble. Her uncle had previously advised her to maintain a low profile. Do you think I will provide you with the opportunity to refuse? Lu Tianyong sneered, suddenly producing a short rod from his pocket and striking fiercely towards Xue'er. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted from that rod. It turned out to be a magical weapon. Clearly, this fellow was a magician. However, given his tall stature, wielding such a short wand appeared rather incongruous. It seemed somewhat effeminate. The incident occurred so suddenly that Xue'er had no time to react. In that critical moment, Gao Xiaohan's figure instantly appeared before Xue'er. Roar! Gao Xiaohan's dragon scale protection skill activated in an instant. Solar Dragon Breath. In the next moment, Gao Xiaohan opened his mouth, unleashing a flame even more fervent than before. The fire collided with the energy of the magic wand. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings. At that instant, Lu Tianyong was utterly stunned. The wand had been completely melted. This is impossible. Yet, the magical weapon Lu Tianyong had purchased at great expense was reduced to ruins by this dragon's breath? Huh! Were you attempting to ambush me? Xue'er scoffed. What a shameless individual. Xue'er had not even consented to a duel, yet he had struck first. Such people are typically spoiled from a young age, coddled by their families. Lu Tianyong, you just attacked a female classmate, which is a clear violation of the Academy's regulations. I will report you to the disciplinary committee. Indeed, what kind of man resorts to violence against a girl? How despicable. The murmurs arose once more. Lu Tianyong's face darkened. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. He had originally thought to use this opportunity to humiliate Xue'er and teach that dragon a lesson. Instead, he found himself the target of so many people. Xue'er, don't think you're impressive just because a few useless individuals are backing you up. Wait for me. This matter is far from over. Lu Tianyong spat out a harsh retort before turning and leaving. Xiaoyan, thank you. Xue'er crouched down, gently stroking Gao Xiaohan's head. No need for thanks. I can easily teach such scum a lesson. Gao Xiaohan proudly nuzzled against Xue'er's palm. However, having offended this young master of the Lu family, he feared that trouble would follow them in school. Gao Xiaohan anticipated this and recognized that sometimes Xue'er could be quite naive. He couldn't help but worry that she might be taken advantage of. Hello, my name is Li Ming, a 4th-year student. At that moment, a boy approached Xue'er. Thank you for speaking up earlier. Xue'er nodded, recognizing Li Ming as one of those who had defended her. There were not many who dared to offend the Lu family's students, and those who spoke up for justice were rather refreshing. No need to thank me. Lu Tianyong has long bullied his classmates, relying on his family's power. With plenty of time remaining in the assessment, do you plan to continue hunting magical creatures? Of course. Xue'er smiled. Hiss, hiss, hiss. No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony of roars echoed from afar. The sound was serpent-like, chilling to the bone. What is that noise? The students quickly gathered together. Initially, they had been scattered, but the teacher had once advised that in the face of unusual circumstances, the best course of action was to unite immediately and avoid isolation. If faced with a formidable beast, avoiding direct confrontation is often the wisest course of action. Look over there. A monstrous creature, entirely encased in scales, is pursuing several students who are fleeing in disarray. That is the 5th-tier beast, the Diamond Lizard King. Even the top students of the 3rd year cannot withstand its onslaught. You all must flee. I will go to their aid. Li Ming shouted urgently, drawing his sword and preparing to charge forward. Upon seeing Li Ming draw his sword, Xue'er deduced that he was either an assassin or a warrior. The sword appeared quite substantial, indicating he was likely a warrior. Wait, let us go together. Xue'er called out to him. In truth, she did not wish for Gao Xiaohan to take such risks. After all, Gao Xiaohan was still quite young, akin to a fledgling dragon. It was uncertain whether he could withstand a powerful beast should they encounter one. However, since Li Ming had shown a sense of justice, consistently aiding her and even opposing the Lu family, she was reluctant to abandon him. Roar. A dragon's roar resonated, its meaning unmistakable. At that moment, Gao Xiaohan grasped Xue'er's intent. Charge. How could a mere lizard compare to this dragon? Do you comprehend the weight of bloodline suppression? Xiaoyan, are you certain you wish to engage? Xue'er furrowed her brows. Gao Xiaohan, undeterred, pressed ahead. The group hastened towards the Diamond Lizard King. One student was struck by the tail of the Diamond Lizard King and was sent flying. That student was a brawny warrior, a tank class. Typically, such classes possess the highest defense. Yet, to be so easily breached indicates the terrifying power of that strike. Li Ming, without hesitation, brandished his sword and charged forward. Chapter 10, Flight Skill, Wings of the Sun. Clang. The sword was deflected. The hardness of the Diamond Lizard King's scales was astonishing. Even Li Ming's strike could not penetrate its defenses. Damn it, this creature's defense is too formidable. Li Ming cursed. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaohan observed from the side. The scales of the Diamond Lizard King were indeed tough, but after a few exchanges, he noted that the scales around its abdomen and beneath its neck would part slightly with each turn. As expected of this dragon, leave it to me. Gao Xiaohan charged forth. Xiaoyan, aim for the abdomen and neck. Xue'er shouted after him. Truly, he is my beastmaster. This is what they call a meeting of minds, as they were in sync. Perhaps she was unaware of her own capabilities, for her observational skills were always keen. Senior, divert its attention. Xue'er called out to Li Ming. The other students, seeing this, also began to cooperate, distracting the Diamond Lizard King from various angles. The reason they had been unable to subdue this beast for so long was its absurdly high defense. Gao Xiaohan surged forward. Effortlessly, he slipped beneath the belly of the Diamond Lizard King. Solar impact. The fiery energy was unleashed with fervor. Boom. With a resounding crash, the Diamond Lizard King toppled over. Dragon Breath, unleash. Gao Xiaohan continuously released Dragon Breath upon the abdomen of the Diamond Lizard King. The scales in that area ultimately melted into a small cavity. Ding. You have slain the Diamond Lizard King, earning 100 credits. Ding. Successfully devoured the Diamond Lizard King. Gained 100 experience, 50 defense, 40 attack, 30 health. Ding. Experience points are full, level up successful. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up and acquired the skill, Solar Armor, Intermediate. Incredible. A level up. And an intermediate defensive skill, to boot. Damn. Li Ming exclaimed, overwhelmed. A dragon that had only recently evolved managed to single-handedly defeat a 5th-tier magical beast. The Diamond Lizard King? This was truly extraordinary, beyond comprehension. Amazing. We silently admire your prowess. The surrounding students cheered. In an instant, Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan became the darlings of the crowd. Solar Armor, intermediate upon activation, forms a layer of armor condensed from solar energy, enhancing defense by 70, while rebounding 30 of damage taken, lasting for 60 seconds with an 8-minute cooldown. Gao Xiaohan reveled in his newly acquired skill. The defensive skill had evolved and even possessed a counter-damage effect. His strength had surged rapidly throughout this journey. Was it perhaps too conspicuous? After all, Lin Shi had previously cautioned against drawing too much attention. Yet, Gao Xiaohan could not suppress his indignation. Ever since Xue'er arrived at school, she had faced constant disdain. Xiaoyan, are you all right? Xue'er hurried over to examine him closely. Gao Xiaohan flicked his tail. Of course, I am fine. Though, having devoured so many magical beasts has left me feeling a bit bloated. This was the only drawback of the devouring skill. Excessive consumption could indeed lead to discomfort. This classmate, Your dragon is quite impressive. May I have your contact information? Thank you for saving us. Would you consider teaming up? Several of the rescued students approached eagerly. This is all thanks to Xiaoyan. However, I don't require a team. Xue'er had no intention of forming a party. After all, Xiaoyan's existence was a closely guarded secret. Forming a team could easily expose them, and she had already accrued sufficient credits. She hadn't anticipated that this time would draw so much attention. Just as discussions ensued, a commotion arose in the distance. Oh no, not again. When will this end? Li Ming frowned. A larger beast was charging toward them. This beast is a colossal rhinoceros-like creature, adorned with sharp spikes and crowned with 3 formidable horns, the triangular rock rhinoceros. What is happening? Is today's dungeon difficulty excessively high? Run. A creature of this caliber would challenge even the Academy's mentors. Hurry. In an instant, the surrounding students prepared to flee. Yet at that moment, Gao Xiaohan, gazing at this behemoth, felt a surge of exhilaration. What is this? Another powerful monster has appeared. Does this not present an opportunity for me to level up? Such is the fortune of a true lucky one. Where else could such a chance be found? Outside the dungeon, I can only consume mundane food and meat daily. When will I evolve? It's time to take a gamble. We must engage. Xiaoyan, we must leave. Xue'er urged Xiaoyan to flee. The triangular rock rhinoceros was evidently stronger than the previous king of the diamond lizards. Gao Xiaohan shook his head, resolutely ignoring Xue'er's pleas. Xue'er was taken aback. What was happening? Xiaoyan still wanted to engage. At that moment, while all the other students were frantically retreating, only Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan remained in place. With a thunderous crash, the triangular rock rhinoceros charged forward, shaking the very ground beneath them. Fiery armor. Gao Xiaohan radiated with a brilliant glow as a layer of crimson energy armor enveloped him. In this instant, Gao Xiaohan had transformed from a mere young dragon cub into a majestic dragon beast nearly 2 meters in length. Roar! Gao Xiaohan unleashed a deafening dragon roar and charged headlong towards the triangular rock rhinoceros. Despite the vast disparity in size, Gao Xiaohan remained unfazed. In his eyes, this was no mere monster, but rather a source of experience. Bang! Astonishingly, Gao Xiaohan withstood the impact of the triangular rock rhinoceros. He was thrust back several meters, yet remained unscathed. Marvelous. The skills bestowed by the system are indeed impressive. His defensive capabilities are astonishingly high. If he continues to devour like this, it seems that no one in the entire empire could possibly hinder his progress. What a sight. That dragon can withstand the charge of a 6th-tier beast? While others are fleeing for their lives, Xue'er and that dragon are genuinely engaging the creature. All the students retreated to a safe distance, witnessing Gao Xiaohan's singular display of prowess. In this moment, Gao Xiaohan felt invigorated. With so many spectators, he could not afford to lose face. Fiery dragon breath. This strike landed squarely on the triangular rock rhinoceros's eye. Roar. The triangular rock rhinoceros appeared furious and unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Gao Xiaohan. In a swift maneuver, he darted to the creature's flank, and with a powerful thrust, his dragon claw pierced into its neck. Boom, boom, boom. 3 blasts of dragon breath penetrated the triangular rock rhinoceros's skull. Ding. Triangular rock rhinoceros slain, 150 credits earned. Ding. Successful devouring of triangular rock rhinoceros. Gained, 150 experience, 60 defense, 50 attack, 40 health. Ding. Experience points have reached their limit. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 4. Acquiring the skill, Wings of the Fiery Sun Beginner. Wings of the Fiery Sun? Could this possibly be a skill that allows flight? At this moment, Gao Xiaohan felt a surge of excitement and immediately activated the new skill. To his astonishment, a pair of crimson energy wings sprouted from his back. Indeed, these were energy wings, not tangible, but formed from the concentrated power of the fiery sun, appearing as 2 streams of flowing flames. Chapter 11. Wang Yun. This is cheating. It must be cheating. At this time, Xue'er was utterly bewildered. No matter how one looked at it, her dragon was undeniably extraordinary. In just a few hours, Gao Xiaohan had undergone multiple evolutions and upgrades, his strength soaring to unprecedented heights. Everyone around him was left in a state of shock. Many students ceased their efforts to hunt magical beasts for points and turned their attention solely to Gao Xiaohan. Was Xue'er truly cast out by the Xu family? With such formidable power now, she would undoubtedly become a top beast master, and the prominent families would vie for her favor. How could they have expelled her? Li Ming muttered softly, yes, indeed. In my opinion, her strength is not inferior to that of Su Mingxian from the Xu family. I doubt it, after all. Su Mingxian is the pride of our academy. No, this Xue'er is clearly a rising star. She has only recently enrolled. One could only wonder how the young master of the Su family and Wang Yun would react to this. The murmurs of speculation grew louder. Xue'er approached Gao Xiaohan and gently stroked his head. Xiaoyan, you are amazing. I adore you so much. In an impulsive moment of excitement, Xue'er planted a kiss on his forehead. What a delightful display of bravado. However, the kiss from Xue'er was even more exhilarating. As the assessment time concluded, the announcement echoed, "Attention, students. Please be mindful of the time. Let us check our scores." Xue'er opened the leaderboard. Heavens, we are now in third place. She discovered that their points had soared to 360, trailing only behind the first place with 480 points and the second with 410 points. Initially, Xue'er had thought merely passing would be commendable. She never imagined they would rank so highly. It is known that being in the top 10 signifies elite status within the academy, but now being in the top 3 means they could potentially dominate the entire institution. This is particularly noteworthy, as there are a few exceptionally strong students within the academy who have long since secured the privilege of exemption from assessments. They do not need to take exams nor participate in rankings, and Su Mingxian is one of them. The assessment has concluded. All students, please exit the instance immediately. With the chief examiner's voice resonating, Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan were instantly transported back to the academy square. Look, the leaderboard has been updated. In the heart of the square, a colossal magical crystal screen flickered with ever-refreshing academic rankings. The foremost position was claimed by Lin Yang, with a remarkable 480 points. Following closely was Xue'er, with 465 points, and in third place, Zhao Wenze with 410 points. At this moment, Xue'er was taken aback. Could it be that she had miscalculated her points? It appeared that the final beast had yielded an even higher score than usual, qualifying as a special elite monster. The entire square erupted in excitement. My goodness, that newcomer had astonishingly secured second place. How long had she been at the academy? Half a month? She had triumphed over so many seasoned students. The Su family must be out of their minds. With such rapid growth and strength, she could very well become a significant force for the empire in the future. All eyes were now fixated on Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan. Yes, yes. Come and pay homage to me. Let the fervor rise for me. Gao Xiaohan reveled in the moment. Congratulations, classmate Xue'er. No freshman has ever achieved such a high ranking within just half a month of enrollment. Gao Xiaohan exclaimed. Previously, Uncle Lin was concerned about you being bullied at the academy, but that fear seems rather unwarranted now. Lin Yu approached with a smile. I'm not quite sure how this happened. Perhaps it was just luck. Xue'er replied, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Although her recent success was undeniable, she felt a headache coming on. This level of attention was overwhelming. She feared it would not be long before she became a target. Second place, Xue'er, awarded a rare skill scroll. The chief examiner handed a scroll to Xue'er. Rare skill scrolls were immensely valuable, nearly impossible to acquire in the market, as they were typically distributed directly by the empire to each academy, categorizing them as a scarce resource within this world. For instance, warriors who relied on close combat could learn a spell if they obtained a magical scroll, thus broadening their capabilities. Beast tamers, in particular, were in dire need of such resources. Generally, beast tamers were quite vulnerable, depending solely on their beasts for combat, and lacked personal defense abilities. The few survival spells they possessed were largely ineffective. With this scroll, they could learn a powerful magical skill, enhancing their strength and potentially aiding Xiaoyan in the future. I wonder what methods she employed to achieve second place. Su Mingxian scoffed from amidst the crowd. The surrounding students caught wind of his remark. Before being expelled from the Su family, that girl was involved with several men. How else would my father have thrown her out? Perhaps that dragon was also a reward for her nocturnal escapades. Su Mingxian's expression darkened. Is that true? She doesn't seem like that type, a voice murmured. The square buzzed with astonishment at the unfolding revelations. How shameless. Is he openly slandering her? Whatever kind of mother one has, one will have a corresponding son. This young man's jealousy is so pronounced that upon witnessing Xue'er's excellent performance, he openly accused her. With a thunderous roar, he prepared to confront this wicked person. The best approach to dealing with such malice is to act rather than argue. At that moment, Gao Xiaohan was ready to take action. Xiaoyan, do not be angry. Xue'er quickly restrained Gao Xiaohan. She had long since grown accustomed to such baseless slander. During her years at the Su family, Wang Mei and Su Mingxian had spread countless rumors about her. Her uncle had made it abundantly clear, avoid any unnecessary entanglements with them. Let us depart, Xue'er said as she lifted Gao Xiaohan and turned to leave. Wait, I intend to report her for cheating. Wang Yun suddenly interjected. Huh, Wang Yun, a quintessential fence-sitter. Xue'er thought disdainfully. recognizing that Wang Yun was merely aligning herself with Su Mingxian after hearing his claims. Naturally, Su Xue'er dismissed this baseless accusation. After all, during the assessment, the large screen had broadcasted everything in real time. Such a pathetic attempt at defamation was nothing short of self-sabotage. How could a newcomer, who had only been enrolled for half a month, possibly achieve such high scores? Is no one perplexed by this? She must have employed some underhanded tactics. Wang Yun grinned maliciously. Indeed, I too sensed something amiss. I witnessed her deliberately seek out the severely weakened magical creatures in the forest, taking advantage of them to strike. This is nothing but despicable poaching. Such a person is unworthy of the second place. According to the Academy's regulations, a cheater should be expelled immediately. Lu Tianyong approached, asserting his stance. The entire assessment process had been projected on the large screen, showcasing how Su Xue'er had single-handedly defeated numerous high-level magical creatures, including the 4th-tier Duoluo beast, the 5th-tier king of the diamond lizard, and the triangular rock rhinoceros. Everyone had witnessed it firsthand. How could it possibly be cheating? We saw her dragon face off against a 6th-tier magical creature. That dragon was immensely powerful, requiring no illicit means to succeed. Indeed, if she is deemed a cheater, then we might as well forego the assessments altogether. The surrounding students could no longer contain their disbelief. Chapter 12, Expulsion. The principal regrets his decisions. I have encountered shamelessness before, but I have never witnessed such utter audacity. Enough. Such unfounded accusations are utterly absurd. At that moment, the instructor approached. The entire assessment process had been recorded by magical crystals. Should there be any doubts, we can retrieve the records for verification. However, I believe this is merely a waste of everyone's time. The instructor directed a remark at Lu Tianyong and Wang Yun, who fell silent upon hearing the instructor's words. Nonetheless, such slanderous behavior would typically warrant disciplinary action. Yet, Su Mingxian was a prominent figure within the school. And given that both individuals were from the Su family, the instructor was well aware of the delicate nature of offending such a powerful clan. The matter of punishment remains unspoken. Early the next morning, Su Xue'er, as usual, rose early to attend her classes. Su Xue'er, the principal requests your presence. At that moment, Director Chen approached the classroom. The nearby teachers merely nodded in acknowledgement. Su Xue'er furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why the principal would summon her at this time. Inside the principal's office, there were not only the principal but also the vice principal, the head of the discipline office, and representatives from the Su and Lu families. Su Xue'er, your performance during the assessment was indeed astonishing. However, there are doubts that need verification, the principal finally uttered after a prolonged silence. The expression on his face was unmistakable. It was evident that those present harbored ulterior motives. Principal, I did not cheat. The entire assessment process is recorded and can be verified. Su Xue'er responded nonchalantly, believing that a clean conscience affords one no fear of shadows. This isn't merely about cheating. It concerns your suitability to continue your studies at the Royal Beast Academy, stated the representative from the Su family. In essence, family representatives are merely the executors of various activities on behalf of the Su clan. This particular individual was someone Su Xue'er had encountered several times before within the Su household, a loyal subordinate of her ineffectual father. It was evident that this person had come here to vex her with her father's approval. At that moment, Su Xue'er felt a twist in her heart. Distasteful. Truly distasteful. The Su and Lu families are the Academy's primary benefactors. They believe your presence may adversely affect Su Mingxian and Lu Tianyong's studies. Thus, we are compelled to make a difficult decision, the principal sighed. It was clear that the principal avoided confronting the issue of cheating and subtly implied that this predicament was not the Academy's fault, but rather an unavoidable situation due to the significant financial support from the Lu and Su families. This was the principal's last vestige of integrity. Is this what the Royal Academy represents? To expel an innocent student for the sake of monetary gain? Gao Xiaohan scoffed, lamenting such a wretched world. Perhaps it would be better not to attend such a school. Are you saying that I am to be expelled? Su Xue'er gazed silently at the principal. We will provide you with a transfer certificate and assist you in contacting other institutions, the principal stated, unable to meet Su Xue'er's gaze. There's no need. Su Xue'er replied, feeling somewhat incredulous. What kind of school could a principal like this recommend? Just then, a middle-aged man entered the room. He appeared somewhat disheveled, sporting an unshaven face and a receding hairline. Director Nin Nangong, what brings you here in person? The principal was taken aback. I heard there was an assessment at your academy yesterday. I watched the entire event. At this moment, Dean Nangong smiled. Oh, come now. When have you not come to our school to scout talent during evaluations? This time, it simply cannot happen. The principal wore an awkward smile. I must say, you are ruining good seedlings over there. What's wrong with me wanting to recruit a couple of students? Have our years of relationship gone to waste? Dean Nangong remarked. Oh, your institution is a national-level academy. Isn't it a bit presumptuous to poach from our provincial academy? The principal's expression darkened. Rest assured, this time we are interested in the very girl you were about to expel, Dean Nangong said with a grin. Having witnessed your performance yesterday, I am here to officially invite you to transfer to our esteemed academy. The Third Imperial Transmutation Academy is under military jurisdiction, you know. Ordinary students rarely get such an opportunity, Dean Nangong added with a smile. Xue'er was taken aback. That is the most prestigious institution in the entire empire, accepting only the most exceptionally gifted individuals. Even graduates from the Royal Beast Academy seldom gain admission to the Imperial Beast Academy. Representatives from the Su and Lu families were momentarily stunned. Dean Nangong, isn't this a bit hasty? The principal was at a loss for words. What on earth is happening? I didn't even pay attention during yesterday's evaluation. Could it be that Xue'er is truly a remarkable talent? Even Dean Nangong is eager to recruit her. This seems inappropriate. The principal felt a tinge of regret. A promising student could potentially influence the rankings of various academies, far surpassing the value of mere financial sponsorship. If I had known, I would have confirmed things properly. What is inappropriate? Just now. She is no longer considered a student of your school, is she? Dean Nangong's words left the principal speechless. Although Xue'er possessed some talent, she was still far from qualifying for an imperial-level academy, interjected the Su family representative. Huh. This must be what Wang Mei had alluded to previously. Otherwise, how could this person still be so biased against me at this moment? How foolish of me to have met her several times before. Xue'er gritted her teeth. Is that so? A beast master capable of forging a contract with an ancient dragon, a girl who can command a young dragon to slay 6th-tier magical beasts, is still not qualified? I genuinely wish to know what kind of individual would be considered worthy. Dean Nangong scoffed. The principal, upon hearing this, felt his legs weaken. He had been oblivious to Xue'er's impressive performance yesterday. At this moment, he felt utterly regretful. Xue'er, would you like to join my academy? You can contact me anytime once you've made your decision. Nangong Yin looked at Xue'er again, handing her a business card. No need to think it over. I will join your academy. Xue'er stated directly, indeed. What is there to hesitate about? In this wretched academy, it is filled with sycophants. Even the principal fails to uphold fairness. Moreover, I have no idea where to go after leaving here, as I had promised my uncle to attend school. At this moment, I find myself without options. Furthermore, this truly represents a significant opportunity for me. Haha. Very well, I shall reach out to you later, and it is settled. At this moment, Dean Nangong interjected, alas. I must say, Dean Nangong, this simply cannot be allowed. Xue'er has yet to complete her withdrawal procedures. The principal's face darkened. What? Is there still some procedure needed? Should I request the Imperial military to issue a formal notice to you? Dean Nangong retorted with a single phrase. Chapter 13. Transferring schools. The Su family is in an uproar. The principal's expression turned pale. Very well, so this is how we shall play it. To mention the military directly is indeed underhanded. The Imperial Third Vocational Academy is a key institution directly under the Imperial Military's supervision. Each year, those fortunate enough to enter this academy are undoubtedly individuals of exceptional talent, destined to become the pillars of the empire. With military backing, it is certainly beyond the principal's purview to intervene. Well, since Dean Nangong has personally intervened, we shall not obstruct this matter. Xue'er, I will arrange for someone to handle your transfer procedures immediately. The principal had no further recourse. He swiftly produced a stack of documents and placed them upon the table. His actions startlingly quick. This speed clearly indicated that the expulsion documents had long been prepared, though he had not anticipated they would transform into transfer paperwork. The representative from the Su family wore a grim expression, unable to interject a single word. Before their arrival, Wang Mei had repeatedly instructed that Xue'er's path must be severed. Yet, unexpectedly, it had drawn the attention of Dean Nangong, a figure of great stature. He was the head of the Imperial Third Vocational Academy. Even though the Su family is one of the 4 great clans, they found themselves powerless in the face of the military and the empire's authority. Instead, they inadvertently paved an even broader path for Xue'er. The representative from the Lu family remained silent as well. After all, the Lu family had no particular grievances against Xue'er. To them, it was merely a quarrel between 2 children. It would be best if it could bring some joy to their young master. If not, they would simply console their own young lord. It would have been better to cooperate from the outset. Dean Nangong smiled slightly. Your name is Xue'er, correct? Please gather your belongings. In 3 days, someone will come to fetch you. That little dragon of yours is truly remarkable. Dean Nangong chuckled as he stroked his beard. This remark left both the Su family and Lu family representatives momentarily stunned. What exactly is the origin of this dragon? Why does even Dean Nangong hold it in such high regard? Under normal circumstances, not to mention a beast master, even for exceptionally rare professions, Dean Nangong would never grant any special privileges, let alone directly recruit someone, especially since Gao Xiaohan had heard everything crystal clear in the spatial ring. I, without a doubt, am destined to be an explosive presence. If not me, then who? Attending your Imperial Academy is indeed a privilege for your empire. The ungrateful dean must be regretting his actions at this very moment. Leaving the dean's office, Xue'er wasted no time and promptly returned to her dormitory. Indeed, she had no desire to linger in that wretched place any longer. Any location where she could glimpse the Su family would make her feel nauseous. Xue'er, I heard you're transferring? Is it to the 3rd Imperial Transition Academy? Oh my, that's a military institution. Quite impressive. As soon as she entered the dormitory, her roommates swarmed around her. One must admit, news travels remarkably fast. Yes, I just completed the formalities, Xue'er nodded. I envy you. That is one of the most prestigious academies in the entire empire. I've heard that graduates there can at least secure positions in the imperial military, becoming the backbone of the empire. Exactly. Even a genius like Su Mingxian couldn't gain admission. Her roommates chattered excitedly. Hee, these roommates, who usually kept their distance from Xue'er for fear of offending Su Mingxian, were suddenly all warm and concerned. Xue'er opened her wardrobe and began to pack her meager belongings. Xue'er, did you know? The last person who got into the Imperial Military Academy was the top student from a few years ago. Remember that Xinjiang? Even he had to go through several assessments to gain entry. And you were personally invited by Dean Nangong with just one exam. It's simply unbelievable. It must be because of Xiaoyan, right? During yesterday's assessment, your dragon was simply extraordinary, defeating a 6th-tier magical beast. Even the instructors couldn't manage that. I heard Dean Nangong was observing the entire assessment. He must have recognized both you and your dragon. The 3rd Imperial Transition Academy is said to have facilities and resources exceeding those of the Royal Beastmaster Academy by more than tenfold. Moreover, all the instructors there are retired powerhouses from the Imperial military, each one a transitioner of at least 5 stars. Don't forget about us in the future. Once you become a prominent figure, you must look after us old classmates. These people continued their chatter without restraint. Don't worry, we will definitely meet again. Xue'er replied politely to them, casually placing her final piece of clothing into her duffel bag. Meanwhile, on the other side of the academy, scoundrel! Su Mingxian slapped Wang Yun across the face. Wang Yun was momentarily stunned. How could the young master of the Su family act this way towards her, his own cousin? Why would he resort to violence? You worthless fool. If it weren't for your insistence on reporting her for cheating, how could she have ever secured such an opportunity? At this moment, Su Mingxian was utterly infuriated. Mingxian, I only did it to help you. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Wang Yun covered her face, tears streaming down in a display of grievance. Help me? Do you have any idea what the Imperial 3rd Vocational Academy represents? It is the place I've longed for. A realm my father couldn't even leverage his connections to access. And now, that wretched girl has gone there. Su Mingxuan's voice dripped with cold disdain. Growing increasingly agitated, he nearly resorted to violence once more. Wang Yun found herself at a loss for words, never expecting such an outcome. Forget it. This matter can only be discussed with my family. Perhaps we can use our connections to prevent her from attending that school. Su Mingxian scoffed. Don't worry. My aunt will surely have a way. She won't allow that little harlot to revel in triumph. Wang Yun hastily echoed Su Mingxuan's sentiment. Damn it. Su Mingxian is so pampered that he has become deranged. He even struck me. Wang Yun was now utterly bewildered. At the Su family estate, the sound of shattering porcelain resonated through the air. It's all your fault. Had you not allowed her to leave with that egg, Mingxian would have had a chance to join the nation's highest institution. Wang Mei shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Haitang. Su Haitang, seated on the sofa, wore an expression of despondency. I've already dispatched someone to handle it. I never anticipated that Nangong Yun would take matters into her own hands, he murmured. Nangong Yun, the president of the Imperial 3rd Vocational Academy? By what right? Wang Mei's ire intensified. It is said to be due to that dragon, Su Haidang remarked. Useless. You can't even leverage your connections to secure a spot for your son in that academy? That little harlot has actually entered the Imperial 3rd Vocational Academy. And you're not worried? Wang Mei fumed, stamping her foot. What good does my anxiety do? Do you think I don't wish for Xue'er to attend that school? Although the Su family possesses considerable wealth and connections, that institution is unique, being directly affiliated with the empire and its military. It cannot be accessed merely through money or connections. I have attempted to use my connections, yet the other party dared not accept any monetary offers. If discovered, the entire family would face repercussions. Su Haidang sighed helplessly. Chapter 14. The Imperial Third Vocational Academy. For the affluent and powerful Su family, there are indeed few places they cannot infiltrate. Yet, the Imperial Third Vocational Academy stands as an exception. What should we do then? Shall we merely watch that little harlot rise to prominence? Wang Mei persisted. I will devise another plan. Please remain patient, Su Haitang replied, equally bereft of ideas. In the Lin family's modest courtyard, Xue'er has returned. Quickly, as soon as Su Xue'er stepped through the door, her uncle called out to her. Uncle, Aunt, Su Xue'er paused, taken aback. Initially, I presumed that being dismissed would weigh heavily on my uncle's mind. However, upon our meeting, both he and my aunt prepared an extravagant feast. Ha ha. The Lin family has certainly prospered this time. Lin Qi erupted in laughter, witnessing his uncle's joy for the first time since arriving at their home. Congratulations, Xue'er. You have truly brought honor to the Lin family this time. I can only imagine how furious Su Haitian and Wang Mei must be at this moment. Aunt Li Qingwan joined in the conversation. Su Xue'er promptly released Gao Xiaohan from her spatial ring. Roar. As Gao Xiaohan emerged, he floated gracefully, striding with an air of confidence. Goodness, has little Yin grown so much in just a few days? Lin Qi had not anticipated this. He had assumed that the growth of the ancient dragon clan would be a protracted process, requiring years of nurturing. Yet, how was it that Gao Xiaohan's progress seemed astonishingly swift? Nevertheless, it was understandable, given the rarity of such dragons and the scant records available. Indeed, during the assessment, little Yin had undergone several evolutions. Su Xue'er smiled. You faced a 6th-tier magical creature in a one-on-one duel? Xue'er, you have utterly terrified your uncle. Yet, perhaps this misfortune turned to fortune, drawing the attention of Dean Nangong. Lin Qi waved his hand with a smile. Uncle, do you know Dean Nangong? Su Xue'er inquired, her impression of him not being entirely unfavorable. I do know him, but I never expected him to take personal action. It seems he genuinely values little Yin. Rest assured, neither the Lin family nor the Su family holds much sway with Dean Nangong. The Su family won't be able to stir up any trouble this time, Lin Qi stated. His brow furrowed. At that moment, Su Xue'er realized the weight of the identity of the Dean of the Empire's Third Transition Academy. Come, Xue'er, let us dine. Today, we shall celebrate in earnest. Once you enter the Empire's Third Transition Academy, you won't have as much time to return. Li Qingwan beckoned. In the office of the Dean of the Empire's Third Transition Academy, an elderly man clad in a black military uniform, sporting a silver-white beard, sat across from Dean Nangong, playing with a pair of walnuts. Haha, had it not been for those fools at the Royal Beast Academy expelling her, I would never have had this opportunity. Dean Nangong chuckled, shaking his head as he poured tea for his guest. By the way, how did you discover the origins of that dragon? The old man accepted the teacup, taking a sip. I happened to be watching their assessment live, the dragon's breath, its aura, and its method of evolution. If I am not mistaken, that is the ancient Sunfire Dragon, and a pure blood at that. Dean Nangong became increasingly animated as he spoke. The ancient Sunfire Dragon, wasn't it thought to have been extinct for millennia? The old man exclaimed, nearly dropping his teacup. Legends are but legends, while reality stands before us. That girlish dragon, though still in its infancy, is unmistakably remarkable. Engaging a 6th-tier magical beast, mind you, is no trivial feat for a dragon so newly hatched. Such potential is rare throughout the entire empire, few can rival it. At this moment, Director Nangong smiled. It is no wonder you are so exhilarated. This truly is a treasure unearthed. Let me be clear, should this girl indeed flourish in the future, I shall have her placed directly under my command. After all, I am a general, and I believe I am entitled to a modicum of respect. The old man, invigorated by this prospect, added, of course, aside from you. I shall refrain from disclosing this matter to anyone for the time being. The girl requires time to develop, and I will personally mentor her. Director Nangong nodded in agreement. 3 days later, Su Xue'er officially arrived at the Empire's Third Vocational Academy. Standing at the entrance, she felt a wave of nostalgia. Her journey thus far had indeed been tumultuous. At this moment, all she wished for was to focus on nurturing her bond with the little dragon and to avoid further entanglements. However, unlike before, her uncle had not urged her to keep a low profile. Instead, he encouraged her to showcase her abilities. This was understandable, as it had become impossible to conceal her prowess, especially after leaving that troublesome place. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she snapped back to reality. Welcome to the Empire's Third Vocational Academy, student Su Xue'er. I am your homeroom teacher, Yiqing. Please follow me. I will introduce you to your new class. A young female teacher approached her. Su Xue'er was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? It was her first day. Surely, the teacher need not greet her personally. Or perhaps this academy's faculty was simply of an exceptionally high caliber. Even the dragon within her spatial ring, Gao Xiaohan, was puzzled. However, as they proceeded, Xue'er observed that the students here were indeed extraordinary. Along the way, she witnessed a few students playfully sparring, some of whom were of considerable rank in class. The students at this academy had been meticulously selected from across the empire for their exceptional talents. Our academy does not consider family background. We only regard strength and potential. The director has briefed me on your situation, so you need not worry about anything else. Just focus on your studies. Teacher Yi smiled as she cast a sidelong glance at Xue'er. Teacher Yi, which class are we in? Xue'er inquired softly. Class 7. It is a special class, comprised of top-tier students from various fields. Director Nangong personally arranged for your placement in this class. I presume you understand the significance of that, Teacher Yi remarked, turning to face Xue'er. At that moment, Xue'er felt an overwhelming sense of pressure descend upon her. Indeed, Xue'er had no desire to join any special class. Having already endured enough turmoil at her previous academy, she now wished for a peaceful environment to gradually develop her abilities. Upon arrival, they stood before the classroom of Class 7. Teacher Yi pushed the door open, and the cacophony within came to an abrupt halt. Classmates, allow me to introduce a new student, Xue'er. She is a newly transferred beast master from our academy, and I hope everyone will interact amicably, Teacher Yi announced. Casting a knowing glance at Xue'er. A beast master? Is she the one who transferred from the Royal Academy a few days ago? I heard she possesses a rare dragon beast. The classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement. It appeared that she had indeed become somewhat renowned. Upon transferring here, there were already whispers about her. Chapter 15. Eligibility for the level dungeon. Xue'er, you may take that empty seat, Teacher Yi instructed, gesturing toward a vacant spot in the middle of the classroom. Hey, Xue'er quietly sat down, only to suddenly feel a tug on her sleeve. Turning around, she saw a girl with pigtails and a round face. My name is Lulu, and I am a martial artist. I watched your assessment live stream from the Royal Beast Academy. Would you like to team up with me in the future? Lulu exclaimed enthusiastically. Xue'er was taken aback. She hadn't expected such a warm welcome upon her arrival. At that moment, she felt a bit ill at ease, having come from a place where she faced much ridicule and had few friends. All right, if the opportunity arises, Xue'er nodded. Don't be so tense. Although everyone in Class 7 is a bit peculiar, they are actually quite easy to get along with. You can call me Lulu. Let us be friends, Lulu said, grinning as she extended her hand. Xue'er hesitated for a moment, surprised by Lulu's friendly demeanor. A beastmaster? Heh, isn't that the most lackluster profession these days? Assassins, warriors, and mages are all the rage. At the very least, one should aspire to be a tank. What use is a beastmaster? They only become a liability on the battlefield, a voice interjected. Turning her head, Xue'er saw a girl glaring at her coldly. Li Xiaohan, don't be like that, Lulu whispered, attempting to diffuse the tension. I'm merely speaking the truth. I'm not targeting anyone, but one cannot speak falsehoods. Aside from relying on their pets to fight, what purpose does a beastmaster serve? Once their beast is injured or killed, what are they but useless? Li Xiaohan scoffed. At that moment, even Gao Xiaohan could no longer tolerate the harshness of the words. It is often said that one does not target anyone, yet in reality, they harbor animosity towards others. The complexities of human nature are difficult to articulate. Previously, Xue'er garnered significant attention, and wherever she went, there were envious individuals lurking. You may contemplate this. It matters not to me whether I hinder others, for the truth will eventually unfold. Xue'er responded with remarkable composure. Enough, Li Xiaohan. The person has just arrived, and you already seek to provoke? A male student interjected. All right, classmates, class is about to commence. I shall not concern myself with your trivial matters, as long as they do not impede your academic performance. Teacher Yi clapped his hands, and the classroom fell into silence. After class, Lulu strolled through the campus with Xue'er. Do not mind Li Xiaohan. She is simply that way, always eager to criticize. She is a talented assassin, proud of her abilities, and it seems she harbors grievances against you, having heard of your prestigious lineage, the descendants of the Su and Lin families. Coming from humble beginnings, she has always had reservations about those from prominent families. Lulu sighed. I am unbothered. I have grown accustomed to it. Xue'er replied with a smile. Family? Huh. Am I still considered a member of the Su family? By the way, where's your dragon? May I see it? Lulu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lulu's intentions were pure, and Xue'er could sense that. After a brief hesitation, she decided to indulge Lulu's eager curiosity and released Gao Xiaohan from her spatial ring. Wow, Xue'er, Is this the little Yin you mentioned? He is so handsome. Let me give him a kiss. Lulu crouched down and planted a kiss on Gao Xiaohan. What the? This girl has gone mad. What is she doing? I do not fancy love triangles. One Xue'er is more than enough for me. Gao Xiaohan's expression was one of exasperation. How adorable. Lulu chuckled at that moment. Adorable? Such a term is exceedingly disrespectful to the ancient dragon lineage. Wouldn't words like handsome, majestic, or formidable be more appropriate? Gao Xiaohan scoffed. By the way, the third vocational academy of the empire is quite distinct from ordinary institutions. The students here are largely proud, as each one is a carefully selected elite from various regions. However, merit is the only criterion here. Family background holds no weight. As long as you possess strength, respect will naturally follow. Once others witness your prowess, they shall remain silent. Lulu exhibited a remarkable patience. Time passed swiftly, and soon 10 days had elapsed. Xue'er gradually acclimated to the rhythm of life at the third vocational academy of the empire. The curriculum here is far more practical than that of the Royal Beast Tamer Academy, focusing primarily on survival skills and the characteristics of various magical beasts. Moreover, the facilities appear to be of the utmost caliber within the empire. Every day allows for self-conducted practical training. Naturally, Gao Xiaohan did not engage in much training. However, Xue'er diligently practiced the few fundamental spells and physical techniques she had mastered. This did earn her a measure of respect from Gao Xiaohan. After all, the girl was indeed ambitious. He had previously noted that once combat commenced, he could not afford to attend to her needs. It would certainly be more beneficial if she trained her survival skills. Attention, everyone. An important announcement. Teacher Yi exclaimed before entering the classroom. The Imperial-level Secret Realm instance, Flame Valley, will open in 3 days. This exploration will be a joint operation of the 4 major academies, with each allowed to send forth 20 students. Class 7 will have 5 representatives, and the list has been finalized. The classroom erupted with excitement. The Secret Realm instance was an exceedingly rare training ground. It boasted abundant resources and various formidable magical creatures. At that moment, Gao Xiaohan felt a surge of inspiration. He realized that his desire for strength and evolution could only be achieved through devouring, yet opportunities had been scarce lately. Relying solely on consuming meat for experience was a tedious ordeal. Devour chicken leg, experience points 0.1. Devour beef, experience points 0.3. Reflecting on it was nothing short of torment. The selected students were Li Xiaohan, Zhang Yuan, Chen Tian, Wang Long, and Xue'er. The class was in an uproar. Xue'er had not anticipated seeing her name on the list. She had only been at the academy for less than 2 weeks. And now she was chosen for a significant practical mission? It seemed absurd. Why her? How could this be? They had trained for so long. Only for a newcomer to be selected? This nearly incited a riot. Silence. This list has been personally approved by Dean Nangong. Any objections can be addressed directly to the dean. Teacher Yi slammed the desk, and instantly the classroom fell silent. It was understandable, as those with top rankings would naturally have no objections. As long as they maintained their strength, they were content. Students with excessively low grades lacked the desire to participate and thus remained silent. However, for those who barely qualified, this selection was evidently discontenting. After all, in their eyes, how much stronger could a Beastmaster become? Why was the dean giving her such special treatment? All right, those selected, please gather in the hall this afternoon for special training before the Secret Realm. The rest of you continue with today's lessons. With that, Teacher Yi exited the classroom. Congratulations, Xue'er. Lulu approached with excitement. To be honest, I didn't want to go, Xue'er replied, still somewhat dazed. Hee, I wonder what Dean Nangong is thinking. I hope you won't hold us back in the Secret Realm. Our academy has maintained first place for many years. Li Xiaohan let out a cold laugh. It is rather amusing. The moment this person speaks, the atmosphere in the entire class becomes stifling. However, speaking of the 4 great academies, it is only natural for the Royal Academy to send representatives. Although the Empire's 3rd academy holds the highest status due to its military background, it is still one of the 4 great academies. If that is the case, it is quite possible that Su Mingxian will also participate, given that he is a standout of the Royal Academy. The thought of this made Xue'er feel somewhat disheartened. 3 days later, the elite students of the 4 great academies gathered, preparing to enter the Yin Flame Valley Dungeon, the Royal Academy, the Empire's 3rd Transition Academy, the Tianyuan Magic Academy, and the War God Martial Arts Academy. Each academy dispatched 20 students. Xue'er instinctively glanced around. Su Mingxian, he truly has come. Oh, isn't this my dear sister? I never expected you to enter the Empire's 3rd Transition Academy. Your luck is quite fortunate. However, the Secret Realm is not a testing ground. The dangers within are very real. I hope you don't perish inside. Su Mingxian remarked, noticing Su Xue'er and immediately adopting a mocking tone. Gao Xiaohan, at this moment, listened attentively from within the storage ring, seething with anger. This was utterly intolerable. Previously, while in the same academy, he had endured, but this time, this brat dared to provoke him. Once they entered the secret realm, he would certainly make him pay dearly. Attention, students. The entrance to the secret realm is about to open. The objective of this exploration is to collect Yen Flame Essence. Each collection will earn corresponding points. The exploration time is 3 days. After 3 days, the secret realm will automatically close, and all must exit before it does. Remember, the secret realm is fraught with danger. Safety comes first. As a bright light flashed, the entrance to the dungeon opened. Let us proceed, everyone. The group entered one after another. Inside the secret realm, the surroundings were filled with crimson rocks and small, erupting lava springs. The temperature was exceedingly high, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. In such extreme conditions, an untrained individual would find it quite challenging to endure. Roar! At this moment, Gao Xiaohan emerged from the storage ring, stretching his body. As an ancient sunfire dragon, such an environment was akin to paradise for him. In fact, he felt rather comfortable, and perhaps even stronger. The students from the other academies had already begun their activities. We should hasten as well. According to our plan, the 5 of us will act together and look out for one another, Li Xiaohan remarked. Su Xue'er nodded and followed her team. Along the way, they encountered quite a few small magical beasts. In this instance, the students within the secret realm possess an even wider array of professions: warriors, mages, martial artists, and assassins. Look over there. A flame essence. Zhang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a distant crimson crystal. I'm going to get it. Li Xiaohan dashed forward without hesitation. One must admit, despite her sharp tongue, her agility was commendable. Just as she was about to touch the flame essence, a shadow abruptly lunged at her from the side. Be careful, Su Xue'er shouted. With remarkable reflexes, Li Xiaohan executed a backflip, evading the attack. It was a massive fire lizard. Huh? Does this trifling third-tier monster dare to obstruct my path? Li Xiaohan scoffed, gripping her dagger and charging forth. 3 seconds. Merely 3 seconds. Li Xiaohan's figure vanished, reappearing above the fire lizard, her dagger plunging downwards. With a squelching sound, the fire lizard let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. One cannot deny that the students from the Imperial Academy are indeed formidable, their movements fluid and effortless. However, the creature had fixated on Su Xue'er, seemingly challenging her, as if questioning whether she was worthy of being its classmate. Su Xue'er, uninterested, had her own objectives prior to their arrival. The team continued onward. As they delved deeper into the secret realm, the monsters they encountered grew increasingly powerful. There are far too many monsters here. We must proceed with caution, Wang Long remarked. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. It appeared they had encountered students from another academy. Chen Tian, usually cautious, frowned. Indeed, ahead appeared a group of Royal Academy students, embroiled in a struggle with students from the Tianyuan Magic Academy over a particularly large flame essence. This was not unusual. Conflicts over such treasures among various academies were commonplace. Isn't that Su Mingxian from the Royal Academy? He usually acts quite arrogantly. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Look, isn't that my beloved sister? What is the matter? The elites from the Empire's 3rd Transmutation Academy, too afraid to engage? At that moment, Su Mingxian, spotting Su Xue'er, could no longer contain himself. The 3rd Transmutation Academy? It is directly affiliated with the Empire's military. It's best not to provoke them. The students from Tianyuan Magic Academy, however, were perceptive. Oh dear, this could become troublesome. I had no intention of associating with such trash, but clearly, they are provoking us. What do you all think? Wang Long smiled. Then let us teach them a lesson while we're at it. Li Xiaohan, refusing to let Su Mingxian have the upper hand, declared, come on. Who's afraid? The students on both sides prepared to engage in battle. At this moment, Su Xue'er suddenly tugged at Gao Xiaohan, quietly retreating. Let us go, Xiaoyan. Su Xue'er murmured softly. A conflict? Such matters do not pique Su Xue'er's interest. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of the crowd was diverted, Xue'er wasted no time and slipped away. Do you know, Xiaoyan? Before my arrival, I specifically researched information regarding this secret realm. Deep within lies a unique flame fruit. Consuming it would undoubtedly be beneficial for you. However, the flame fruit is guarded by a fire demon dragon, Su Xue'er quietly informed Gao Xiaohan. Although unaware of the system's existence, Xue'er had sensed that Gao Xiaohan's progress was likely linked to consumption. Gao Xiaohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Evolution? Consumption? He could hardly wait. According to the data Su Xue'er had gathered, the flame fruit should be located inside a volcano at the realm's deepest point. Chapter 17. Chaos. Su Mingxian takes the lead. We must hurry, Xiaoyan. While they are engaged in battle, let us seek the flame fruit. If we delay, we might attract their attention. Xue'er pulled Gao Xiaohan along, stealthily making their way down a side path. Gao Xiaohan was overjoyed. Upon hearing the word consume, he lost all interest in fighting. Had it not been for Xue'er's suggestion, Gao Xiaohan had intended to take the opportunity to teach that Su Mingxian a lesson. Moreover, while he had previously worried that Xue'er's gentle and meek nature might make her an easy target for schemers, it seemed he had underestimated her cunning. Xue'er pointed towards a distant mountain range, where flames soared into the sky, indicating the location of the volcano mentioned in the data. Gao Xiaohan was invigorated. This was an excellent opportunity for advancement. Without waiting for Xue'er to say more, he crouched down and gestured with his claws. Are you going to carry me over? Xue'er replied coolly, silly child. We shall not fly over. Is it too far to run? Gao Xiaohan had just acquired flying skills, making this the perfect moment to utilize them. With a roar, he took off into the sky. Xue'er slowly settled onto Gao Xiaohan's back, feeling the fiery wings of the sun flame unfurl with a gentle tremor. This was Xue'er's first close encounter with those wings. The energy radiating from them appeared formidable, yet it did not emanate the searing heat typical of flames. After a moment of hesitation, she embraced Gao Xiaohan from behind. If Gao Xiaohan matured further, she would no longer need to hold on, but could instead rest comfortably on his back. As soon as she secured her position, Gao Xiaohan flapped his wings vigorously and soared into the air. Wow! The sudden acceleration made Xue'er exclaim in surprise. The thrill was exhilarating, a stark contrast to the obedient demeanor she had maintained over the years. Moreover, this exhilarating sensation of freedom feels like a rebirth. It has been many years since I experienced such joy. Xiaoyan, you are simply magnificent. Xue'er exclaimed loudly. Gao Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback. This girl, who usually appeared so demure, surprisingly possessed such a spirited side. Nevertheless, the sensation of flying for the first time was undeniably delightful, akin to surveying the vastness of the world from above. The entire Yin Valley lay before them. I have researched extensively. The Yin fruit should be located in a clearing on the inner side of the volcanic crater, Xue'er whispered into Gao Xiaohan's ear. The existence of records suggests that someone had previously laid eyes on the Yin fruit. However, it seems it merely received this name, as terrifying magical beasts guard the area. Moreover, the fruit itself does not seem particularly special, deterring anyone from taking on the risk. Yet, Xue'er believed that Gao Xiaohan, who evolved through consumption, might find it beneficial. Lost in thought, Gao Xiaohan was already nearing their destination. Roar! This temperature is nothing for the ancient Sunfire Dragon. Yet, Xue'er was uncertain if she could withstand it. Soon, they arrived above the volcanic crater, where a wave of intense heat rushed towards them. It was scorching. Xue'er even found it difficult to breathe. She quickly cast defensive magic, grateful for the simple Beastmaster protection spells she had practiced earlier. Among them was indeed a type of defensive magic capable of resisting both cold and heat. Gao Xiaohan cautiously descended onto a rocky platform on the inner edge of the crater. This is the spot. Xue'er pointed nearby. The detailed records regarding the dungeon showed no discrepancies. There stood a tree, seemingly pitch black, bearing 3 fruits the size of fists. The Yin fruit. Although the records said nothing specific, old forum posts from the academy discussed this dungeon, stating that it thrived in extreme heat, capable of absorbing fire element essence, making it an excellent catalyst for the evolution of fire-type magical beasts. Of course, this was merely speculation from students back then. Xue'er affectionately ruffled Gao Xiaohan's hair. Gao Xiaohan's eyes widened. If this were true, was it not prepared specifically for him? Oddly, where was the flame demon dragon guarding the Yin fruit? Logically, it should not have strayed far. Yet, Xue'er hesitated for a moment. Never mind, let us seize the opportunity. At this point, Gao Xiaohan was already growing impatient. He could distinctly sense a gentle energy resonating harmoniously with him emanating from the fruit, a feeling that was difficult to articulate. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the Yin fruit tree. Be careful, Xiaoyan, Xue'er urged. Initially intending to steal the fruit, they found no magical beasts nearby at all. Gao Xiaohan approached the Yin fruit tree, leaping gracefully to bite into a fruit. It was surprisingly smooth, far beyond Xue'er's expectations. However, this was preferable. Now that they had succeeded, it was prudent to depart swiftly. All that remained was to hope that this fruit would prove even the slightest bit useful. As she was taking a gamble, let's grab the Yin fruit and leave. This place is far too perilous. Xue'er urged Gao Xiaohan. Nodding, Gao Xiaohan returned to her side, the Yin fruit in her mouth. Meanwhile, on the other side of the instance, a confrontation had erupted between students from the Royal Academy and the Empire's third vocational academy. The two factions had been at a stalemate for some time. The Empire's third vocational academy? Huh. It seems rather lackluster. Su Mingxian sneered. Your worthless Su Xue'er has long since fled. It appears she is nothing but a despised wretch in your academy. Silence. Dare to utter another word. Li Xiaohan tightened her grip on her dagger. Although she typically held a low opinion of Su Xue'er, she felt compelled to defend the honor of the academy against external provocations. Naturally, she was displeased with Su Xue'er's escape, but she refrained from bringing it up in front of others. I hear your academy has ranked first in secret realm explorations for 3 consecutive years. It seems this year, that streak is coming to an end. Another student from the Empire's third vocational academy mocked. Indeed, the Empire's third vocational academy relies solely on military backing. As for strength? Huh. The words left Su Mingxian momentarily taken aback. He had intended to provoke casually while on a mission. However, he was not foolish. The academy with military ties was certainly not to be trifled with. Should a brawl ensue, there would be no favorable outcomes. Yet, now that his underling had spoken out, he felt compelled to respond. Enough. If you are so bold, let us see who is truly stronger. Wang Long bellowed. Exactly. Attack, everyone. Hold nothing back. Su Mingxian was also caught up in the fervor, having grown accustomed to being domineering within the academy. Boom. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of magical blasts and clashing weapons. Students from both academies engaged in a fierce melee, refusing to yield to one another. The chaos was truly a magnificent sight. Chapter 18. Explosive Yin Yin Claw. Ice piercing. A mage from the Royal Academy shouted. And a multitude of ice spikes erupted from the ground. Earthen wall defense. Qin Tian from the Empire's third vocational academy swiftly conjured an earthen wall, blocking the ice spike assault. Li Xiaohan's agility was remarkable, almost too swift to behold. Once a rogue class like the assassin matured, they became exceedingly formidable. Their every move lethal. Is this truly the level of the Empire's third vocational academy? Pathetically weak. Su Mingxian laughed boastfully. In truth, this individual is the most cowardly, having sought refuge in the safest corner. The essence of strength is evident to any discerning eye. It is a sheer dominance, at this moment. Su Mingxian is left with nothing but bravado. Su Mingxian, you worthless fool, today I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails. Zhang Yuan bellowed, unleashing the fighting spirit within him as he charged directly at Su Mingxian. Despite his arrogance, Su Mingxian, a paragon of the academy, could not afford to dismiss this challenge and thus engaged in the fray. Two factions clashed in an unrelenting struggle, while the precious essence of flame was entirely forgotten. Meanwhile, on the other side of the instance, the students of the Tianyuan Magic Academy and the God of War Martial Arts Academy were calculating their moves with shrewd precision. Continue the collection. Do not cease. As long as we gather enough flame essence, we need not concern ourselves with the rest. We did not come here merely for combat. We shall revel in the moment when these two fools are left in tears, declared the captain of the Tianyuan Magic Academy. The students of the God of War Martial Arts Academy formed small teams, swiftly scouring the secret realm for the flame essence. At this moment, an unspoken agreement had been reached between the two academies. Neither would disturb the other. Look over there. Another source of flame essence. Let us hasten. The fervor among them was palpable. They had already amassed 25 portions of flame essence. At this rate, we may very well surpass the Empire's third job change academy. The captain of the Tianyuan Magic Academy remarked with a smile. Huh. I hope they continue to fight until the instance task concludes. The captain of the God of War Martial Arts Academy laughed heartily. Outside the instance, a crowd of spectators gathered before the large screen, engrossed in the unfolding drama within the secret realm. Look, the Royal Academy and the Empire's third job change academy are clashing. This spells trouble for the latter. Their record of 3 consecutive years at the top is likely coming to an end. The Tianyuan Magic Academy and the God of War Martial Arts Academy were astute, taking advantage of the chaos to feverishly collect flame essence. By the way, where is Su Xue'er? Why is she absent from sight? Who knows? She is probably hiding. After all, the Beastmaster profession is somewhat lacking in combat prowess, the crowd speculated. In a lavish office, the deans of the 4 major academies and several high-ranking officials of the Empire were gathered before the large screen, observing the contest. Director Nangong, it appears that your academy's winning streak is set to be broken this year, the principal of the Royal Academy remarked with a smile. The last time they met, Director Nangong had come to the Royal Academy to poach students, including Su Xue'er, whom he had forcibly taken away. Indeed, your students are currently embroiled in a fierce battle with ours, while the other 2 academies are diligently collecting flame essence. It seems this year's outcome is truly uncertain. The dean of the Tianyuan Magic Academy concurred. The competition is not yet over. It is premature to draw conclusions at this stage. Dean Nangong took a sip of tea. Dean Nangong, This exploration of the secret realm is crucial for the annual evaluations of the various academies and the corresponding distribution of resources. If your academy's ranking declines, it may adversely affect the Empire's talent cultivation program, remarked a high-ranking official of the Empire with a frown. This statement was starkly realistic. Although the Empire maintained a facade of impartiality, there was an underlying desire for the Third Transition Academy to excel. After all, these rankings directly influenced resource allocation. The more resources an academy received, the higher the probability of nurturing elite talents. The Empire still needed to select individuals from the Third Transition Academy. If our academy fails to uphold last year's achievements, I shall personally apologize to the Empire, Dean Nangong said, shaking his head in resignation. This promise was not made lightly. The Third Transition Academy bore the significant responsibility of cultivating elite talents for the Empire's military. In a world ravaged by magical beasts, the Imperial Army stood as the most reliable protective force. The Academy's performance and the resources it garnered were intrinsically linked to the talent the Empire could produce. Such a responsibility was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that my students shall not disappoint me. Dean Nangong suddenly smiled. Back at the volcanic crater, Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan were ready to depart. Xiaoyan, it's time to try this yin-yin fruit. The data indicates it has a special enhancement effect on fire-type magical beasts. It should be immensely beneficial for you, Xue'er proclaimed. Gao Xiaohan, unable to contain his eagerness, promptly devoured the yin-yin fruit. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted within him. Ding! Successfully devoured yin-yin fruit. Gained 2,000 experience, 1,000 fire affinity, 800 attack power, 600 health points. Ding! Experience points are full. Level up successful. Detected that the host has met the evolution conditions. Would you like to evolve immediately? What is happening? An increase of 2,000 experience points? What does that even mean? This is several times more than usual. More importantly, both attack and health points have increased by 800 and 600 respectively. It seems this girl was right. Evolve, Gao Xiaohan exclaimed in delight. A brilliant golden light erupted from Gao Xiaohan. Xue'er was momentarily stunned. Gao Xiaohan's physique had grown significantly. His scales transformed into a deep crimson interwoven with golden patterns. Notably, his dragon horns had elongated further. Most importantly, his claws, already sharp, were now enveloped in a shimmering flame energy. Xiaoyan, I truly made the right bet, Xue'er said, her excitement palpable. Congratulations to the host for completing the evolution, transforming into the adolescent form of the ancient Sunfire Dragon. New skill acquired. Explosive Flame Claw, advanced. All attributes increased by 50. Explosive Flame Claw, advanced. The dragon's claws are enveloped in a high concentration of flame energy, causing an explosive effect upon striking. Inflicting 200 physical damage and 150 fire damage on the target, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. This evolution has granted an offensive skill, and not just any skill, but an advanced one. Although there is a 30-second cooldown, the damage it inflicts is nothing to be trifled with. This attribute far surpasses previous abilities. Roaring with might, Gao Xiaohan let out a thunderous dragon cry. His size gradually diminished. He had previously noticed this aspect. Indeed, dragons possess the ability to shapeshift. While not possible during their juvenile phase, they can still somewhat control their size. Xiaoyan, we must return. Xue'er gently caressed Gao Xiaohan's head, filled with joy. Naturally, she was elated. However, it was not the time for celebration. Chapter 19. The Bloodline Suppression of the Ancient Dragons. They had been separated from the team for a considerable time, and this dungeon task was time-sensitive. With the objective accomplished, returning was paramount. Just as Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan prepared to leave the volcanic crater, a tremor shook the ground behind them. Boom! The entire volcanic mouth seemed to roar in fury, with the surging magma creating waves over a meter high. Xiaoyan, hide quickly. Xue'er pulled Gao Xiaohan behind a massive rock. In the next moment, a colossal figure surged from the magma. It was a beast exceeding 30 meters in length. Just the sight of such a size would surely instill fear in anyone. Terrifying indeed. The creature was covered in crimson scales, with a row of sharp bone spines adorning its back. The Inferno Demon Dragon. Xue'er stood frozen. Although she had prepared for this encounter, opting for stealth and retreat if necessary, she never anticipated that her escape route would be blocked at such a critical moment. Gao Xiaohan also swallowed hard. The creature's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Even after his recent evolution, he knew he was no match for it. He could feel this truth deep within. Being of the dragon lineage, would he one day also attain such strength? Perhaps even greater strength, as he was an ancient dragon. Yet, what to do now? Whether they could escape this predicament remained uncertain. The Inferno Demon Dragon landed beside the flamefruit tree, letting out a deafening roar. The horrifying sound waves shattered the surrounding rocks. It seemed the loss of those few fruits had incited its wrath. The refuge of Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan began to fracture. The infernal dragon writhed in fury above the volcanic crater, its immense pressure rendering Xue'er nearly breathless. "We are trapped. We must seize any opportunity." Xue'er glanced around and realized that their retreat had been severed. Gao Xiaohan unfurled his blazing wings, attempting to beckon Xue'er to climb up. "No, Xiaoyan. The infernal dragon is far swifter than you. If we are discovered, there will be no chance for escape." Xue'er grasped Gao Xiaohan tightly. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Xiaohan recognized the truth in her words. "Into the spatial ring. Let me see if I can stealthily slip away." Xue'er drew Gao Xiaohan into the spatial ring, seizing the moment when the colossal dragon turned to the other side. Xue'er quickly crouched down and cautiously edged along the rocky ledge. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, crack. Suddenly, she kicked a stone. The infernal dragon snapped its head around. "It's over." A sense of dread washed over Xue'er. In the next instant, the infernal dragon dove toward them. "Run." Xue'er spun on her heel and fled, simultaneously retrieving several magical scrolls from the spatial ring. Blink. At that moment, her sole thought was to escape. Before arriving here, she had not been idle. Although she was a beastmaster, she had also trained in some foundational magic for beastmasters. Xue'er was fiercely determined, unwilling to rely solely on Xiaoyan for protection in future battles. Earth wall. A formidable earthen barrier erupted from the ground, but it shattered instantly under the impact of the infernal dragon. Such a formidable beast was beyond Xue'er's capacity to combat. Just as despair loomed, a crimson light shot forth from Xue'er's spatial ring. Roar! Gao Xiaohan positioned himself defiantly before Xue'er, engulfed in searing flames. The solar armor. A heavy energy armor enveloped him completely, allowing Gao Xiaohan to withstand the infernal dragon's claw. "Xiaoyan, quickly evade!" Xue'er cried out. Given Gao Xiaohan's current strength, he was no match for the infernal dragon. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The infernal dragon abruptly ceased its assault. It tilted its massive head, scrutinizing Gao Xiaohan intently. In the next moment, the infernal dragon lowered itself, bowing its head to the ground in a posture of submission. "What is happening?" Xue'er was momentarily dumbfounded. Gao Xiaohan was equally astonished. As a member of the dragon lineage, he could sense the awe and submission emanating from the infernal dragon. Could it be because you are an ancient dragon? The records indicated that ancient dragons are the progenitors of all dragonkind, possessing an innate bloodline pressure. How astonishingly true it is. Xue'er murmured. Gao Xiaohan was drenched in cold sweat. "Of course. Ahem. I am utterly unperturbed." The inferno dragon emitted a deep, resonant roar as it slowly approached Gao Xiaohan and Xue'er. It turned around and lowered its head, seemingly inviting them to climb upon its back. In truth, dragons possess the ability to communicate with one another. However, Gao Xiaohan, having traversed realms, retained the intellect of a human. The awkwardness lay in the fact that, despite being in the form of a dragon, he could not comprehend the dragon language. "Is it trying to take us somewhere?" Xue'er inquired. Gao Xiaohan nodded, sensing that the inferno dragon harbored no ill intentions. "Shall we ascend and take a look?" Xue'er hesitated momentarily. The two carefully mounted the back of the inferno dragon. No sooner had they settled than it soared into the air, bursting forth from the volcano's mouth and flying deeper into the instance. How swift! Xue'er grasped the bony protrusions on the dragon's back tightly. The speed of their flight far surpassed that of Gao Xiaohan. The surrounding scenery rushed past them, and soon the outline of the volcano vanished from sight. "Where is it taking us?" Xue'er pondered, her brow furrowed. If the journey were too lengthy, it could jeopardize the progress of their mission. After all, she had sneaked out and did not wish to hinder her class. Up to this point, she had accomplished nothing in terms of the task, and it seemed that Su Mingxian had clashed with fellow classmates. She was left wondering about their fate. The inferno dragon flew toward a mountain peak shrouded in mist. Minutes later, it descended before a large cave entrance. Though the opening was substantial, it was nearly imperceptible from the outside, artfully concealed by surrounding rocks and foliage. The inferno dragon lowered its head, signaling for them to dismount. Cautiously, Xue'er stepped into the cave. Upon entering, both she and Gao Xiaohan were astounded. Heavens! The interior of the cave was far more spacious than they had imagined. Even more astonishing was the sight of countless fiery essence crystals embedded in the walls, thousands upon thousands. This was 100 times more than what the students had collectively gathered. Xue'er was momentarily rendered speechless. This dragon was exceedingly clever, knowing precisely what they sought. This was the pivotal element of their current mission. The inferno dragon coiled up beside them, seemingly content to rest. Was the meaning not clear? Feel free to take what you wish, I shall merely observe. Xiaoyan, shall I gather these fiery essence crystals? Xue'er promptly set to work, retrieving a spatial bag from her storage ring. She began collecting the crystals from the cave. 1, 2, 3 Xue'er counted, quickly amassing over 100 fiery essence crystals. Chapter 20. The Dean panics, returning on a dragon. These should be sufficient for our academy to secure the first place, right? Xue'er remarked with a smile. After all, too many words cannot be contained even in a spatial ring. Gao Xiaohan nodded, greatly satisfied with their harvest. Such an abundance of flame essence not only promises victory for the academy, but, more importantly, ensures that this girl can enjoy her time at the academy. After all, one cannot fathom why she attracts trouble despite her gentle nature. Wherever she goes, she inevitably encounters those looking to stir up conflict. If they achieve merit for the academy and their class this time, it should silence those troublesome individuals. Thank you, everyone. Xue'er turned towards the flame demon dragon. Just moments ago, the dragon had threatened her, yet now she felt no fear and reached out to stroke its head. The flame demon dragon lazily flicked its tail. It is hard to believe that this is a magical beast, and one of the fiercest at that. You are so handsome, little Yin. This majestic creature shows you respect. Xue'er chuckled. Please, a gentle touch, a sweet kiss. At that moment, Gao Xiaohan nudged Xue'er. Little Yin, we should return. Time is running short. Xue'er glanced around. Only an hour remained until the secret realm would close. Gao Xiaohan nodded. However, the flame demon dragon lowered itself once more, beckoning them to climb onto its back. It soared into the air, exiting the cave and flying towards the entrance of the secret realm. It intends to take us back. Meanwhile, in the central area of the secret realm, students from the 3rd Vocational Academy of the Empire and the Royal Academy were engaged in fierce combat. Earth Dragon Bind. Chen Tian shouted. A colossal dragon, formed from earth elements, erupted from the ground, ensnaring Su Mingxuan's legs. Damn it! Let go of me. Su Mingxian struggled. How dare such an ignorant creature provoke the 3rd Vocational Academy of the Empire? Li Xiaohan sneered, stepping in front of Su Mingxian and delivering a resounding slap to his face. Crack. The impact was substantial, the sound echoing loudly. Everyone stood in stunned silence. After all, Su Mingxian was a prominent figure from the Royal Academy. This slap was witnessed by everyone around, even those watching from outside. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I am a scion of the Su family. Su Mingxian covered his face, feeling utterly dazed. This was not merely a personal affront. It was a blow against the Su family's reputation. The Su family? Our 3rd Vocational Academy is affiliated with the military of the Empire. Do you think we care about the Su family? Li Xiaohan chuckled. Slap, slap, slap. A series of slaps followed. Ugh. Su Mingxian finally could not hold back his tears. Indeed, he was truly crying. Perhaps not solely due to pain. It is not merely due to an obstinate nature that has persisted since childhood. Rather, this incident has become a significant embarrassment. In a moment of disarray, I found myself unable to comprehend the situation and burst into tears. The students of the Royal Academy, sensing the precariousness of the situation, began to retreat. After all, losing a fight is one thing, but being humiliated by a woman's slap is quite another. How are we to maintain our dignity henceforth? We may have triumphed over those individuals, yet we have lost the competition. Indeed, we have landed ourselves in a predicament. This competition holds immense importance for both the Empire and the Academy. We have squandered too much time and collected far too little of the flame essence. It dawned upon everyone that the true objective of the contest was to gather the flame essence. Cursed be it. The Tianyuan Magic Academy and the God of War Martial Academy must have seized the opportunity to collect a substantial amount of flame essence. Regaining it will prove exceedingly difficult. At this moment, Chen Tian felt a pang of regret. The likelihood of retrieving it was slim. Others nearby were also lamenting. Moreover, Xue'er was nowhere to be found. Her whereabouts were a mystery. Wang Long surveyed the surroundings. Let us not concern ourselves with her for now. We must quickly disperse and gather as much flame essence as possible. With less than an hour remaining, time is of the essence. Li Xiaohan exclaimed. Instantly, the group spread out, embarking on a frantic quest for the flame essence. Meanwhile, the deans of the 4 major academies and high-ranking officials of the Empire were observing the scenes within the secret realm. Ha ha ha, Dean Nangong. It appears your academy is destined to relinquish its top position this year. The principal of the Royal Academy chuckled, for although their students had been defeated, witnessing the Tianyuan Magic Academy and the God of War Martial Academy amassing a considerable amount of flame essence brought him satisfaction. Indeed, while your students possess formidable strength, they seem to have forgotten the true purpose of this competition. According to current statistics, our academy has collected 43 portions of flame essence. The God of War Martial Academy has gathered 39, while your Empire's third Transmutation Academy has a mere 17. The dean of the Tianyuan Magic Academy could not conceal a hint of schadenfreude. Anyone surpassing the Empire's third Transmutation Academy would feel a sense of glee, especially since that academy had dominated the rankings for many years. Dean Nangong sipped his tea, his expression devoid of emotion. It would be impossible to claim there was no sense of urgency. The pressing issue now was that the surrounding areas had been largely depleted of flame essence. Finding even a trace would be a challenge, and it seemed that he had truly miscalculated this time. Dean Nangong, you did mention that if you could not secure the first position, you would take responsibility before the Empire. It appears that unless a miracle occurs, your academy will not retain its top rank this year, a high-ranking official of the Empire reminded. Dean Nangong fell silent. What is that? All gazes turned toward the large screen. In the next moment, everyone was rendered speechless. On the screen, a colossal flame demon dragon soared majestically through the skies. Upon its back sat Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan. Is that the flame demon dragon? My heavens, the girl is actually riding atop the flame demon dragon? How is this possible? The flame demon dragon is a formidable high-level magical beast, one that even the elite of the Imperial Army dare not provoke lightly. All present stood in stunned silence. It appears that miracles do indeed happen. Dean Nangong took a sip of tea. A thunderous roar from the dragon shattered the sky. All the students still within the secret realm looked up, turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. What could it be? The flame demon dragon. Goodness! Someone is riding on it. Li Xiaohan exclaimed. The crowd gaped in astonishment at the descending giant dragon, until they discerned who was perched upon its back. Xue'er, she is actually riding the flame demon dragon? Wang Long shouted in disbelief. The flame demon dragon descended onto the open ground, and Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan leapt from its back. Without a backward glance, the dragon soared away. Apologies for our tardiness, Xue'er said with a smile. Humph, we're still not in the same class. When the fight broke out, you ran away. Li Xiaohan retorted with a cold snort. However, Xue'er produced a massive spatial bag from her storage ring. Upon opening the bag, hundreds of flame essence crystals cascaded forth, creating a clattering symphony as they scattered across the ground. Everyone was rendered speechless. Such an abundance of flame essence. It surpassed the total collected by all the academies combined. How could this be possible? Li Xiaohan's lips twitched in disbelief. Chapter 21. Wang Mei is anxious. Increase the funds. Before long, students from all academies emerged from the dungeon. At the exit of the Sanya dungeon, students from the 4 major academies were lined up in formation. Xue'er, you have truly earned your merit this time, Li Xiaohan remarked. Heh, it's quite rare for such a stingy woman to utter those words, Gao Xiaohan quipped, casting her a sidelong glance. If it weren't for Xue'er's aversion to trouble, I would have dealt with you too. Indeed, Xue'er, you are simply incredible. Lulu chimed in eagerly from the side. Attention, all academies. We will now commence the tally of flame essence quantities. The chief examiner's voice rang out. Royal Beast Academy, 17 pieces. Tianyuan Magic Academy, 43 pieces. War God Martial Academy, 39 pieces. Applause erupted. These results were indeed commendable. In previous years, gathering 20 pieces was considered exceptional. Imperial Third Transition Academy, 387 pieces. The chief examiner paused momentarily. What? Impossible. 387 pieces? Are you joking? The entire square erupted in chaos. Even the chief examiner could not help but confirm the count once more. At the Royal Beast Academy, the students wore expressions of deep distress, particularly Su Mingxian. The humiliation of being slapped was already considerable, and now, his academic performance had suffered a devastating blow. Su Mingxian, I witnessed the entire process. Is it not enough to bring shame upon your family? You provoked the situation and ended up in such a predicament. The teachers of the Royal Academy could no longer contain their disappointment, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. In the viewing area, Dean Nangong remarked, Congratulations. Your academy has truly excelled this time. The dean of the Heavenly Yuan Magic Academy smiled wryly, shaking his head. It is all the result of the students' hard work. He raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip, though internally, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Had it not been for Xue'er, he might have faced an even graver predicament. After all, without her contributions, the academy would likely have garnered very few accolades this year. Even a position that was not first could not fall to the bottom, for that would be a disgrace to the Empire's military, a matter of great seriousness. This performance might set a historical record, one imperial official remarked. Indeed, the previous highest record was 189 entries, and this time, it had doubled. Another official perused the records. While the Royal Academy's president wore a dark expression, he had hoped to witness the Dean of Nangong's embarrassment, only to become the subject of ridicule himself. What further vexed him was that Xue'er had originally been a student of their institution. If it weren't for the misguided actions of the Su and Lu families, ahem. Since the results have been confirmed, let us make the announcement. One imperial official cleared his throat. In light of the exceptional performance displayed by the Imperial 3rd Transition Academy in the Yin Flame Valley instance, and following discussions within the Imperial Military Department, it has been decided to award the students of the Imperial 3rd Transition Academy who participated in this instance with third-class military honors. In the square, an individual clad in Imperial military attire made an appearance. Third-class military honors. Do you realize the significance of such an accolade? It is not easily attained and stands as the highest honor among students. However, the excitement was somewhat muted, as military honors were not particularly tangible, they were merely titles. Furthermore, students who received military honors would be granted the privilege of participating in the upcoming end-of-month vocational qualification assessment in advance. The venue would be the Moonlight City instance. Vocational qualification assessment. This is truly explosive news. Ordinary students typically required 3 years of study at the academy to qualify, but now, they could participate early. Securing vocational qualifications equated to obtaining a stable job before graduation. This was no exaggeration. Moreover, it had been stated that the honor was for students of the same cohort. This implied that every student in the Imperial 3rd Transition Academy, totaling several hundred, would be eligible. Class 7 had certainly gained prestige. And other classes would bask in its glory as well. Professional qualification assessment, Xue'er murmured. If successful, she would become a certified beast master. Gao Xiaohan yawned within his spatial ring, expressing disinterest in such qualifications. His primary concern lay in whether there were any valuable treasures to devour. Su Mingxian, let us depart. The students of the Royal Academy prepared to leave, looking rather dejected. Wait, the chief examiner suddenly interjected. Student Su Mingxian, based on reports from other students, you maliciously instigated a conflict during the instance, severely violating the rules. Upon investigation, this has been confirmed. Therefore, all your scores from this instance are nullified. Furthermore, you are prohibited from participating in any instance activities for the next 3 months. Su Mingxian nearly broke into tears. No, this is unjust. They attacked me too. Why am I the only one punished? He shouted. There is video evidence showing that you initiated the provocation and launched the first assault. The students from the Empire's 3rd Transition Academy acted in self-defense, the chief examiner replied coldly. This was hardly surprising. In this world, strength reigns supreme. It was expected that students from the 3rd Transition Academy, with their impressive performance, would not face scrutiny even in the event of wrongdoing. Deservedly so. The Royal Academy has suffered a tremendous embarrassment this time. Rumors circulated among the onlookers. I heard he even got slapped? Yes, I saw the magical footage. His tears were quite pitiful. Su Mingxian wished he could sink into the ground as whispers surrounded him. On the way back to the academy, Xue'er, you are truly remarkable. 387 portions of flame essence. This will surely be recorded in the annals of the academy. Lulu exclaimed, holding Xue'er's hand. Actually, it was mainly luck. Xue'er replied, feeling a bit awkward. What luck? That inferno dragon isn't something just anyone can tame. It makes me want to become a beast master myself. Wang Long remarked from the side. Indeed, if it weren't for you, we would have surely lost to the other academies this time, Zhang Yuan chimed in. Even the usually arrogant Li Xiaohan refrained from dissent. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, a loud crash echoed as yet another tea set shattered. Glass fragments strewn across the floor. Useless. All of you are useless. Wang Mei trembled with rage. Su Mingxian had been publicly humiliated and now faced a 3-month ban. Mother. Su Mingxian lowered his head, unable to meet Wang Mei's gaze. How dare you speak? You were slapped by a woman and yet you cried? You've brought shame to the Su family. Wang Mei scolded, pointing a finger at him. It was worth noting that Wang Mei had always indulged Su Mingxian. Enough. At this point, scolding him serves no purpose, Su Haitin stated calmly from the side. Yet, he felt a complex mix of emotions. After all, Xue'er was his daughter too. Over the years, I have harbored a lingering sense of guilt regarding my daughter. However, there is no alternative. The Su family must be inherited by my son. What then? That little wretch is currently basking in her glory, having even attained a 3rd-class military honor. If this continues, the dragon must surely belong to Mingxian. Wang Mei gritted her teeth. What do they say? Su Haitian inquired. They claim that the Imperial 3rd Transition College is not a place one can simply enter. Unless we offer significantly more money. Much more, Wang Mei hesitated to respond. How much more? 50 million gold coins. What? Su Haitian rose abruptly. 50 million gold coins? Even the Su family would be severely strained. Those bloodsuckers. Xue'er trembled with rage. Sir, someone is requesting an audience outside. The butler entered hastily. Do not let him in. Xue'er was seething. The individual claims to have a solution to the matter, the butler whispered. Xue'er and Wang Mei exchanged glances. Allow him to enter. Back at the academy, in Xue'er's dormitory. Xiaoyan, come out. Xue'er released Gao Xiaohan from the dimensional ring. Roar. Gao Xiaohan emerged, exuberantly circling the room. Third-class military honor. Training resources. I have truly achieved something this time, seeking affection and praise. By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask you earlier in the hall. Did the essence of flame you consumed in the dungeon enhance your abilities significantly? Xue'er smiled as she stroked Gao Xiaohan's head. Gao Xiaohan's eyes sparkled. Actually, I was secretly digesting that energy while in the dimensional ring. After devouring it, it indeed felt extraordinary. This surge of energy will take me quite some time to fully utilize, although it may not compare to the potency of the flame fruit. Consuming dozens of flame essences has certainly elevated my experience points. Current level, 22. Experience points, 132,002,5000. At this rate, it won't be long before I level up again. Seeing you so joyful, it seems you have reaped considerable rewards, Xue'er remarked, noting Gao Xiaohan's demeanor. Knock, knock, knock. Xue'er, it's me, came Lulu's voice. Xue'er opened the door, and Lulu rushed in, brimming with excitement. Xue'er, have you heard? Teacher Yi said that in 3 days, he will explain the vocational qualification assessment to us. The Moonlight City, that is the most challenging dungeon of all. Lulu furrowed her brow. This time, Lulu felt she was riding on the coattails of Xue'er and her companions. In truth, she had little confidence regarding the dungeon's difficulty. Moonlight City. Xue'er pondered the matter as well. She had heard of this dungeon, rumored to be home to particularly unique magical beasts. One must strategize when time permits, especially since this endeavor has proven remarkably successful. By the way, I have heard an intriguing piece of news. In the City of Moonlight, there exists a peculiar breed of magical beast known as the anthropomorphic beast, which bears an almost indistinguishable resemblance to humans. Moreover, it is said that they retain their intellect, capable of speech and thought. Lulu chattered incessantly. Anthropomorphic beasts? This was the first time Xue'er had ever heard of such a thing. Gao Xiaohan perked up as well. Beasts that can speak? Surely, they are not mere monsters, are they? Xue'er, let us team up when the time comes. With you and Xiaoyan by my side, I shall feel much more at ease. Lulu sobbed continuously. Of course, we are friends. Xue'er found herself both amused and exasperated. In her eyes, Lulu merely lacked a bit of confidence. In truth, Lulu was exceptionally strong. Her prowess could only be described as formidable. Otherwise, how could her temperament have led her to be specially recruited by the Imperial Academy? In the dead of night, at the Su residence, a man clad in a black suit sat opposite Xue'er. Do you truly have a solution? Xue'er asked, taking a drag from his cigarette, steadying himself. Of course, the man replied, his voice somewhat gravelly. Xue'er currently enjoyed the protection of the Imperial Third Transition Academy, making conventional methods exceedingly difficult to employ. However, the Moonlight City dungeon was an entirely different matter. The suited man smiled slightly. What do you mean? Wang Mei inquired anxiously. The City of Moonlight is an ancient relic, teeming with secrets. Among them lie certain taboo presences. If we can manipulate those entities to deal with Xue'er, even if she perishes within, it would be impossible to trace it back to us, the man explained slowly. What? I thought the plan was merely to have my son enter the Imperial Academy. Why must we now take action against Xue'er? Xue'er was utterly stunned. He felt immense guilt towards Xue'er, believing he was simply securing an education for his son. He had never anticipated that Wang Mei would resort to hiring someone to harm Xue'er. Wang Mei. Xue'er could no longer contain his outrage. You must not interfere with this matter. Otherwise, I shall take your son and leave the Su family forever. Wang Mei let out a cold snort. This threat had loomed over Xue'er for countless years, and even now, it held remarkable sway. The following morning, at the Imperial Third Transition Academy, in the advanced training room, one of the privileges bestowed by a third-class military merit, Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan arrived for the first time. Roar! Gao Xiaohan was brimming with excitement. Before they could begin their training, they passed by the cafeteria. The food here was astonishingly good. Xiaoyan, you start your training. I shall delve into the advanced knowledge of beast taming. Xue'er produced a thick tome, one she had borrowed from the library the previous day. After the recent event, Xue'er felt even more certain. Xiaoyan could evolve and grow stronger on his own, alleviating any concern she had. It was her own lack of progress that would hold them back. Thus, she recognized the necessity of mastering more fundamental magic that a beast master could learn. In addition, She needed to delve deeper into the lore of beast masters, including strategies for dungeon raids. There was indeed much to attend to. Gao Xiaohan nodded and settled into a corner. A true beast master should possess a profound connection with their contracted beast, even sharing power. When this bond reaches its pinnacle, a phenomenon known as beastification occurs. Beastification? Xue'er furrowed her brows. The book stated that beastification represented the highest realm for a beast master, allowing one to temporarily acquire some abilities from their contracted beast. However, the requirements were exceedingly stringent, necessitating a rapport of 100 between the beast master and the contracted beast. Xiaoyan, our rapport must be quite high, right? Xue'er inquired, glancing at Gao Xiaohan. Gao Xiaohan opened one eye and confidently nodded. Of course. We are a natural pair. At that moment, the door to the training room swung open, and Li Xiaohan entered. You're here too? Upon seeing Xue'er, Li Xiaohan paused slightly. Yes, I'm testing the effects of the advanced training room. Xue'er closed her book. Li Xiaohan found a spot to sit and began her training. The two remained silent, and the training room was filled with tranquility. After a while, Li Xiaohan suddenly spoke. Xue'er. Thank you. Li Xiaohan's voice was barely audible. What for? Xue'er asked, puzzled. If it weren't for you, our academy would have lost this time. I apologize for my previous attitude towards you. I admit I harbored some biases against beast masters, Li Xiaohan murmured. Hee. It's quite rare for such a proud assassin to utter those words. Shall we team up for the Moonlight City dungeon? Lulu has already invited me. Would you like to join? Xue'er proposed. Sure. Li Xiaohan nodded. 3 days later, in Class 7's classroom. Today, I will explain the specifics of the vocational qualification assessment. This concerns your future, so pay close attention. Teacher Yiqing stood at the podium, furrowing her brow. Chapter 23, The Lost Dungeon, Moonlight City. The classroom was silent. All 20 students who had earned military merit were present. First, what is a vocational qualification? In simple terms, it is the Empire's official certification for those who wish to change their profession. Only by obtaining a vocational qualification can one learn advanced skills of their profession, accept official tasks from the Empire, and gain corresponding status and benefits within the imperial framework. Teacher Yiqing inscribed a few words on the blackboard. Upon hearing this, the entire class became alert. Professional qualifications are categorized into 5 levels: trainee, junior, intermediate, senior, and master. Under normal circumstances, you must first pass the trainee assessment and then complete 3 years of internship before you can participate in the junior examination. However, this time, those who excel in the assessment of Moonlight City can directly obtain their junior qualifications. This signifies that you can save at least 3 years of time. Teacher Yiqing shifted the conversation. What does this imply? It means that these students have not yet graduated. As long as they possess the qualifications, they can casually affiliate themselves with any organization, effortlessly ensuring a tangible income. This is something that ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to imagine. The classroom erupted in excitement. Silence. I have not finished speaking yet. Teacher Yiqing rapped the desk. Moonlight City is not an ordinary instance. In addition to various high-level magical beasts, there exist some anthropomorphic magical creatures. These beings retain human appearance and intellect. They can converse, think, and even employ strategies. The anthropomorphic magical beast reminded Xue'er of what Lulu had once said. She had also seen it in the news. The magical beasts invading this world are of many varieties. Some are particularly terrifying. Foremost among them are the calamity-level beasts, which can provoke immense disasters. They are colossal in size, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Following them are the aberrant beasts, which are typically indescribable entities. Ranking just below them are the anthropomorphic magical beasts. Moonlight City was originally an elven city. Subsequently, a great catastrophe occurred, and the city was overrun by monsters. It is said that those elves were tainted by some force, transforming them into the present anthropomorphic magical beasts. Teacher Yiqing elucidated. Elves transformed into beasts? The students exchanged glances. In any case, one must exercise caution when encountering anthropomorphic magical creatures. Their strength generally exceeds level 5, and they are exceedingly cunning. The best strategy for dealing with them is to never engage in solitary combat. The assessment consists of 3 components. First, survive for 7 days in Moonlight City. Second, slay magical creatures to earn points. The higher the points, the better the evaluation. Third, and most importantly, find a professional mentor and pass their trials. Teacher Yiqing nodded. Professional mentor? Lulu inquired, puzzled. In Moonlight City, there exist trial grounds for various professions. The guardians of these trial grounds are the professional mentors. Of course, these mentors are not living beings, but rather the remnants of ancient power. Only by passing their trials can one obtain professional qualification certification, teacher Yi Qing explained in detail. I see, Xue'er contemplated. Well then, that concludes today's lesson. There are 4 days remaining until the assessment, so you must prepare diligently. A team is needed. We can begin discussions right away. After teacher Yi Qing finished speaking, she left the classroom. Xue'er, have we finalized our team? Lulu was the first to rush over. Currently, it's me, you, and Li Xiaohan, Xue'er nodded. If we add Wang Long and Zhang Yuan, that makes 5 of us, Li Xiaohan suggested. That would be splendid. Xue'er agreed with a nod. Once the team is confirmed, everything else will fall into place. Warrior, assassin, martial artist, mage, beastmaster. This essentially constitutes a versatile team. Ideally, if we could add a tank role, it would be perfect. However, it is unfortunate that there are no tank professions in Class 7. Thus, the 5-member team was officially established. For the next 3 days, the quintet trained together daily, their coordination growing increasingly harmonious. Xue'er's support has become remarkably timely, Lulu remarked while wiping her sweat. Indeed, we made significant progress since the first day, Li Xiaohan concurred with a nod. At this rate, we should perform admirably in Moonlight City, Wang Long proclaimed confidently. Do not be complacent. Anthropomorphic magical beasts are not to be compared with the simulated ones in training. Zhang Yuan cautioned. Tomorrow we set off. How prepared are you all? At that moment, teacher Yi Qing approached. Reporting, teacher, we are ready. Lulu replied loudly. Excellent. Remember, once inside Moonlight City, you must not act independently. Even if you separate, ensure that at least 2 of you remain together. Teacher Yi Qing reminded them. Understood. The group responded affirmatively. Throughout the early morning, at the entrance of the Empire's 3rd Transition Academy, the students participating in the assessment had gathered. In addition to the 20 who had earned military merit, there were 10 senior students who were already qualified. Is everyone here? Leading the group was the vice principal, a stern middle-aged man. Report, all 30 are present. Very well, let us depart. The destination being the entrance to Moonlight City. It was said that all 4 academies would be sending participants this time, but unlike last time, these were students on the verge of graduation. Along the way, the students were quite anxious. Indeed, Su Mingxuan's cohort was not eligible to participate from other academies. However, graduating students were allowed, meaning that Xue'er's cohort was exceptionally permitted to join due to their military merit. Their competitors were several years their senior. Xue'er sat by the window, watching the swiftly retreating scenery outside. Gao Xiaohan was also somewhat excited within the dimensional ring. Most importantly, there might be stronger magical beasts to devour. 2 hours later, they arrived. The transportation magic device halted in an open area. Not far away, a colossal luminous gate stood tall. This was the entrance to the City of Moonlight. Teams from the other 3 academies had already arrived. Oh, isn't that the Imperial 3rd Transition Academy? Our little juniors, you were well taken care of last time, remarked several students from the Celestial Magic Academy with a sarcastic tone. What business is it of yours? Lulu retorted sharply. Enough of the bickering. The leading instructors from each academy interjected, quelling the students' dispute. Now, I shall announce the rules. An Imperial examiner stepped forward. Assessment duration, 7 days. Assessment content, survival, points, trials. Important notes. Malicious killing of other students within the instance is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and held accountable. Each participant will receive a teleportation talisman, which may be used in life-threatening situations, but doing so will mean forfeiting the assessment. The examiner outlined the rules methodically. Chapter 24. Is this spirit toying with us? The assessment begins officially. The luminous gate illuminated, and the students entered in succession. After a dizzying whirl, Xue'er opened her eyes to behold a silvery world. The bright moonlight cascaded over the dilapidated structures, draping the entire city in a hazy glow. How beautiful! Xue'er couldn't help but exclaim. Despite the city's ruin, traces of its former grandeur remained visible, massive stone sculptures and magnificent Baroque architecture. Indeed, it was quite a spectacle. Xue'er, Lulu's voice called out. Fortunately, the 5-member team had all been teleported to a nearby location. Is everyone all right? Xue'er inquired. All good. We're all here. The group quickly assembled. This is the City of Moonlight. Wang Long surveyed the surroundings. It truly is unique. Is it always night here? Zhang Yuan looked up at the round moon in the sky. Not quite. It's not a full moon yet. Having researched before their arrival, he recalled that during the full moon, the magical beasts were at their strongest. As long as it wasn't a full moon, they could breathe a little easier. We should find a place to settle down, Li Xiaohan suggested. We need a base for the 7 days. The others nodded in agreement. Cautiously, they advanced along the quiet streets of the City of Moonlight, which was eerily silent. Be careful, Li Xiaohan suddenly hissed. A shadow darted across the rooftop with astonishing speed. What was that? Lulu asked, gripping her weapon tightly. I don't know, but it certainly isn't anything good. Wang Long raised his shield, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Just then, a soft voice echoed, Humans, you should not be here. The group turned towards the source of the voice. A figure stood atop a nearby rooftop, illuminated by the moonlight. Her silver hair cascaded elegantly, framing a delicate visage adorned with pointed ears and striking crimson eyes. The moonlight elf. Xue'er instantly recognized her identity. In the next moment, she vanished. Be careful. Li Xiaohan reacted swiftly, brandishing a dagger in defense. A clash of metal resonated through the air. The moonlight elf had appeared behind Li Xiaohan, wielding an exquisite short sword. Not bad, human assassin, she chuckled lightly, her form disappearing once more. Damn it, her speed is astonishing. Li Xiaohan gritted her teeth. As a fellow assassin, she could sense the formidable power of her opponent. Earth wall technique. Zhang Yuan swiftly cast a spell, erecting a wall of earth around them. Futile. The voice of the moonlight elf echoed from above. She perched atop the earthen barrier with a mocking expression. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the elven race. Raising her hand, moonlight gathered in her palm. Moonlight slash. A silvery sword aura descended. Boom. The earth wall was cleaved in two. Scatter. Wang Long shouted, charging forward with his shield. Shield bash. Ha. Foolish human warrior. The moonlight elf gracefully leapt, evading Wang Long's assault, and delivered a kick to his back. He staggered, nearly losing his balance. What tremendous strength, Wang Long thought, astonished by the seemingly slender moonlight elf's overwhelming power. Xue'er, let Xiaoyan out, Lulu urged anxiously. Xue'er nodded, preparing to summon Gao Xiaohan. Wait, Li Xiaohan suddenly interjected. Let us assess the situation. She seems to harbor no intent to kill. Indeed, despite her attacks, the moonlight elf had not struck lethally. It felt more like she was toying with them. Smart humans. The moonlight elf halted her movements, standing atop a broken pillar. I am merely warning you. The city of Moonlight does not welcome outsiders, especially humans. However, her gaze fixated on Xue'er. You possess a peculiar scent. Dragon lineage? Xue'er's heart raced. Could she sense Xiaoyan's presence? How intriguing, a human bound to a dragon, the moonlight elf mused as she descended from the pillar. Approaching Xue'er, the others immediately positioned themselves in front of Xue'er. Do not be alarmed. I stated it was merely a warning. The moonlight elf paused. In honor of that dragon, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not wander the streets at night, or it may cost you your life. And steer clear of the Moonlight Temple. It is not a place for you to tread. Upon finishing her words, her figure gradually became transparent. By the way, I am called Moonshadow. I hope that when we meet again, you will still be alive. With that final statement, she vanished completely, leaving the five of them staring at one another in bewilderment. Just a moment ago, Lulu swallowed hard. A moonlight sprite, a humanoid magical beast. It appeared to possess considerable intelligence. Li Xiaohan furrowed her brow. Not only could it speak, but it also had the capacity for thought and even a name of its own. This was entirely different from ordinary magical beasts. However, the sensation was unsettling, sending shivers down their spines. She warned against wandering the streets at night. Wang Long glanced at the sky. Although the city of Moonlight was perpetually shrouded in night, it seemed to be daytime now. None could predict what might transpire when true night descended. We should find a place to settle down. Although Moonshadow was warning us, it also served as a reminder, Xue'er stated. The group nodded in agreement, continuing their search for a suitable refuge. Half an hour later, they discovered a relatively intact building, which appeared to be an old inn. This will do, they decided. Once they confirmed its safety, the five settled down temporarily. Xue'er, the moonlight sprite just mentioned that you carry the essence of a dragon. How did she perceive that? Lulu asked curiously. Xue'er shook her head. I am not sure. Perhaps it is due to the unique nature of my bond with Xiaoyan. She summoned Gao Xiaohan directly. Roar. The moment Gao Xiaohan emerged, he scanned the surroundings warily. While in the storage ring, he too had sensed the presence of the moonlight sprite. It was powerful and distinct. The sensation was akin to encountering a dragon of the same caliber. Xiaoyan, did you sense anything? Xue'er inquired. Gao Xiaohan nodded, then shook his head. He did indeed perceive something, yet it eluded clear articulation. The city of Moonlight felt peculiar to him. Despite being fraught with peril, it also emanated an inexplicable warmth, particularly with the mention of the Moonlight Temple. Never mind that for now. Our immediate priority is to familiarize ourselves with the environment and seek out a professional mentor. Li Xiaohan interrupted their thoughts. Yes, let us split up. Pairs will investigate the surroundings, Wang Long proposed. I will team up with Lulu. Wang Long will pair with Zhang Yuan. Xue'er, you and Xiaoyan should remain here, Li Xiaohan instructed. Why? Xue'er was taken aback. Chapter 25, Promotion, Beastmaster. One person must guard the base, Li Xiaohan stated calmly. Do you think my strength is insufficient? Xue'er furrowed her brow. She couldn't shake the feeling that this individual harbored a bias against Beastmasters. Forget it. I am not accustomed to being considered weak. Xue'er shook her head and summoned Gao Xiaohan from the spatial ring. With a fierce roar, Gao Xiaohan emerged, prepared for battle. Indeed, the rationale for remaining at the stronghold was utterly absurd. There was nothing worth defending here, a notion that Xue'er could not accept. In light of this, let us divide into two groups. Xue'er, Li Xiaohan, and I will form one group, while Wang Long and Zhang Yuan will comprise the other. Lulu stood aside, trying to mediate the situation. Li Xiaohan, unable to object, could only nod in agreement. The three of them set off in silence. After traversing a considerable distance, they discovered nothing of significance. Just as they were about to return to the stronghold, a deep growl echoed from the alley behind them. Something is approaching. Li Xiaohan immediately drew her twin daggers. 5 figures emerged from the shadows, humanoid forms with sickly pale skin. Moonlight hunters. 5th-tier magical beasts. Lulu frowned slightly. With a fierce roar, Gao Xiaohan charged forward. 5th-tier magical beasts? Could it be that the experienced treasure has arrived? I will hold them off. Lulu, you break through. And Xue'er will provide support. Li Xiaohan shouted decisively. Strength enhanced. Speed increased. In an instant, Li Xiaohan vanished, reappearing behind the pack of moonlight hunters. With a powerful strike, she unleashed the mountain-crushing fist. Lulu also let out a mighty shout, launching an attack directly at the foremost moonlight hunter. To be honest, Lulu's strength was far from weak. Although she often appeared lacking in confidence, that punch was anything but ordinary. Gao Xiaohan surged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with one of the moonlight hunters. Xiaoyan, use that move. Xue'er called out to Gao Xiaohan. A slight smile crept across Gao Xiaohan's face. Indeed, during the last evolution, a new skill had been acquired, yet it had scarcely been utilized. Was this not the perfect opportunity? His dragon claw was instantly engulfed in flames, crashing down upon the leader of the moonlight hunters. Boom! A thunderous explosion consumed the leader in a fiery blaze. The battle concluded swiftly. All 5 moonlight hunters lay defeated. Onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Was that it? Was it truly that simple? Ding! Successfully devoured moonlight hunter. Gained 800 experience, 200 moonlight affinity, 100 agility. Ding! Successfully devoured moonlight hunter. Gained 750 experience, 150 health, 80 defense. Gao Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction. The energy from these anthropomorphic magical beasts was indeed more refined than that of ordinary beasts. The experience accrued was substantial. Perhaps this venture would lead to another level up. However, what was this moonlight affinity? It seemed the system rewarded an attribute of little practical use to him. We must return swiftly. Nightfall approaches, Li Xiaohan reminded them. The trio swiftly returned to their stronghold, joining forces with Wang Long and Zhang Yuan. The Moonlight Temple? Wang Long furrowed his brow, surveying the location marked by Xue'er on the map. It lay at the heart of the city, rumored to be the domain of the most formidable magical beasts. However, if it is indeed a trial ground for beast tamers, we must venture there, Xue'er asserted. We encountered several students from other academies in the Eastern District. They mentioned that some have already located their respective trial grounds. We cannot fall behind, Zhang Yuan added. At dawn tomorrow, we shall set forth for the Moonlight Temple. Li Xiaohan nodded in agreement. As morning broke, the 5 embarked on their journey. Ahead lies the Moonlight Square. Passing through it will lead us directly to the temple, Zhang Yuan indicated. The square was magnificent, dominated by a colossal statue of the moon goddess. Be cautious. Such an open space is prone to ambushes, Li Xiaohan warned, her vigilance heightened. Indeed, as they stepped onto the square, a thunderous roar erupted from the side. A pack of larger moonlight hunters emerged, numbering over a dozen, with the leader reaching an impressive 6th tier. Form up, Wang Long bellowed, raising his shield and charging forward. They are not ordinary magical beasts. Xue'er shouted, casting enhancement spells, acknowledging the distinct difference from their previous encounters. Gao Xiaohan engaged the strongest moonlight hunter at the forefront, unleashing a barrage of explosive fiery claws, yet the prowess of a 6th-tier beast was formidable. We are surrounded. Lulu retaliated, repelling 2 of the beasts with her fists. However, their numbers remained overwhelming. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated, instilling a fleeting fear among the surrounding moonlight hunters. Gao Xiaohan's bellow not only startled the foes, but also caused those around him, save for Xue'er, to shudder. Now's our chance. Seizing the moment, Xue'er retrieved several magical scrolls from her spatial ring. Firestorm. A massive pillar of flame descended from the heavens, striking the mightiest moonlight hunter directly. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos in the enemy ranks, the 5-member team fought their way through, successfully breaking free. Gao Xiaohan began to display remarkable prowess, relentlessly consuming his foes. Ever since his recent advancement, the 6th-tier magical beast seemed hardly noteworthy. Ding! Successfully devoured a 6th-tier Moonlight Hunter. Gained 1,500 experience, 500 Moonlight Affinity, 200 attack power, special ability, Shadow Step, Beginner. Shadow Step, Beginner short-range teleportation ability, consuming 30 energy points, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. A treasure indeed. This mobility skill proved invaluable in combat. He had initially thought the system would not reward such agility-based skills. Yet it appeared that the system was gradually compensating for his weaknesses. Who would have thought we would all succeed? This is a remarkable advance of 3 years. Lulu exclaimed with excitement. It is all thanks to Xue'er. Had you not guided us to those trial grounds, we would likely still be meandering aimlessly around the city. Zhang Yuan chuckled. This is not mere flattery towards Xue'er. It is the truth. After all, none of us anticipated that such a formidable dungeon could be conquered with relative ease. However, it is no surprise, considering that during the battles we encountered, Gao Xiaohan effortlessly resolved them, leaving the rest of us scarcely involved. Had this group been without Gao Xiaohan, even a mere 6th-tier magical beast would have posed a substantial challenge. At the Imperial 3rd Transition Academy, the president, Nangong, stood at the podium, visibly elated. Now, I announce that all 30 students participating in the vocational qualification assessment in Moonlight City have successfully passed. His heart swelled with pride as he reflected on the significant number of officially certified professionals emerging from his academy, a feat unparalleled in the history of the Empire. Other institutions could boast only 1 or 2 candidates. This is the finest achievement in our academy's history. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as junior professionals by the Empire. Nangong continued. Li Qin, Zhao Yishan, and Zhang Yuan, junior mages. Wang Long, junior warrior. Li Xiaohan, junior assassin. Lulu, junior martial artist. Xue'er, junior beastmaster. At this moment, Nangong was completely elated, nearly breaking into a dance. Chapter 26, Devilish Training. Next, I have an important announcement. The Imperial military holds your cohort of newly minted professionals in high regard and has decided to dispatch an instructor for a month of intensive training. This instructor is a hero from the border battlefield, having led troops to repel numerous waves of magical beasts. The special training will commence in 3 days, and I hope you all are prepared. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. What did the Imperial military's special training signify? Perhaps it was a gateway into the Imperial Army? Such opportunities may seem straightforward, but upon deeper reflection, if this truly involves military training, it could significantly impact their future careers. 3 days later, in the training grounds, the 30 newly minted professionals stood in neat rows. 30, all of whom had recently ascended this year, a figure that seemed almost fantastical to the entire empire. The reason so many had succeeded was partly due to the path chosen by Xue'er and her companions, allowing them to bask in her brilliance. Whispers circulated among the students about the instructor, whose surname was Chun, a senior warrior, a hero from the border battlefield, undoubtedly seasoned with experience. I heard he is quite young. Under 30, yet already a military elite, the students murmured. At that moment, a man clad in imperial military attire approached, flanked by 2 aides. The man appeared to be in his 30s, his physique robust and muscular, indicative of a close combat profession. I am Chini, the commander of the 7th Regiment of the 3rd Division of the Imperial Army and the chief instructor for this special training session. From this day forth, you shall undergo a month-long rigorous training. This is not the sheltered training of an academy, but authentic military conditioning. Some may sustain injuries, others may falter, and some may choose to abandon the endeavor entirely. However, only those who endure until the end shall be deemed worthy of consideration by the imperial military. Chun Yi's words were delivered with a stern finality. Now, everyone, run 10 laps to warm up, then group yourselves according to your professions. Execute. No one dared to hesitate. All students immediately began to jog around the training ground. The first week of special training served as a harsh awakening to the reality of hellish exertion. Each day commenced at 5 in the morning with 2 hours of physical training, followed by specialized vocational training, each profession guided by its respective instructor. Afternoons were devoted to simulated combat scenarios, with students divided into various teams to replicate diverse battlefield conditions. Evenings were reserved for theoretical lessons and tactical analysis. The most daunting aspect was Chun Yi's treatment of the students. He regarded them not as individuals, but as mere beasts of burden. If this continued, they would be exhausted before even joining the imperial forces. Xue'er, Chun-Yi suddenly appeared at the edge of the training field. Instructor, Xue'er responded, standing at attention. Your foundational movements are not sufficiently precise. Demonstrate the correct beast guiding posture. Chun-Yi approached, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Xue'er found it puzzling. It seemed as though Chun-Yi was fixated on her, as if seeking to pick apart her every flaw. At that moment, Gao Xiaohan could no longer contain his concern. No, the angle of your arms is incorrect. Chun-Yi moved behind Xue'er, grasping her wrist with deliberate intent, lingering for several seconds, even gently caressing it. Xue'er was momentarily taken aback, while Gao Xiaohan stood in stunned disbelief. What kind of instructor is this? Is he not utterly perverse? Once more, Chun-Yi commanded, stepping back 2 paces. However, this behavior seemed more a test than a serious transgression, leaving Xue'er to suppress her feelings. Time passed swiftly, and on the final day of the second week of special training, all students gathered in the grand training field for a physical assessment. During a long-distance running test, Lulu suddenly turned pale, staggered a few steps, and then collapsed to the ground. Lulu, Xue'er and Li Xiaohan rushed over. She has suffered from anemia. We need to take her to the infirmary, Li Xiaohan exclaimed anxiously. For the past 2 weeks, the instructor had been behaving like a perverse tyrant. It was unclear how these students had offended him. The intensity of this training was such that even the most seasoned imperial soldiers would struggle to endure it. It felt as if he was deliberately seeking to provoke them. Lulu, who already had a predisposition to anemia, could hardly withstand such rigorous exertion. In principle, physical training should not reach this extreme. After all, those who had transitioned primarily fought using their abilities. The instructor was supposed to focus on teamwork and skill development. Yet it had devolved into relentless and mindless physical drills. Anemia? On the battlefield, no one would care about your ailments. Anemia simply rendered one useless. Chun-Yi approached, instructor. Lulu's abilities are exceptional. Moreover, her physical fitness should have already met the Imperial Army's standards over the past few days. Is this not a bit excessive? Li Xiaohan was the only one bold enough to voice such concerns, aware that a careless remark could adversely affect their future records. Who allowed you to contradict the instructor? He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Li Xiaohan's face. The sound echoed crisply across the training ground, leaving everyone stunned. Li Xiaohan covered her face, unable to believe what had just transpired. What kind of instructor is this? A rogue with no moral boundaries, openly humiliating his students. At that moment, Gao Xiaohan nearly could not restrain herself from emerging to confront him. Take her to the infirmary, then return to continue training. You are sentenced to an additional 2 hours of punishment training, Chun-Yi said coldly, leaving no room for dissent. Xue'er and several other girls helped Lulu to the infirmary. This is outrageous. It is nothing short of student abuse, they whispered among themselves. Yet no one dared to openly defy him. Offending him could jeopardize their chances of entering the Imperial Army. If it were not for the fact that he was dispatched by the Imperial military, it was likely that he would have been subjected to a collective beating by now. The following day, Chun-Yi's training demands became even more excessive. What was more unsettling was that during each training session, he would concoct various reasons to make Xue'er demonstrate movements alone. Xue'er, your commanding posture is still not up to standard, he said, approaching her. Let me demonstrate the correct combat stance. He grasped Xue'er's wrist, his touch becoming increasingly brazen with each encounter. In the next moment, his hand rested directly on Xue'er's waist. Instructor, I believe I can manage on my own. Please remove your hand. At this moment, Xue'er could no longer maintain her composure. After the training, come to my office. This statement only served to further provoke the deranged individual. Do not go. That man clearly has issues. If not, we shall seek out Dean Nangong, Li Xiaohan whispered to Xue'er. Chapter 27. A mere harlot, now pretending to be pure? What is there to fear? At worst, we shall confront him together. Wang Long approached as well, assuring them, it's fine, you both wait for me outside. If there truly is a problem, I will call for you. Xue'er nodded, understanding that this was no trivial matter. Moreover, she was now prepared for a confrontation. Yet, the others needed to continue their training, and she could not allow this incident to ensnare them. After all, who among the students here did not aspire to join the Imperial Army in the future? In Chun-Yi's office, Xue'er knocked on the door. Enter, came Chun-Yi's voice from within. Instructor, you called for me? Xue'er pushed the door open and stepped inside. Close the door, Chun-Yi grunted. Xue'er hesitated momentarily, but complied. Xue'er, do you know why I pay such special attention to you? Chun-Yi rose, circumnavigating his desk to stand before her. I do not know, instructor. Xue'er replied, curious about his intentions. Because you are extraordinary. A beast master possessing the ancient dragon lineage, with the Su and Lin families backing you. How did you come to acquire that dragon? The Su family is, after all, your own. You must remember this. Chun-Yi continued, his words relentless. At this moment, Xue'er felt a jolt of apprehension. Given the nature of the conversation, she deduced that Wang Mei and Su Haitian had likely used their wealth to forge connections, deliberately sending this man to target her. It was revolting, truly revolting. As Chun-Yi stepped closer, Xue'er found her back pressed against the wall. Instructor, please keep your distance, she said coldly. What, are you afraid? You, a little harlot who climbed the ranks through men, now feigning innocence? The Su family has long since spoken of your affairs. At such a tender age, your desires are so voracious that you have slept with numerous men. Am I not just another one to you? Chun-Yi chuckled darkly. Huh. Su family, Su Haitian, Wang Mei. Why do you not perish? How could they so defame their own daughter? Today, I, Xue'er, vow to annihilate the entire Su family. At this moment, Xue'er was utterly incensed. Roar. A thunderous roar of a dragon heralded the entrance of Gao Xiaohan into the office. Chun-Yi, taken aback, relinquished his grip on Xue'er's wrist. Oh, it seems this wench intends to resist, he sneered, exuding an air of invulnerability. A duel, now, in the training ground, Xue'er declared with unwavering resolve. Indeed, such individuals are beyond reason. At times, dignity must be fiercely claimed. Since departing from the Su family, Xue'er had come to this realization, vowing never again to be the obedient girl subject to the whims of others. Now, witnessing the contemptuous expression on Chun-Yi's face, she felt no need to feign humility. Within half an hour, students from the entire academy had gathered at the training ground, all of whom Xue'er had summoned. Have you heard? Xue'er is challenging Instructor Chun. What? Has she lost her mind? Chun-Yi is a senior warrior. Whispers of disbelief filled the air. I heard Instructor Chun insulted her, claiming she rose to her position through favors. Such egregiousness. Yet, wouldn't challenging an instructor jeopardize her future? The murmurs echoed throughout the crowd. Li Xiaohan, Wang Long, Zhang Yuan, and Lulu hurried to Xue'er's side. Xue'er, please calm down. This could affect your future, Lulu urged, though her intentions were well-meaning. However, Xue'er could no longer tolerate this man. If enduring this scoundrel is the price for a future, I would rather live as an ordinary person. I have no desire to join this imperial army, she retorted coldly. Everyone was momentarily stunned. It was the first time they had heard Xue'er speak with such rigidity. Clearly, her patience had reached its limit. In the center of the training ground, Chun-Yi had been waiting for a while. Oh, you truly dare to come? I am. After all, your instructor. Under normal circumstances, a beast master of your rank wouldn't even qualify to challenge me. He mocked as Xue'er approached. Unfazed by his taunts, she advanced to the center of the arena. The audacity to create discord with a student and risk his reputation in a duel was indeed remarkable. If this were orchestrated by the Su family, it might even be considered rational. Moreover, the Su family likely invested considerable resources to counter him. Do you really think a novice beast master like you has the right to challenge a senior warrior like myself? Just based on this little lizard? Chun-Yi laughed heartily. Roar. Gao Xiaohan unleashed his dragon might, causing fissures to appear in the training ground's surface. Little lizard? Are you certain you haven't misjudged? He growled, his patience entirely spent. With no further words wasted, Chun-Yi scoffed and suddenly struck. Gale slash. A fierce blade of air surged towards Xue'er. Xiaoyan, flank attack. Xue'er sidestepped deftly while directing Gao Xiaohan. Gao Xiaohan swiftly moved, launching an assault towards Chun-Yi from the flank. Chun-Yi smirked derisively, effortlessly evading Gao Xiaohan's strike and countering with a sword swipe that forced him back. Too slow. Is this truly the speed of the Dragon Clan? Chun-Yi mocked. As it was customary for these seasoned professionals to taunt their opponents during battle, it was not merely arrogance, but a strategy to disrupt their adversary's focus. Had it been earlier, Xue'er might have fallen for it. However, having spent some time at the academy, Xue'er was well-trained and adept at analyzing combat scenarios, ensuring she would not be easily deceived. Nonetheless, Chun-Yi was undeniably formidable, a true testament to a high-level warrior. He was far more challenging than those magical beasts. Xiaoyan, Moonshadow Step. Gao Xiaohan's figure flickered, suddenly appearing behind Chun-Yi. Clearly unprepared for Gao Xiaohan's teleportation ability, Chun-Yi was caught off guard. Explosive Flame Claw. Gao Xiaohan's dragon claws were enshrouded in searing flames, striking fiercely against Chun-Yi's back. Boom. An explosion echoed as Chun-Yi was sent flying several meters. Xue'er, give it your all. Teach that scoundrel a lesson, shouted a student from the sidelines. Who shouted that? Chun-Yi whipped around, searching for the source of the encouragement, but found no one. It seems I underestimated you. In the next moment, he sneered coldly, his aura intensifying dramatically. Focus, little girl. Chun-Yi surged forward with astonishing speed. Continuous sword chi. Dozens of sword energies rained down upon Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan like a tempest. Flame sun armor. Gao Xiaohan immediately activated his defense. A heavy energy armor enveloping his entire body, shielding Xue'er. The sword energies struck the armor with terrifying force, yet astonishingly, they could not penetrate Gao Xiaohan's scaled defense. This defense surprised Chen Yi. After all, he was a genuine professional military transfigurer. Why was it so arduous to contend with a mere student, especially one who was a beastmaster? Regardless, Gao Xiaohan appeared to be merely a young dragon. If a young dragon was this formidable, what would happen once it matured? Chapter 28. The Scorching Claw Strike. Chen Yi was utterly flabbergasted. Then let us try this. At that moment, Chen Yi leaped high into the air, his sword entwined with a surge of energy. Inferno Slash. This was one of his signature techniques upon ascending to the rank of high-level warrior. Xiaoyan, Moonshadow Step. 3 meters to the right. Xue'er was quite perceptive. Perhaps she herself did not realize that her insight and judgment were remarkably professional. The Inferno Slash missed its target, creating a large crater upon impact with the ground. Upon landing, Chen Yi immediately launched another attack. However, this time, Xue'er seemed to have an uncanny ability to anticipate every one of his moves. Those nearby were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to discern whether it was the dragon's prowess or Xue'er's extraordinary skill at play. Particularly, those classmates who had previously doubted her now found themselves filled with admiration. Xiaoyan, prepare for a decisive strike. Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan began to execute a seamless collaboration. They advanced and retreated in a rhythmic dance, continuously wearing down Chen Yi's stamina. The more he fought, the angrier he became, launching increasingly ferocious attacks, yet he remained unable to land a hit. Damn that little girl. Chen Yi gritted his teeth and resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Blazing Tornado Sword. Flames coiled around Chen Yi's long sword, manifesting into a fire dragon that surged towards Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan. In that critical moment, Gao Xiaohan erupted in fury, unleashing his full dragon might, causing his form to swell dramatically. With a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the training ground, the ancient dragon's might was unleashed. This was not a newly acquired skill for Gao Xiaohan, but rather an instinct inherent to the ancient dragon lineage. It was a tactic he had devised when confronting the magical serpent in the dungeon. The dragon's aura radiated outward from Gao Xiaohan, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chen Yi's assault came to an immediate halt, his expression shifting in shock. He had never experienced such formidable oppression, as if he were facing an ancient sovereign. Explosive fiery claws. Gao Xiaohan and Xue'er launched their attacks in unison. Xue'er's role was primarily supportive. 2 blazing fiery claws surged towards Chen Yi. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed across the training ground. Chen Yi was sent crashing to the ground. 1, 2, 3. 4. Time ticked by slowly. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration, Chen Yi remained unable to rise. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. A novice beast master had vanquished a seasoned warrior. What a splendid match, student Xue'er. Dean Nangong had appeared at the training ground, flanked by several high-ranking generals clad in imperial military attire. Dean, Xue'er was at a loss for words. Moments ago, she had publicly challenged and defeated the military instructor, an act of significant consequence. Moreover, the school prohibited dueling. Striking an instructor was indeed a grave transgression against the imperial army. Whether in the military or as a transferee, obedience to orders was the foremost lesson. At this juncture, Xue'er had effectively defied authority. Do not be anxious, Xue'er. You performed admirably, Dean Nangong remarked with a smile. Admirably? Chen Yi rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. This. Director Nangong surveyed the surroundings and gestured for the other students to disperse. The imposing military leader beside him approached as well. I am General Jiang of the 3rd Legion of the Empire. Young lady, your beast control skills are quite remarkable. General Jiang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The audience erupted in astonishment. In Director Nangong's office, Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan stood before the desk, with General Jiang and Chen Yi also present. First and foremost, I must extend my apologies for Chen Yi's actions, General Jiang stated. The military will conduct an investigation. Xue'er nodded, choosing not to elaborate. However, it seemed that the parties involved were not inclined to let the matter rest. She secretly hoped they would uncover something noteworthy. Should any ties to the Xu family emerge, Xue'er would find herself unable to sleep from delight. The situation was indeed quite repulsive. If Gao Xiaohan were able to speak, he would likely have been prepared to voice his thoughts at that moment. After Xue'er and Gao Xiaohan departed, an ephemeral silence enveloped the office. Her talent is truly extraordinary. To have progressed to such a degree in such a short span of time has exceeded our expectations. General Jiang remarked with palpable excitement. Nangong, you've struck gold this time. Not at all, Nangong replied. But have you noticed? Aside from that dragon, the girl possesses considerable talent. I wonder what the Su family is thinking. I suspect this matter is related to them. Unfortunately, the school is not prepared to escalate this issue. Director Nangong sighed. News of the incident soon spread throughout the academy. During the training session the following day, a new instructor, Coach Wang, took charge. Without question, Chun-Yi would face serious repercussions this time. Today, we will focus on practical combat coordination. Teamwork is key to victory, Coach Wang declared from the center of the training ground. In truth, this training session was nearing its conclusion, and the students collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After the training ended, Li Xiaohan, Lulu, Wang Long, and Zhang Yuan gathered around Xue'er. Xue'er, you've become quite the celebrity in the academy. The video of yesterday's duel has gone viral among the students. Lulu exclaimed with a smile. Your performance was truly commendable. I expected you might be expelled, Wang Long added, shaking his head in disbelief. Xue'er offered a faint smile, refraining from mentioning the discussions that took place in the office. By the way, I heard we're heading to the border for our next phase. That involves actual combat against the tide of magical beasts. Li Xiaohan inquired. Is that even possible? We haven't graduated yet. The border is far more challenging than a dungeon. The dungeons there are yet to be developed. At our current level, we are not qualified to go, Wang Long interjected. However, if we do go, I hope we five can team up together. As the crowd jested among themselves, Xue'er returned to the dormitory in the evening. She retrieved a piece of blood crystal and handed it to Gao Xiaohan. Xiao Yan, this is for you. Gao Xiaohan cautiously accepted the blood crystal. When departing, the military had offered this token of apology, a piece of blood crystal. In truth, this item bore little practical use. Selling it might yield some living expenses. However, such a precious item was naturally meant for Gao Xiaohan to absorb. It seemed the military wished to mitigate the repercussions of the incident, hoping to silence Xue'er with this small favor. After all, the matter concerning the instructor could tarnish the reputation of the entire imperial army. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaohan swallowed the blood crystal. Ding! Successful absorption of Dragon Clan blood crystal. Gained 5,000 experience, 500 bloodline purity, 300 to all attributes. Ding! Experience points are full, level up successful. Detected that the host meets the evolution criteria. Do you wish to evolve immediately? Evolve. Gao Xiaohan eagerly chose to evolve. Chapter 29, The Primordial Fiery Dragon Breath. In the next moment, a powerful energy erupted from within him. Roar! Gao Xiaohan unleashed a thunderous dragon roar. His entire body felt as if it were being engulfed in searing flames. The sensation was agonizing, painful beyond endurance. Xiaoyan, Xue'er was momentarily taken aback. She recognized that Gao Xiaohan was evolving, but did not anticipate the excruciating nature of this transformation. The air in the dormitory became intensely heated. Such suffering was a necessary path for the Dragon Clan. Evolution among dragons inherently involved a transcending of one's limits. After a quarter of an hour, the pain gradually subsided. Goodness! Xue'er was left speechless. At this moment, Gao Xiaohan appeared to have grown significantly larger. Although he could freely control his size, witnessing him up close made it evident that he was increasingly embodying the majesty of a dragon. Flames encircled his form. Evolution successful. Current level, 25. Strength, 1500, 500. Agility, 1200, 300. Defense, 1800, 600. Health, 5000, 1500. Fire element affinity, 2000, 800. New skill acquired. Dragon Soul Fire. New skill acquired. Primordial Fiery Dragon Breath. Gao Xiaohan furrowed his brow. Dragon Soul Fire was a mental flame that could be released at a distance, capable of tracking enemies and difficult to extinguish. The Primordial Fiery Dragon Breath was a wide-area attack skill, inflicting substantial damage within a fan-shaped zone ahead. Both skills were exceedingly practical, compensating for his previous limitation to close combat. Tomorrow, I must find a way to help you clean up nicely. I've done my research on this matter. With each transformation, soaking in warm water proves beneficial for the scales of dragonkind. Especially for you, my charming little dragon. It is imperative to maintain proper care. Xue'er remarked with a smile. Gao Xiaohan, feeling fatigued, nodded in agreement. This recent evolution had drained a significant amount of energy, and now he simply yearned for a good rest. The following day, at the hot springs located at the back of the academy, designed specifically for students to unwind after training. However, few ventured there on ordinary days, as the dormitory provided ample facilities for bathing. The trek to the back mountain required considerable effort, and the students were often engaged in battles, leaving little time or energy for leisurely soaks. It seemed a perfect opportunity to pamper Xiaoyan with a thorough cleansing. And I should invite Lulu as well. At the back mountain of the academy, Xue'er curiously surveyed the surroundings. Is this the Beastmaster's bathhouse? It has been quite some time since my last visit. Today, fortune smiles upon us. There are hardly any patrons. Lulu, on the other hand, appeared quite familiar with the place. I shall wait outside for you. Call me if you need anything. Lulu chimed with a smile. What? Aren't there supposed to be two lovely maidens giving me a back rub? With one less, Gao Xiaohan felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, it sufficed. Having Xue'er alone was adequate. I am no fickle dragon. The bathhouse was far more spacious than he had imagined. Featuring a circular hot spring pool with a diameter of approximately 10 meters. Xue'er summoned Gao Xiaohan from her spatial ring. Gao Xiaohan sniffed the fragrant air. Xiaoyan, today we shall give you a splendid bath, Xue'er declared, gesturing towards the large pool. Xue'er, perhaps you should at least wear something, Gao Xiaohan stammered, momentarily flustered as Xue'er's slender form was entirely exposed to his gaze. Regardless, this was undeniably exhilarating for the dragon. Come, Xiaoyan. Xue'er promptly lifted Gao Xiaohan. The moment her fragrant, soft body pressed against him, Gao Xiaohan felt a jolt. Beauty has always been a hurdle for heroes to overcome, and I am no exception. Fully aware of the impropriety, he chose to embrace the folly, resting his little dragon paw upon her soft curves. Oh dear. Xiaoyan, you little rogue. Xue'er chuckled. Humph. You were the one who enticed me first. Gao Xiaohan retorted, momentarily letting go. An hour later, all done, you little rascal. Xue'er brought a towel to dry Gao Xiaohan's body. With a gentle roar, Gao Xiaohan stretched, feeling significantly more relaxed. More importantly, the hour of playful antics left his heart still aflame with excitement. Stimulating, truly exhilarating. Xue'er, are you ready? A voice from outside belonged to Lulu. We're ready. Coming out shortly. Xue'er called back to the outside. Indeed, it had been a while. Lulu must be unable to contain her excitement. By the way, I just overheard some news. As they stepped outside, they saw Lulu fiddling with her phone. What news? Xue'er inquired with curiosity. It seems that high-ranking officials from the Imperial Army are visiting the academy tomorrow, Lulu casually remarked. High-ranking military officials? What is their purpose? Xue'er frowned. Ever since the Chun-Yi incident, her admiration for the military had considerably waned. I'm not certain, but I heard that there will be quite a scene. With several magical helicopters involved, Lulu shook her head. The sudden visit from high-ranking military officials cannot be trivial. Although the academy is affiliated with the military, their interference is quite rare. The next morning, as dawn broke, the academy's square was already filled with personnel clad in military uniforms. Have you heard? Marshal Li Yusin, one of the highest-ranking generals of the empire, is coming to the academy. Is he the one who single-handedly slayed a high-level magical beast on the northern battlefield? Indeed. That is him. The hero who withstood the beast tide 3 times and protected the empire's borders. The students buzzed with excitement. Such a prominent figure seldom visits an academy like this. It is worth noting that the world is constantly besieged by otherworldly beasts and various unexplored dungeons. The Imperial Army is always busy. Their presence at the academy is indeed unusual. A security line had already been established in the square, with ordinary students instructed to keep their distance. This is quite a spectacle, Xue'er murmured. Regardless of the reasons, the presence of such a distinguished figure means that students will hardly have the opportunity to interact. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. 3 black magical helicopters swiftly approached the Academy's airspace. The Black Hawk. That is the Empire's most advanced aircraft. The students began to chatter excitedly. The Black Hawk helicopters circled above the square before descending. A muscular elderly man emerged from one of them. Although his hair was gray, it was evident that he maintained a rigorous training regimen. His physique rivaled that of any young man. Marshal. Everyone on site stood at attention and saluted. Dean Nangong hurried forward. It was known that he had never been this anxious around typical military personnel. We are honored to have the Marshal visit our school to provide guidance. Dean Nangong greeted with a beaming smile. The unexpected arrival of the Empire's highest-ranking general is certainly no trivial matter. Chapter 30. The Marshal's granddaughter challenges Xue'er. President Nangong was being courteous. Marshal Li Yusin chuckled lightly. At this moment, Xue'er seemed to take it all in stride, perceiving it merely as a formality, likely a commendation of sorts. If it pertained to matters of combat, the students would naturally have no part in it, as it would involve higher-grade students joining the fray. Xue'er promptly returned to her classroom, preparing for the lesson ahead. Teacher Wang's practical application class had always been commendable, and thus, Xue'er wished to take copious notes. Xue'er, President Nangong requests your immediate presence in the main building's conference room. Marshal Li wishes to see you, Teacher Wang announced just as she entered the classroom. See me? Xue'er was momentarily taken aback. It was likely concerning Gao Xiaohan. Ever since the news of her victory over Chun Yi circulated, Gao Xiaohan's existence had ceased to be a secret. The presence of an ancient dragon lineage would undoubtedly attract the military's attention. I shall go at once, Xue'er nodded. Xiaoyan, we might be in trouble. One of the Empire's highest military leaders wishes to see us, and it is probably concerning you. Xue'er muttered softly. Gao Xiaohan, however, believed that this matter would not be of great significance. Whether at school or otherwise, it was all in service to the Empire. In the future, it would likely be in service to the military, so at most, it was merely an attempt to win favor, posing no real danger. Upon arriving at the main building's conference room, Xue'er knocked on the door. Come in, came President Nangong's voice from within. Xue'er entered. The spacious conference room was filled with military officers. Xue'er, this is Marshal Li Yusin, President Nangong introduced. Good day, Marshal, Xue'er said, feeling slightly awkward. The old man's unwavering gaze on her made her somewhat uncomfortable, as she had no prior acquaintance with him. Is it true that you have contracted with that ancient dragon lineage? Marshal Li inquired directly. Yes, Xue'er replied cautiously. Even a fool would understand the weight of a marshal's standing. Tensu families could not match his status. My dear, I would like to ask you for a favor. Marshal Li said with a hearty laugh, his demeanor shifting from stern to amiable almost instantaneously. What sort of favor? Xue'er inquired. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and a girl entered. She was clad in a fitted combat suit, her physique commendable, though her sun-kissed skin suggested she often undertook missions. Grandfather, why did you start without waiting for me? The girl approached Marshal Li, pouting. Xue'er, your timing is perfect. This is my granddaughter, little Yao. Marshal Li chuckled and spoke. Marshal Li, you just mentioned you have something to request? At this moment, Director Nangong felt an indescribable unease and quickly reminded him. Student Su, to speak candidly, I have an unrefined request. Years ago, I was afflicted by the corruption of demonic energy on the battlefield, leaving me with a latent ailment from the backlash of the beasts. For many years, I have been unable to cure it, and my condition is worsening. Ancient texts record that primordial dragon scales are excellent materials for crafting healing elixirs. Thus, I wish to request a dragon scale from you to concoct a remedy. Marshal Li laughed heartily. To call it a request would be more akin to a command, given this old man's standing in the Empire. How many could negotiate terms with him? Xue'er instinctively glanced at Gao Xiaohan. Their eyes met, and Gao Xiaohan thought that a single dragon scale was hardly a matter of great significance. For the dragon race, scales naturally shed and renew. Forcibly removing one might be somewhat painful, but not overly so. However, the issue was that Gao Xiaohan found Li's attitude rather unsatisfactory, especially that Li Xiaoyao, who looked down upon Xue'er with an air of superiority. Gao Xiaohan could not tolerate such condescension. It's merely a dragon scale. What is there to hesitate about? My grandfather is a hero of the Empire, having repelled beast hordes thrice and protected countless innocent civilians. For this alone, you ought to feel honored. Just as Xue'er was hesitating, Li Xiaoyao suddenly interjected. A dragon scale is of great importance to Gao Xiaohan. It is not something I can decide on a whim. I need to discuss it. At this moment, Xue'er was filled with indignation. She had already considered declining the request. Moreover, if the scales had significant implications for the beasts, these individuals likely had no understanding of the truth. Even if Xiaoyan were to make a sacrifice, it should not be without recompense. Discuss? It is merely your contracted beast. You are the master, and it is the pet. What is there to discuss? How dare you delay my grandfather's request? This girl had a sharp tongue and clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest. Gao Xiaohan is my companion, not a pet. Furthermore, I did not say it was unacceptable. Is it not permissible to discuss? Is this your attitude in seeking my favor? Xue'er was seething with anger, recalling a previous incident with the military instructors. When dealing with military personnel, there was only one approach. Make them perceive you as strong or of sufficient value. Being overly submissive would only render one as worthless. Li Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback by this retort. What audacity! How about this? Let us have a contest. If you win, the Li family will not press the issue. If I win, you will obediently hand over a dragon scale. Li Xiaoyao was indeed fierce, directly issuing a challenge. Xue'er, enough. We are here to seek their favor. Marshal Li declared. Grandfather, what's the big deal? It's merely a wager. Moreover, as students of the Imperial Military Academy, engaging in combat is our duty. So, what do you say? Are you bold enough to accept the challenge? Li Xiaoyao arrogantly regarded Xue'er. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Fine. Xue'er replied darkly, squeezing out a single word. The two swiftly made their way to the training ground. What are the rules? Xue'er inquired. Perhaps sensing that this would not escalate into a significant issue, no one intervened at that moment. Even Dean Nangong refrained from interfering. The marshal, however, appeared quite intrigued by Xue'er, seemingly settled and ready to enjoy the spectacle. It's quite simple. I will battle you and your dragon. The fight ends when one of us concedes or loses the ability to continue. That's it, Li Xiaoyao explained, flexing her wrists. Agreed. Xue'er nodded in acceptance and stepped back. A number of students gathered around. This matter, in truth, was rather shameless. To outsiders, it appeared as a grossly uneven contest. After all, the opponent was a formal member of the military, while Xue'er had yet to graduate. A slight smirk graced Li Xiaoyao's lips. As a professional martial artist, she deemed that a mere student could hardly withstand even a few of her strikes. I will show you what true strength is, Li Xiaoyao proclaimed. A pale blue energy enveloping her form. Chapter 31. A transaction, a profitable deal. It was akin to a fusion of a warrior and a tank, utilizing both fists and feet to launch attacks. In the next moment, Li Xiaoyao appeared at Gao Xiaohan's side, delivering a swift kick that swept through the air. Instantaneous movement. The girl's speed was astonishing, her movements fluid and flawless. Just as this powerful strike was about to connect, Gao Xiaohan remained utterly unmoved. Li Xiaoyao's kick struck the scales of Gao Xiaohan with tremendous force, yet it felt as if she had struck solid steel, producing a dull thud. What? Li Xiaoyao's expression shifted in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her full-force attack had yielded no effect. It was known that the power of that kick was sufficient to shatter ordinary rock. Gao Xiaohan dismissed the girl entirely. The enhanced dragon scales had significantly increased in defensive capability, rendering such an attack utterly ineffective. Impossible. Li Xiaoyao refused to accept this. Mountain-crushing fist. She concentrated an even more powerful energy into her fist. This time, Gao Xiaohan did not take the blow head-on but deftly sidestepped. Roar. Gao Xiaohan unleashed a dragon's roar. Flames erupting from her mouth, transforming into dozens of slender fire strands that surged towards Li Xiaoyao, as if animated by life itself. Bring it on. Li Xiaoyao charged directly toward the flames. Two forces collided violently, in midair. Boom. The shockwave radiated outward, leaving everyone in stunned silence. It was evident that Li Xiaoyao had already attained the level of a professional career changer, exhibiting strength that could easily be likened to that of a seasoned military officer. Initially, one might have assumed she was merely the granddaughter of a general, benefiting from certain privileges. However, her formidable prowess was unexpected. Many students were filled with admiration. Yet, even more astonishing was the fact that Gao Xiaohan emerged victorious. Yield, young lady, Xue'er remarked coolly, her words carrying a hint of sarcasm. The address of young lady suggested a touch of derision. Had it not been for her status, Gao Xiaohan would have shown no mercy just moments ago. Li Xiaoyao sensed this underlying truth, albeit faintly. Enough. In this contest, Xue'er is the victor, came the authoritative voice of Marshal Li Yusen. Grandfather. I can still, Li Xiaoyao protested, unwilling to accept defeat. Yaoer, a loss is a loss. Do not be unreasonable. As per our agreement, we shall not insist on the dragon scale, Marshal Li interrupted her. This statement alleviated Xue'er's earlier irritation. Of course, a fair exchange is also possible. A single ancient dragon scale is of immense value. We will naturally provide equivalent compensation. At this moment, Marshal Li smiled. An exchange? Humph, if it is indeed an exchange. Then we can discuss further. The growth of Little Yin requires substantial resources. Unless within a dungeon, it is unlikely for Xue'er to acquire such resources in her daily life. How about this? I can grant you access to the Imperial Military's armory, where you may select equivalent resources as compensation. Noticing Xue'er's silence, Marshal Li quickly added, the armory? Everyone present was taken aback. The Imperial Military's armory was a treasure trove housing countless rare resources and equipment. An ordinary officer might never set foot inside once in a lifetime, let alone freely choose items. The value of this proposal far surpassed everyone's expectations. Xue'er was somewhat taken aback. For a growing dragon, a single scale was inconsequential, as it could regenerate within days. However, the resources within the armory could potentially aid Little Yan's development. Glancing at Gao Xiaohan, she noted that he had no objections either. This dragon is not so stingy. To exchange one scale for such substantial benefits, it seems I hold considerable worth. Gao Xiaohan nodded in agreement. We accept this trade. Xue'er affirmed. Excellent. Marshal Li laughed heartily. Director Nangong, I will send someone to escort Su to the armory tomorrow. Let today's events conclude here. Director Nangong nodded, evidently relieved. Soon, military personnel began their withdrawal. The following afternoon, a magically propelled vehicle sent by the Imperial Army arrived punctually at the Academy's entrance. A luxurious black magical vehicle, a genuine military-grade conveyance of the Empire, which even the prominent families within the city likely lacked. As the car door opened, a middle-aged officer clad in Imperial military attire alighted. "Is this Xue'er?" the officer inquired as he descended. "I am here," Xue'er responded, moving forward to greet him. "I am Major Wang, sent by Marshal Li to escort you to the armory," the officer introduced himself. It was indeed rare for an Imperial Army major to extend such courtesy to a student of the Academy. At that moment, all the students' gazes were fixated on the unfolding scene. The armory is one of the most vital resource reserve centers of the Imperial Army, housing a variety of weaponry, magical materials, elixirs, and strategic supplies. It is typically under stringent guard, requiring special permits even for high-ranking officers to gain entry. An hour later, the magical vehicle traversed into a desolate mountainous region. A massive rocky peak loomed into view. "We have arrived," Major Wang announced, gesturing toward the mountain. "The armory is within that mountain?" Xue'er was taken aback. Just how cautious was the Imperial Army? Generally, resource depots are either underground or within air raid shelters, or at least housed in substantial buildings. To excavate a mountain for construction was indeed a significant investment by the Empire. It was no surprise, in this world, humanity's loss of such resources could severely diminish their combat capabilities, potentially jeopardizing their very existence. Major Wang, assigned to escort Xue'er for procurement. Several soldiers stood at the entrance. Major Wang promptly presented his credentials. After verification, the soldiers cleared the way, permitting the vehicle to pass. Along the route, they encountered 3 additional checkpoints. "Please disembark. We will proceed on foot to the main storage area," Major Wang instructed, opening the car door. The entire space was delineated into numerous zones: weaponry, equipment, materials, elixirs, and magical beast resources. "Welcome to the Imperial Army's 3rd Armory," an elderly man approached, extending his greetings to Xue'er. "This is Chief Lin, responsible for overseeing the entire armory," Major Wang introduced. "Greetings, Chief Lin." Xue'er barely acknowledged as her attention was solely captivated by the abundant resources. "Marshal Li has instructed that you may freely select items of equivalent value here," Chief Lin remarked with a warm smile. I wonder how many resources the dragon scales of Xiaoyan can procure. I honestly have no certainty. If deemed valuable, they could appreciate in mere days. Conversely, if considered worthless, they could still heal the Empire's marshal. Moreover, the other party had not specified a fixed quantity to be taken. However, Xue'er could not afford to incur any losses. The scales of Xiaoyan were priceless in her heart. She must take as much as possible, as she would still need to allow Xiaoyan to consume them later. "This is the Blue Star Sword, a high-level magical weapon infused with ice elements. This is the Flame Dragon Armor, suitable for fire mages." Chief Lin meticulously introduced various pieces of equipment. Chapter 32. Bewildered, you consider these materials as rations? Though these items were exceedingly tempting, Xue'er's gaze never lingered on them for too long. Her mind was wholly occupied with thoughts of the material and monster material zones. After all, these items would truly benefit Xiaoyan. What use were superior equipment when she was a beastmaster? Xiaoyan could not consume equipment. Starfall Iron, a rare metal capable of absorbing stellar energy. Dragon Flame Crystal, a gem containing pure fire elements. Sunstone, a peculiar or formed from condensed sunlight. Moonshadow Silver, a special metal that enhances spiritual power. At this moment, Xue'er's eyes widened in fascination. She needed all of these. Some materials were meant for forging, and perhaps in the future, she could craft some equipment for Xiaoyan. These were precisely the treasures she sought. At this moment, outside the armory, at the inspection station, a youth declared, "I am Wang Zhishan, son of General Wang Shangyun, here to collect a batch of forging materials." He was halted at the entrance. "Please present your pass and authorization documents." Several soldiers blocked his way without hesitation. "What pass? My father is General Wang. Do I still need any documents?" Wang Zhishan scoffed. "General? Do you understand? I'm sorry, but regardless of who you are, without a formal pass and authorization documents, entry is strictly prohibited. This is the ironclad rule of the armory, without exception." The soldiers showed no leniency. "Do you know who I am?" "My father is." Wang Zhishan was unwilling to leave. "Whoever you are, your father could be the king of heaven, but that doesn't matter. We do not recognize any general." The soldiers remained unmoved. Wang Zhishan's expression darkened, about to erupt, when he suddenly noticed a military vehicle not far away. "That is a military vehicle. Who just arrived?" he questioned. "If I cannot enter, how can others?" "They are guests specially authorized by Marshal Li, here to select supplies," one soldier awkwardly explained. "Guests of Marshal Li? Who has such privilege?" Wang Zhishan pressed. A student named Xue'er, one of them replied. Xue'er? Huh. I know her. Wang Zhishan paused in surprise. Meanwhile, Xue'er had already selected 2 large crates filled with forging ores and crystals, as well as some monster remains. All of these items were materials for equipment. As I recall, Gao Xiaohan consistently devoured the corpses of magical beasts. Were not these remnants of the beasts also materials to be consumed? The feathers of a 6th-tier fire phoenix, the reverse scales of a 7th-tier water dragon, and the heart of an earth giant bear. Each item is extraordinary in its own right. The sheer quantity is astonishing. After all, the army consumes such resources to craft equipment, amounting to tens of thousands of sets within a year. No matter how much Xue'er takes, it is likely just the tip of the iceberg. A whole box of magical beast cores. How greedy. Perhaps they could be saved as treats for our dear Xiaoyan. At this moment, Gao Xiaohan wore a dark expression. With so many luxuries being treated as mere snacks. If he did not grow stronger, he would feel somewhat unworthy of the girl. These materials could easily be exchanged for 2 villas in the city center. As they journeyed back to the academy, Xue'er was in high spirits, while Gao Xiaohan secretly reveled in the feeling akin to indulging in unlimited snacks recently. Moreover, every single item likely held the potential to significantly enhance his experience. The magical vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Xue'er, eager to return to school, could hardly wait to experiment with how much experience these materials could yield for Gao Xiaohan. Suddenly, a few black magical vehicles appeared, blocking the road. What was happening? Major Wang furrowed his brow. Several young individuals clad in black uniforms emerged from the vehicles. Among them, one seemed somewhat familiar to Xue'er. It was Wang Zhishan, the young master of the Wang family. He was the son of General Wang Shangyun and a student at the Royal Academy. I believe he is a year ahead of your cohort. Major Wang chose not to elaborate further, as his sole responsibility was to ensure Xue'er's safe arrival. He would not intervene in matters outside his assignment. Shall we step out for a chat? Wang Zhishan called through the car window. Major Wang opened the door and stepped down. Young Master Wang, these are the marshal's guests. What do you intend to do? Major Wang remarked. Mentioning the marshal was a deterrent. No one dared to provoke the marshal within the entire empire. This was also a subtle warning to the young man. A brief conversation was acceptable, but his duty was to ensure Xue'er's safe return to the academy. Nothing much, just wanted to greet this esteemed junior, Su. Wang Zhishan said with a smile. Xue'er hesitated for a moment before stepping out of the vehicle. Junior Su, it is an honor to finally meet you. I hear you recently returned from the armory? Wang Zhishan approached with a broad smile, though it bore an awkward quality. Indeed, Xue'er, accustomed to a more reserved demeanor, replied coolly. What a coincidence. I too visited the armory today. Unfortunately, those rigid guards would not allow me entry, claiming I lacked a pass. What a joke. Considering my father is a general of the empire. Wang Zhishan made a sarcastic remark, to which Xue'er did not respond. I heard you acquired quite a collection from the armory. It seems a single scale can trade for such treasures. Truly a bargain for you, Wang Zhishan continued. Upon hearing this, even a fool could discern that he was instigating trouble. Xue'er turned to leave. Hold on. I merely wish to propose a small business venture with you. Xue'er, I've heard you've gathered a considerable amount of ores and crystals, and my family is currently forging a batch of weapons. In urgent need of these materials. How about selling me some? The price is negotiable. Wang Zhishan waved his hand dismissively. I'm afraid I have no intention of selling these materials. They are little Yan snacks, Xue'er replied, shaking her head. Wang Zhishan's smile faltered noticeably. What nonsense is this? Does this girl even comprehend the value of these items? To use them as fodder for her beast? Who would believe such drivel? Certainly not I. Xue'er, one must learn to be adaptable in life. Hoarding these materials for yourself is a waste. Wouldn't it be better to share? Moreover, our Wang family possesses ample resources and can offer you some compensation. I've also heard about your circumstances. Living alone can be quite arduous. A little extra cash wouldn't hurt, would it? After all, the Lin family cannot support you forever. At that moment, he remained undeterred. I've said it once. I want to sell, Xue'er retorted, refusing to give him any face as she turned to board her vehicle. Wang Zhishan was taken aback, completely unprepared for her defiance. Xue'er, do you understand what it means to offend the Wang family? My father's word is law. The Su family must bow in deference. How can you be so ungrateful? He declared. In truth, he usually did not behave this way. It was simply that he found himself at a loss for words. Especially with Major Wang observing nearby. Chapter 33. This girl is truly wasteful. What a pity. Xue'er showed him no mercy, leaving him standing there in shock. The magic vehicle halted at the academy entrance, and Xue'er and Major Wang disembarked. A group of students immediately surrounded them. Xue'er, you're back. Lulu was the first to rush over. The entire school was aware of Xue'er's recent endeavors, and envious glances abounded. It was likely that even those in the imperial military would not dare to claim such an opportunity. How was the armory? What treasures did you acquire? Li Xiaohan also approached, her usual arrogance replaced by envy. Thank you, Major Wang, Xue'er nodded. It's my duty. No thanks are necessary, he replied courteously. Major Wang nodded and returned to the magical vehicle, departing. No need to rush. It's merely some forging materials and a few snacks for Xiaoyan. Xue'er replied with a smile. Snacks? What kind of snacks require a trip to the armory? Lulu asked, bewildered. What on earth do snacks have to do with the armory? Upon returning to the dormitory, Xue'er promptly emptied the contents of her storage bag. Heavens! Lulu exclaimed. Astonished. Are these feathers from a 6th-tier fire phoenix? And these are the reverse scales of a 7th-tier water dragon? These are top-tier forging materials. Li Xiaohan's eyes widened with envy. Are you certain these are snacks? Lulu chuckled bitterly. How could they be? These are what I refer to as snacks. Xue'er then proceeded to pour out a multitude of inner dan from another storage bag. These are inner dan from magical beasts, and all of high rank. How much are they worth? Both Lulu and Li Xiaohan gasped in unison. These are indeed prepared as snacks for Xiaoyan. They seem immensely nourishing, Xue'er said with a smile. At that moment, the two could no longer contain their disbelief. Goodness! Cherishing the inner dan of magical beasts as snacks? These inner dan can be used to forge various items, particularly wands for mages, energy crystals, and the magical driving sources for various equipment. This is truly outrageous. Hai Xiaohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I could consume them, I would surely gain much. However, at that moment, Lulu and Li Xiaohan's worldview shattered completely. How extravagant can this girl be? The Academy's secret chamber, though referred to as such, was essentially a meditation room exclusively provided for students. Typically, melee professions did not have access to this space, as it was designated for mages who needed to meditate and hone their mental prowess. Interestingly, beast tamers, while primarily focused on controlling beasts, could also master some basic spells, thus qualifying for its use. However, this space was not free of charge. For Hai Xiaohan, it was worth the expense. After all, allowing others to witness Hai Xiaohan consuming these materials outside would certainly attract unwanted attention. An hour cost 30 imperial coins, which was exorbitantly expensive. Are all those mages affluent? Without money, one is unworthy of being a mage, Lulu scoffed. No worries. Xue'er accepted the rental receipt and pushed open the door to the secret chamber. Will you wait for me outside? Yes, just call us if you need anything. Li Xiaohan nodded and, together with Lulu, waited outside the door. The reason I am here to accompany Xue'er is largely due to her recent prominence. Having returned to school with an abundance of treasures, both of us are wary of her attracting unwanted attention. At this moment, Xue'er summoned Gao Xiaohan from her spatial ring. Gao Xiaohan's mouth nearly watered in anticipation. Xiaoyan, today you shall feast to your heart's content, Xue'er exclaimed with a smile. Gao Xiaohan nodded in agreement, reassuring her, do not worry, my dear. I have grown stronger and shall elevate you to new heights. Even if Gao Xiaohan were somewhat oblivious, he recognized that devouring these materials was akin to consuming gold directly. Let us start with this one. Xue'er selected a 6th-tier inner core of the blazing Lion King. Gao Xiaohan swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of formidable fire elemental energy erupted within him. Ding! Successfully devoured the 6th-tier blazing Lion King inner core. Acquired. Fire Affinity 300, Strength 150, Experience Points 800. 800? That's quite a significant increase in experience points. As for strength, he could indeed feel an enhancement. It was certainly more than what he gained from devouring ordinary beasts in dungeons. But not as much as he had anticipated. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he turned around and was taken aback. How many treasures had this girl brought back? Xue'er continued to pour out one inner core after another from her storage pouch. 1, 10, dozens. Goodness. Has she emptied an entire warehouse? How does it feel? Xue'er inquired with a smile. Gao Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction. Incredible. Let us have another. Xue'er handed him a 7th-tier inner core of the ice giant python. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaohan swallowed it. Ding. Successfully devoured the 7th-tier ice giant python inner core. Acquired. Ice resistance 200, agility 180. This time, faint blue energy patterns emerged on Gao Xiaohan's body, intertwining with the previous red markings. One after another, he continued to consume inner cores, devouring more than 10 in succession. Ding. Successfully devoured the 7th-tier Gale Hawk inner core. Acquired. Wind element affinity 250, speed 200. Ding. Successfully devoured the 6th-tier Thunder Horned Beast inner core. Acquired. Lightning resistance 180, Attack power 160 ding. Successfully devoured the 6th tier Earth Dragon Lizard Inner Core. Acquired. Earth Element Affinity 270, Defense 220, Experience Points 3,600. With each inner core consumed, Gao Xiaohan had to take time to assimilate the energies. Various elemental forces surged within him. That's enough for now, Xiaoyan. Let us pause. Xue'er seemed to notice something. Despite Xiaohan's previous relentless consumption and progression, even an ancient dragon clan must have its limits. Can you handle this? Naturally, Gao Xiaohan paid little heed to her concerns, seizing another inner core and swallowing it whole. Ding. Successfully devoured the 8th tier Phantom Leopard Inner Core. Acquisition. Agility 250, Stealth Ability 30, Experience Points 2,000. Xiaoyan. Stop. At this moment, Xue'er felt a hint of concern. In the next instant, Gao Xiaohan emitted a painful dragon's roar, as various elemental energies within him seemed to repel one another. The energies formed a net, gradually merging the conflicting elemental forces within Gao Xiaohan, creating a harmonious state. Xiaoyan, do you feel better? Xue'er inquired. Gao Xiaohan nodded. At this moment, the energy within him was remarkably abundant. It felt as though his strength had multiplied several times. Moreover, he had ascended a few levels, seemingly nearing the evolution threshold once again. Just then, the door was thrust open forcefully. What is going on? An administrator of the secret chamber rushed in anxiously. It's nothing, just my contracted beast-absorbing energy, Xue'er quickly clarified. What is happening? That energy fluctuation nearly destroyed this place. It felt as if there was an earthquake outside just now. If it gets damaged, you'll have to pay for it. The administrator looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 34, Battle Armor? Just thinking about it excites me. Xue'er then realized that although she and Gao Xiaohan hadn't felt anything unusual, the continuous energy absorption had seemingly astonished those outside. The administrator shook his head and left the secret chamber. After devouring over a dozen energy orbs, Gao Xiaohan felt thoroughly satisfied. The remaining few dozen orbs were enough for him to feast upon for a while. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Xue'er was greeted by Lu and Li Xiaohan. How did it go? Was everything smooth? They asked, noticing the intense energy fluctuations earlier. Li Xiaohan felt a pang of regret, as she recalled the precious materials that Xue'er had casually consumed like snacks. It's nothing serious. I just need to look up some information in the library, Xue'er replied with a smile. Do you want us to accompany you? The two were momentarily taken aback. No need. You two go train. I can manage on my own, Xue'er firmly declined. She felt she had already troubled them enough and didn't want to take up all their time. The library of the Empire's 3rd Transition Academy. One of the largest educational libraries in the entire empire, housed millions of volumes filled with the history, professions, and information about magical beasts of this world. Excuse me, where can I find books on the dragon race? Xue'er inquired. The dragon race? That falls under the advanced section, requiring a teacher's recommendation or special permission. The administrator glanced up and replied. Special permission? Xue'er was taken aback, not expecting it to be so complicated to access information about the dragon race. However, you are Xue'er, the beast master who has contracted the ancient dragon race, aren't you? The administrator glanced at Xue'er's student card, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, Xue'er wore an awkward smile, surprised by her own notoriety. No problem, you can certainly read about your own profession. The administrator retrieved a temporary pass from his drawer. Thank you. Xue'er accepted the pass and made her way to the 4th floor. Dragon Ecology, Ancient Dragon Studies. Dragon Blood Magic. After a lengthy search, Xue'er found little of significance. Finally, she paused before a hefty tome titled Records of Ancient Beasts. Upon careful examination, it appeared to be filled with miscellaneous notes. In ancient times, dragons and humans had formed an alliance to combat the invasion of the demon clan. Following the cataclysm, dragons were nearly extinguished, with fewer than 100 remaining, mostly concealed in the depths of the world. Pureblood dragons had become increasingly rare, with most bloodlines diluted, making it challenging to awaken their complete ancestral markings. The text was somewhat perplexing. However, it seemed that pureblood dragons possessed terrifying strength and an exceptionally rapid evolution rate. Could Gao Xiaohan be the last of the pureblood dragons? At that moment, Gao Xiaohan wore a bemused expression. The existence of ancient dragons was indeed a reality. But whether or not they were pure blood remained uncertain. After all, Gao Xiaohan was well aware that his swift evolution was due to his devouring system, a fact that Xue'er was entirely oblivious to. Dragon scales can forge divine weapons, crafting sacred armor. Xue'er furrowed her brow. This appeared to be a tome on forging, capable of crafting armor and weapons for her summoned beasts. Weapons could be disregarded for now. But noticing Xiaoyan's excited demeanor, Xue'er felt invigorated. Perhaps forging a suit of armor for Xiaoyan would prove beneficial, possibly even saving his life during battles. Moreover, the materials obtained from the armory should not go to waste. She would need to find a skilled blacksmith. Who was the best blacksmith in the academy? Xue'er approached the administrator. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, that would undoubtedly be teacher Mo Wujing. However, the administrator paused mid-sentence. However what? Xue'er inquired, puzzled. Teacher Mo's temperament is peculiar. He rarely teaches, let alone accepts forging commissions from students. The administrator's expression turned helpless. Is he still at the academy? Xue'er quickly asked. Yes, he is, teaching elective courses to upperclassmen every Friday afternoon, but hardly anyone dares to enroll. It is said that his temper is more infamous than his forging skills. The administrator shook his head. After leaving the library and returning to her dormitory, Xue'er exclaimed, Xiaoyan, I have some good news for you. She summoned Gao Xiaohan from her spatial ring. The materials I retrieved from the armory are just perfect for forging dragon armor. Tomorrow, I shall seek out the academy's finest blacksmith to assist me in this endeavor. Should I succeed, I will present you with the most splendid set of armor. Xue'er smiled, while Gao Xiaohan felt a surge of excitement. A customized set of dragon armor? Just the thought sends chills of exhilaration down his spine. Suddenly, a rapid knock at the door interrupted their revelry. Xue'er, are you there? Lulu's voice called out. Great news. The academy is hosting a special training graduation competition. Xue'er opened the door to find Lulu beaming with enthusiasm. A graduation competition? Xue'er frowned slightly, lacking interest in such events. The academy's assessments had been increasing in frequency, and she was already quite occupied. After finally finding a moment of respite to forge something for Xiaoyan using those materials, another competition had emerged. The top 3 will have the opportunity to enter the Spirit Realm's secret dungeon for training. Lulu exclaimed excitedly. The Spirit Realm's secret dungeon? Xue'er had never heard of it. Even in the comprehensive compendium of dungeons, there was no record of such a place. Although she had diligently studied dungeons, this particular one was renowned as a treasure trove for cultivation, possessing an extraordinarily high concentration of elemental energy. It was said that a month spent cultivating there equated to a year in the outside world. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Lulu chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xue'er felt a flicker of interest. After preparing so many snacks for Xiaoyan, she was not worried about his advancement in strength. However, what about herself? As a beast tamer, if she did not make further progress, she feared she might become a hindrance to Xiaoyan in the future. She must go to this dungeon. When does it commence? Xue'er inquired. Next Monday. We must prepare swiftly. Xue'er nodded, glancing at Gao Xiaohan. The timing was indeed fortuitous. With the dragon armor forging, the graduation competition, and the Spirit Realm secret dungeon, there was much to be done. The following afternoon, guided by the administrator, Xue'er arrived at the blacksmithing department. This building was strikingly different in style from the other structures at the academy. While the rest were modern and boxy, this one retained the traditional elegance of ancient architecture, exuding a certain charm. It appeared to be privately constructed. Xue'er had indeed learned a thing or two about it. The mortise and tenon joints were exceedingly intricate, indicative of a skilled artisan's handiwork. No wonder it belonged to the construction department. In truth, builders were a commendable profession, since they did not partake in combat. They did not attend classes together. Where is teacher Mo Wujing's workshop? Xue'er inquired of a passing student from the forging department. Chapter 35, The Forging Maniac. Old man Mo. Teacher Mo, what do you seek him for? Questioned the student, his expression shifting. I advise you not to disturb him. The student's demeanor changed drastically. I have pressing matters to discuss, Xue'er replied, her face darkening. What manner of teacher could instill such trepidation in both the school's administrators and students? His workshop is in the small building at the far west end, but I strongly recommend you refrain from bothering him. The student shook his head and hurried away. Following the indicated path, Xue'er soon discovered an isolated little building nestled in the most secluded corner of the forging department. A wooden sign hung at the entrance, boldly proclaiming, "No trespassing." Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door. Damn it! Which ignorant whelp dares to disturb my forging? A hoarse voice emanated from within. Moments later, an elderly man clad in a leather apron emerged, a cigarette dangling from his lips, grease smudged across his entire being. Hello, teacher Mo, I am Beastmaster Xue'er. She quickly bowed in respect. A combat department student? What do you want with me? If you seek weapons, consult your own instructors. Do not trouble me, Mo Wujing grumbled, his brow furrowing. It pertains to the crafting of equipment for the ancient dragon clan. Xue'er exclaimed. As a Beastmaster, I wish to forge equipment for my dragon. Indeed, the combat department's instructors are adept at forging for humans. However, they lack the expertise for magical beasts, he retorted. In the entire school, you might find hope only with this old man. What? The ancient dragon clan? Nonsense. They have long since perished. Where would one find dragon equipment? Mo Wujing inhaled deeply from his cigarette. It is true, Teacher Mo. I have contracted a genuine ancient dragon and wish to forge equipment for it, Xue'er stated earnestly. Huh, do you think I am senile? Attempting to deceive me with such tales? Young lady, I have studied dragon forging techniques for 60 years and have yet to see a beast master capable of contracting an ancient dragon, Mo Wujing scoffed. Xue'er's expression darkened. It appeared that this old man was indeed somewhat eccentric. After all, she had made a name for herself within the academy. Was he truly so isolated from the world beyond? If you do not believe me, I can provide proof. At this, Xue'er boldly challenged him. Then let me witness what you claim to be the ancient fire dragon. Mo Wujing scrutinized Xue'er closely. Xue'er summoned Gao Xiaohan directly from the ring. With a mighty roar, Gao Xiaohan unleashed a formidable dragon's might upon his arrival. At that moment, Mo Wujing dropped his cigarette in astonishment. Could it truly be the ancient fire dragon? The patterns of its scales, the shape of its horns, the structure of its claws, there could be no mistaking it. Mo Wujing was overwhelmed with excitement, like a madman. It was utterly incredible. An authentic ancient dragon appeared before me. In my youth, I had studied the dragon race and proposed the idea of crafting battle armor for them. But back then, many deemed me insane. Please, come in, Mo Wujing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Xue'er smiled slightly at his enthusiasm. If he felt this way, there was certainly hope. The workshop appeared far more spacious than it did from the outside, filled with an array of forging equipment. Although Xue'er could not fully comprehend it, the walls were adorned with blueprints and sketches, clearly indicating the old man's expertise in his field. For 30 years, I have devoted myself to researching the forging techniques of the dragon race, yet I have never been able to validate my theories, Mo Wujing said, brimming with excitement. In truth, Xue'er thought the old man had lost his mind. The entire empire had scarcely a few beastmasters of the dragon race, and most of them did not require armor. She had acted on a whim, unwilling to waste the materials. Moreover, Gao Xiaohan possessed inherent defensive abilities. Yet, this old man had been fixated on such studies for 3 decades. Even as a beastmaster, she found his obsession peculiar. However, his eccentricity might indeed prove beneficial. It could mean the armor was feasible. I had believed I would never encounter a true ancient dragon in my lifetime after discovering those dragon remains in the ancient ruins. Mo Wujing's feverish gaze fixated on Gao Xiaohan, who felt a shiver run down his spine. This old man was truly bizarre. It seemed fate was at play. My dear girl, do you possess materials for forging dragon equipment? Mo Wujing murmured. Xue'er nodded and retrieved the materials she had acquired from the armory: starfall iron, dragon flame crystal, sunstone, and moonshadow silver. Mo Wujing was taken aback upon seeing these materials. These are all top-tier resources. How does a young girl come to possess such treasures? I, an old man, do not even have this many materials. Where did you acquire such rare items? The entire empire would struggle to amass this much. He picked up a piece of starfall iron, caressing it with admiration. Xue'er briefly explained her trade with Marshal Li. I see, Mo Wujing replied. Exchanging a dragon scale for these materials is indeed a fair transaction. If anything, it seems you've come out ahead. He smirked, while Gao Xiaohan wore a resigned expression. This old man was even more cunning than the girl. He did not believe that his scales held any significant value. My dear, these materials, when combined with genuine dragon scales, could undoubtedly forge the legendary dragon flame armor. However, I would require a single dragon scale for this endeavor. At that moment, he uttered another phrase. Reflecting on that peculiar gaze, Gao Xiaohan could not help but feel uneasy about what he might intend to do with his own scales. Nevertheless, he dismissed his concerns. One thing was clear to Gao Xiaohan. This old man possessed remarkable skills. After all, how else could he remain at the academy directly under the imperial military? Dragon flame armor? Xue'er inquired with curiosity. It is the pinnacle of equipment crafted specifically for fire dragons, significantly enhancing a dragon's command over fire elements and combat capabilities. I developed it during my years of research. Although I have yet to put it into practice, if you trust me, old man that I am, I shall waive the fee. Mo Wujing lit another cigarette, his demeanor serious. However, forging the dragon flame armor is not a task to be rushed. First, we need design blueprints and to calculate material ratios, followed by the refining process before forging. It will take at least a month to complete the necessary preparations. A month? Xue'er was taken aback. It takes a month just to prepare? Typically, when the school instructors forge equipment, they can finish within 3 days. Why does this old man require such an extended period? Yet she felt no urgency. The lengthy forging time suggested an extraordinary process. Moreover, he was not charging for the service. She certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 36. The Academy Competition. Another oddity sets its sights on me. Do not worry. Haste makes waste. This is not a matter to be taken lightly, Mo Wujing chuckled. I understand, Teacher Mo. Xue'er nodded as she departed the workshop. Upon returning to the battlefield department's training ground, a familiar voice interrupted her. Apologies for the intrusion. Lin Jian? Xue'er recognized him. The reason she could recognize him was primarily due to his minimal presence. Although he was her classmate, she often found herself pondering his name whenever they crossed paths. He had no friends in class and rarely interacted with anyone. The only reason Xue'er remembered him was his rare profession as a swordsman. The swordsman class was considered extremely rare, with only a few emerging in the empire every decade. This profession was also a key focus for the empire's cultivation efforts. However, it came with a drawback. The path to growth required extensive time dedicated to mastering swordsmanship. Yet, once one matured, their combat prowess was indeed formidable. I merely came here to practice my swordsmanship, not expecting to encounter you all. If I have disturbed you, I can relocate, Lin Jian said somewhat awkwardly. It's perfectly fine. This is not my private domain. Feel free to stay, replied Xue'er, her expression darkening as she gazed across the vast training ground. Well, his conversation does indeed come off as rather awkward, she mused. By the way, I have observed your performance. I have long wished to engage you in combat. I hope to meet you in the upcoming graduation tournament, he casually remarked before turning to leave. Xue'er frowned, and just then, her phone rang. Xue'er, where are you? It was Lulu's voice. I'm at the training ground. What's up? Xue'er had yet to recover from the challenge she had just received. I was just approached by a peculiar individual. Over the next few days, Xue'er felt as though this individual had been fixated on her during classes. How amusing. It seems I attract oddities wherever I go. On Monday morning, the Academy's expansive training field was filled with students, all present for the special training session. Attention, everyone. The month-long special training is drawing to a close. Today, we shall hold the concluding tournament to assess the fruits of your labor over the past month. The competition will consist of 2 rounds, preliminaries and finals. The preliminaries will be based on a point system, while the finals will feature one-on-one combat. The preliminary assessment comprises 3 components: theoretical knowledge, tactical coordination, and individual capabilities. The theoretical test evaluates your understanding of imperial military strategies and the ecology of magical beasts. Tactical coordination assesses your teamwork skills, while individual capabilities test your personal combat proficiency. The top 10 students based on the cumulative score will advance to the finals. The finals will adopt an elimination format, with the top 3 ultimately earning a month of training in the spirit realm. Dean Nangong announced, causing an uproar among the crowd. The spirit realm is one of the Empire's most treasured training grounds. It is said the elemental concentration there is tenfold that of the outside world, a paradise for cultivators. More importantly, a month spent there equates to a year's worth of training in the outside realm. The allure of this reward is simply overwhelming. Typically, only high-ranking military officials are afforded the opportunity to enter. It seems the Empire is quite determined to cultivate some talent this time. Now, all participating students please proceed to the theoretical assessment area. The first item of the preliminary round, the theoretical knowledge test, is about to commence, Dean Nangong declared. The students swiftly moved to their designated locations, each facing a magical screen. The test comprised 100 questions, with a time limit of 2 hours and a maximum score of 100 points. Let the examination begin, the examiner announced. And the first question immediately appeared on the magical screen. What type of attack is a 6th-tier fire elemental beast most sensitive to? Xue'er immediately discerned that the answer was the water element impact. The subsequent questions pertained to military tactics, the ecology of magical beasts, elemental interactions, and the arrangement of formations, among others. When the tide of magical beasts approached, what was the standard formation employed by the Imperial Army? Where are the vulnerabilities of magical beasts ranked above level 7 typically located? In the face of diverse elemental assaults, which defensive spell proves most effective? At this moment, Gao Xiaohan yawned within the spatial ring. It appears I have inadvertently stepped into a conflict. Having spent so much time alongside Xue'er, I have witnessed her engrossed in her studies more times than I can count. In terms of theoretical knowledge, few in the academy could rival her. 2 hours later, the examination concluded, and the results of the theoretical assessment were announced. The top 5 were Lin Jian, Wang Ming, Xue'er, Li Xiaohan, and Zhang Yuan, declared the examiner. Xue'er secured 3rd place, which seemed justifiable. However, Lin Jian's unexpected 1st-place finish was astonishing. Curiously, he seemed intent on competing with Xue'er, casting glances her way throughout the exam, which made her feel quite nauseated. Gao Xiaohan's expression darkened. Could it be that this peculiar individual has taken an interest in my Xue'er? Yet, being the object of admiration from such an eccentric was hardly a cause for celebration. Moreover, Gao Xiaohan sensed that this fellow was no pushover. Should they encounter each other in a real battle? Next came the practical cooperation test. All teams, please prepare and enter the simulated battlefield according to your numbers, announced Dean Nangong. Xue'er, Lulu, Li Xiaohan, Wang Long, and Zhang Yuan quickly assembled. This 5-member team had previously conferred and had become well known as the 5 Tigers of the class. Their current mission involved rescuing hostages and ensuring a safe withdrawal. The simulated battlefield contains multiple hostile targets. You must either avoid detection or swiftly neutralize the enemies to locate the hostages and retreat safely, explained Instructor Wang. Understood. The group nodded in agreement as they entered the simulated battlefield. They surveyed their surroundings, a meticulously crafted small town filled with numerous buildings, where visibility was limited. Various magical puppets patrolled the streets, serving as training tools for the academy. According to the intelligence gathered, the hostages were confined within a structure at the town center. I will scout the route. You all provide cover, declared Wang Long, who would take the rear. Zhang Yuan was tasked with creating distractions, while Xue'er and Lulu would focus on breaching the central point. As an assassin, this kind of operation is my specialty, Li Xiaohan whispered. The 5 quickly divided their roles and commenced their mission. Ahead lay 3 patrol points, each with 2 puppets, equivalent in strength to level 6 magical beasts. The right alley was a dead end, but a narrow path on the left allowed them to circumvent the main patrol area. Before long, Li Xiaohan's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Several individuals evaded the majority of the patrolling automatons. However, as they approached the central edifice, they were nonetheless detected by a contingent of puppets. Alarm! Intruders! The automatons charged directly towards them. Blasted! This is trouble, Wang Long frowned. Being discovered by the automatons would incur penalties. Moreover, these puppets actively engaged their targets.